The screen's gone muted.
Oh, just give me a sec. Am I muted? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm just trying to change the background. You know, I can't do this multitasking thing. Just hold on a second.
You'd be no
Background.
good talking then, would you? Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, it's took 3 days. You haven't showed no receipts or nothing, Vimto. Or mute a sec. Everyone's waiting for that. You know,
You
and
wait
this
for
is...
my receipts.
No, we don't want your receipts now. They all want
Fair enough.
Vimto's.
Can I
That's
just
what
say one
everyone's
thing, and I'm
waiting
going
for,
to
me.
jump down, sorry, Tanya, really quickly. With people saying in the comments about him contacting Shell's son, he's an adult. I don't give a rat's ass. Somebody contacts my 21-year-old, I'm coming for you. How dare anybody go for any other person's child, whether they're an adult or not? I'm sorry, I
But
don't
that's the
agree with
thing,
you both
Claire.
that you shouldn't have gone and contacted her
That's
son.
the
I
thing,
think it makes
Claire,
you look
though.
Calm
better.
down.
Claire, to
Calm
be
down.
fair, he's gone for all
Don't
our
tell me to
children.
calm down. Do not tell me to calm down.
Claire,
Do not.
shush, Claire. Do not talk.
Wow, you listen,
Do
you,
not
Shazad.
speak to
You
me
shut
like
Vimto,
that.
leave the fucking live, girl. He's taking the piss out of you. You
Shush,
shut
girl.
your mouth and don't speak to Claire like that. She's had enough of that shit from Stell. All right.
Calm down, ladies.
Little man.
Calm down.
See you later, Vimto.
Calm.
Go and see Michelle.
Shazad,
Go
don't
message
talk
Michelle.
to the
Go
girls,
message your kids. Because everyone else gets called peddlers for that. See you later, kids.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye. Bloody hell.
God, what's happened while I've been gone?
No, nothing,
Anyway,
nothing. I know, nothing. They're just flirting with me, mate. Don't worry about it. Let's just continue with this live. Thank you for joining us back here.
Don't get upset like that for nothing. Come on.
Well, you know how
Claire's had a really, really hard time off Stell. And I know you don't know about it and it's never been brought up, but believe me, she was Stell's first victim. Well, that I know too. She was Stell's first victim. You know, please don't be rude to them because they're only trying to, you know, get things sorted.
I understand, but look, Vimto, this is my life. Go on then. She's come up here, you know, with guns blazing. How dare you? If you touch my son, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going near your son, mate. You understand? This is between me and Michelle, and you're just making it all about you, aren't you, Care Bear? All right? And, you know, it's just a bit off-putting, mate. All right? You come here, guns blazing. All right? Is that... Mr. Digital wants to come up. Go on, Mr. Digital.
Hiya, Shazad. I'm only coming up for a second. I just wanted to say that I think if you have got receipts and stuff about Michelle, you should play them because if it helps open people's eyes to what's going on here, then it can only be a good thing. You know, this is serious. Real people are getting hurt. You know,
well, one of those people that is getting hurt is Chris, isn't it? And you've been a party to that as well. But let's not forget this. But just one second.
Hold on. No. I'm not going to allow you to do that.
Okay.
You told your friends in the comments not to hold people's past against them, and you've just done that now. So preach what you're telling them.
That's why
I've come up here genuinely out of concern because I've been blindsided for months now. And if you can save other people from making the mistakes I've made, then you need to do that. This isn't a game. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. But the reality is that if you've just said your piece, that's fair enough. I've just tried to play a receipt. All right, you've seen me trying to play a video off my own account, and I've just got bananaed for it. All right. So please, when you're saying like, "Oh, show us receipts," I've literally, Vimto's tried to show you a receipt. She got restricted for it. So you're all listening and you all want it your way, but those receipts are costing me a price. It's cost Vimto a price. All right, but you're not willing to pay the price, and all I'm asking you to do is be patient, and you're not being willing to do that. So you know you can't have it all your own way. I'm just blocking you, Mr. Don Michael. You know you want it all your own way. We're paying the price. And remember, I'm hosting a live here. This is for your entertainment purposes, as far as I'm concerned. If you want to use it for educational purposes to be enlightened, if you, Mr. Digital, if you have been recording my lives, you know from day one I've stated that I'm not here to condemn or point the finger or pass judgment at other people. But when people come for me, I'm going to defend myself, aren't I? You're saying you want the receipts, but we're paying the price for those receipts. This isn't entertainment. No, mate, it is entertainment. I find this hilarious. If you don't like it, that's up to you guys. But I find this absolutely hilarious because you're all a bunch of idiot wrong'uns on here, having TikTok dramas and stuff and doing stupid things. So I do find it entertaining. But I do know there's a serious message. I've also been, sat with Chris and other victims that take this seriously. It's just my sense of humor that, that's the way I cope with the world. It's a nasty piece of world out there. I try not to spread hate and hatred. I try to spread love and peace. But if somebody's going to come on my life like Care Bear did and with guns blazing, I'm going to, obviously put people in their place, and I do that with humor. No, I'm not going to accept you back, Claire Bear, unless you're willing to apologize, because this is just another. You're on the wrong live, mate. You're on the live. Go to see Estelle's live.
Shazad, please. Do you remember when me and you have talked about, like, I know that, like, you don't always see what you're doing, like, and how it affects people and stuff. I know you don't.
Look, Vimta, this is your live. Do you want her up? Do I
want her up?
Care Bear, she wants to come up. Do you want her up?
I think you should let us talk, because she was one of the first victims and she's very upset.
Okay, I don't want to talk to her then. If that's okay, you can talk to her. I'm just going to be quiet. I'm going to get a tape and put it on my mouth so I don't talk.
You ain't got to do that either.
I think it's wise that you be quiet, because you shouldn't sit there and say that we're all a bunch of wrong'uns and you find this hilarious when you have no idea what I've gone through for 7 months, and that I tried to unalive myself at the hands of bullying on this app, that I've had my sons try to be taken off me, that I had my ex-abuser contacted and his solicitor to try to have my protective order reversed. Don't you dare diminish what this person has done to women on this app and find it humorous for yourself. You're no better than Stell when he hosts these lives and mocks and gloats at all of the women that he's harming. Sorry, Vimto, get rid of this fella. He's no good for you. He's going to absolutely bandish anything you want to say. And on that, I will drop and I will block you. You're an absolute wrong'un.
Thank you, Claire Bear. Come again.
Right, guys. I've just spoke to Tan and I've just said I'm finishing this live. I'm sticking to what I've said. I'm doing this live, whether everybody agrees with that or not.
Can you explain to people why did you come to me, Vimto, if I'm such a treacherous individual?
I'll tell you, and I do think that people need to hear this. I came to Shazad because Michelle had been going for him since April. That's when we first spoke to him, but behind the scenes she was going for Shazad and his brothers way before that, with me, I'm going to be honest, and Shazad is the only other person that I felt like could see what Michelle were doing, because she was doing it to him as well. And you guys, I know you don't see Shazad's way of doing things, and I know you find him weird and strange. And he does the things very, very, like, that me and you guys might not always do, like going to the house to prove the point of, look, somebody will turn up. You need to stop doing what you're doing. Stop inviting people to your house. And, he put, like, Pure Slam's grandson up so that he could say to her, listen, you need to change your privacy settings. I ain't doing this. You've done this. You've put the picture out there. And then, and I think that's part of the way his autism plays. I don't think he realises exactly how he affects people with the things he says. He thinks he's joking. He thinks he's being witty. And I know you guys are getting offended, and I'm sorry for that. But like, just know he's trying with the best of his intentions as well. Whether you guys see that or not right now, and I understand you're angry, and I don't blame you for being angry, but just please give him the opportunity to just do this with me, and then make your mind up later. Because that's what he's asked for everybody else to do for me, and I've got to ask the same for him.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Vimto. The check is in the post. Okay.
No, I'm very much sure it is.
Okay, so the thing is, I put humor on things that you've heard this Care Bear come up here, very, very emotional, telling some very, horrific things. And that is as a result of coming on this app. Why don't you just turn off the app? It's a simple thing, isn't it? If this app is making,
sometimes when you're lonely, right, and I know you don't get this, right, but when you're lonely, for people like Claire, for people like me even, like, Sometimes you don't even realise how fed up and lonely you are until you
Yeah,
find something like this, and then it's
yeah,
not easy to turn it off because you
yeah,
met these people, you think they're your
yeah.
friends, you're talking to them, things are happening, and so it's not as
Okay,
easy as saying, oh well,
okay,
you just go off the app. It
okay. All
doesn't
right,
work
fair
that
enough.
way.
All right, fair enough. Oh, I got warning here. Keep your encouraging turning camera off. Keep your live engaging, turning camera off, showing static images of being away from a long period. Oh, I think it's just giving me some warnings. But the
Yeah,
bottom line is,
what that is, it's warning you that you ain't been moving on your
okay,
camera.
okay,
So if you
it
just
doesn't
like
matter.
turn it off and turn it back on,
No, it's
it'll
okay.
just
It's
go
okay. Let
away.
them warn me. At the end of the day, we've got 36 people here. The people are, here. But the reality is that let's just take. I mean, we just derailed our live now. We've got what 7.2K. Can you get it up to 10K at least? And so we
You
got 1
know,
hour left. We got 1 hour left on this live. Yeah. But the bottom line is that look, how do you? What's the solution then? What is the solution to a Care Bear situation? Right, you're just going to shout at people because when you shout at people, you're going to end up with people like Michelle Matthews and Stella. What is the answer? You don't have an answer, do you?
the,
Nobody's
the,
got an answer.
the answer is for shitbags like Stell to not do what they're doing and to be
No, but
put out
why?
to
No,
people
but
to
wait on a
look.
minute. Why does Stella? He has a right to this platform as well. You just meant, you're a bunch of hypocrites, and this is the reality of the situation. You can turn off this app, but you give it no, but we're lonely, and we want to come out here and we make friends.
We're not being hateful and we're
But
not being hurtful to people. Like he's
okay, fair
going
enough.
out there to be bad to people,
But
and
does he
it's
not have is that not right of his
does he
freedom
not
of
have a
expression?
right to think? Of course he
You could
don't.
block him.
Shazad, come on.
No, but the
You
reality is
know
that
you can see it yourself. If we weren't on this live now, you wouldn't be saying that.
look, Vimto. The reality is that you're
I
not.
know you
Nobody's.
want to come across as the bad guy, Shazad, but honestly, it's not working in your favour right now. Just
Well,
say,
I don't really care. TikTok is
I
not my
know
platform.
you
I
do.
don't really care
Yeah,
about TikTok. But the
Shazad,
problem is that you've got a troll problem. You've all got a troll problem. Michelle Matthews and Stella Andrews. Go solve it then. If you don't want me, go solve it yourself. You ain't gonna solve it because, for example, Stella's not
no.
gonna leave this up, and neither is Michelle. So how are you gonna deal with them? Come on. Let me bring this woman back up, Care Bear, and just tell me how to solve
Please
the
don't be
problem.
rude to her then.
I'm not gonna talk to her.
Hey, why don't I just leave the app? This is my income. Hello, this is my income.
I know it is, Claire. I know there's a lot of things that you do.
Have you seen my platform? Have you seen how many followers I've got? And have you seen that I'm on the Creator Funding Network? This is my income. Are you just going to sit there petulantly and be quiet now?
I don't know who you were talking to, Claire.
I'm not talking to you, Vimdo. I'm talking to the host.
If you talk to me, you're gonna get upset and emotional.
I'm
And
going to
so
get
there,
upset and emotional because I think you're actually really naively misogynistic. And I don't think you're the right person to host a live where there are female victims. You really aren't.
okay, well, you can leave.
Well, don't ask a question and then sit there and say, "What, we're not giving you an answer," when I've been asking for the past minute to rise me up, and then you've just belittled us by going, "Well, just leave the app, just shut it down, you're all lonely." No, this is my income, and I'll be buggered having been the victim of a 10-year narcissistic relationship to then come onto the app, earn an income, and be bullied off it again by somebody I don't even know down in bloody Brighton. How dare you victim shame women and sit there and then laugh at us and belittle us and say, "Shut up, you're all right, you're just all lonely, go off and do your bloody knitting." You're a misogynistic pig.
Thank you, Care Bear. Is there anything else? Would you like to call me other names? Thank you very much. So you heard her say it's her income, all right? When a police officer goes out and does their job to make an income, there are negative consequences. So if you're going to come on a TikTok platform, there are trolls here. And those trolls, you can't then say, "Oh my God, look, he's a troll." That's all I'm just trying to say here. If you want to make an income, it doesn't come with, it comes with consequences, doesn't it? You're gonna have a Michelle Matthews, you're gonna have a Stella Andrews, and then you're like, oh, boo hoo, they're really bad people. Well, okay, deal with them then. I'm just really exasperated here because look, there's been a 22-month campaign by Michelle Matthews against Rangi. Was that resolved? How has Rangi resolved that situation? There's a Stella here. You want to come on here, but you're making friends with these people. Let's not forget this visibility restriction again. So, like, the thing is, it's very easy to come on here and play the victim card. Oh, look, I've been a victim. Look, this is my.
Please don't say it. Look, shazad, please.
Let's just move on. Let's just move on. Let's get back to our program. All right. Because the thing is, a lot of people play the victim card. All right. And I don't know this woman, but look, she's just come on here, called me.
Listen, I do, and she feels that way because she's been victimised by Stella, and she feels like him standing up for him. And because you've said, you're talking to Stella, you're talking to Michelle, people don't understand why you would still speak to him. They've got no idea. I mean, I've just spoke to Tan on the phone, and I've just said to her, she said, look, they've got a weird friendship. I said, exactly, and that's the point that he's trying to make, that she's been chasing him too. Do you know what I mean? She still is now,
If people can't understand that, one thing I won't be having people, they wouldn't like me to dictate who they can be friends with. And if I want to be friends with whoever I want to be, but what's happening here is I think that I'm being bullied and pushed around here, that how I should behave. I think, my behavior has been exceptionally good here. I don't need this platform. I'm on here doing my campaign for my brother's stuff. The reality is that, I'm using this as an entertainment platform. If you want to use it as a serious platform to earn income, well, that's up to you guys. But you can just always block people, can't you?
Come on.
You just block people. Vimto?
Yeah, sorry.
You can always just block people, can't you?
You can, but I mean, I think why
is Care Bear not just blocked?
Say to you is because there's a lot of women that's been victimised and that by Stell. There's a lot of vulnerable women that are coming into your life that are getting upset, and you may not because I know what you like, and you're not. You ain't like this when we're talking on the phone and stuff. Come on, you understand that these women have been victims of terrible stuff, and then you're coming on and you say, I know why you're doing it, but I've had weeks and weeks to learn why these ladies have only just coming across you, and you're putting the worst version of yourself out right now, and they don't understand you. Please.
Okay, that's fair enough. Look, how would you like me to behave then? Would you like me to change?
No, I want you to behave. No, I want you to be yourself. But
myself,
that's not what you
know myself.
Say that.
Myself is a like cheeky, narcissistic troll hater. All right, and so if you're going to be myself, it's just going to upset them.
You need to be yourself.
Vimto, how much times have I said to you, just shut up and go into the kitchen and make daddy a sandwich?
Loads. He says it to me all the time.
Now, I said that all the time. Now, if they can't accept that as just a banter between us and, oh my God, you're a misogynist, I say that all the time. Just shut up, go into the kitchen and make daddy a sandwich. All right, that's my sense of humor. And if people are saying, no, you're being misogynistic, you don't understand. No. Look, mate, take your problem somewhere else. All right, this is who I am.
That is just your sarcastic humor, and to me, I can look at it. I find it hilarious. Do you know what I mean? Yes. But there's a lot of women on here that have been victims of Stell, and they're really, really hurt still. And I've done horrible things to them. Listen, I ain't saying you did. I've done horrible things to these women as well, and boy, when they come up and they say things, I want to be understanding, and I want to apologise to them, because don't forget, there's all this stuff that we ain't managed to talk about, like Jem B, like Claire, like everybody else, and I ain't had a chance to apologise to everybody yet. I mean, Jesus, I've only been talking a couple of days, so and I want to be able to try to put things right, but it's being made difficult because people don't understand how you are, and I know you're just trying to be yourself, cheeky and a bit naughty.
Okay,
Come on, let's just move on. Let's move on.
Let's just move on, because everybody here is like me. All right, so what we got up to was that video that I played that got me bananaed and stuff. So she's now broken down this relationship and come at you rather than having a civilized conversation with you, like any reasonable person would. You've said you want to leave. Basically, she's heard something from Chris, and then as a consequence, she's gone for you. Let's just take it from there. That's what happened then next.
And so her and Chris, then Chris admitted to having been arrested for sexual offences towards his ex-girlfriend's brother, who were going to his house and staying there because his girlfriend was struggling with the brother, struggling to cope with him because she was moving as well. So the brother went to stay with Chris. And then when Chris and the girlfriend split up and the brother had gone back, the brother and sister hatched this plan to say that Chris had done this assault to this guy to get Chris into trouble because they don't like him anymore. And Chris was trying to explain all this to Michelle, to explain that he's not that kind of person. He's not, please help me, help me expose him if anything. And Michelle saying to him, yeah, I can do that. You just carry on telling me everything that Vimtal said. And then because Chris weren't saying what she wanted him to, because he was saying, like, listen, she ain't really said anything about you, we don't talk about that stuff. We talk about, our own stuff, as in, like what I've been doing or what she's been doing and that. She don't really talk about I can't say anything else, And then Michelle turned on him, on Chris. And instead of doing what she'd agreed to do, she then voice recorded Chris's telephone conversation with her, and then did another live, and she put Chris's phone call out, which made him sound, I don't know, suppose like he had done something wrong. And then she pulled this guy who he's supposed to have actually assaulted into Queen's live, and this guy, Louis, he was saying that Chris had done all these terrible things. And then this Louis' sister came in. She sent Michelle and Stell and Paul a voice note of Louis admitting that he'd made it up and he'd gone to the police and he'd lied and he was apologising to Chris, saying, look, I know I didn't do this and this, that, the other. And this, guys, because I played it last night to prove that Chris were innocent. On this note, I knew that Chris weren't strong enough to take what this was going to do. And I found an ambulance to him because I was really worried about him, because I could hear people trying to ring him and he weren't answering the phone. Luckily, the ambulance got there as Chris were SHing. And they took him into hospital and they cleaned him up, and he got over it. He didn't manage to end himself. In this time, I was still really. Oh yeah, Chris, you okay?
Yeah. I'm just gonna mute while you say it because I can't really talk about it.
All right. So they'd put Chris out, and even when they got the stuff to know he were innocent, they carried on putting him out as a PDF and actual offender. And then eventually I got that voice note from Chris, because I unblocked Chris because I blocked him because I were angry. And at the when it very first happened, I was angry at Chris, but then I was looking at the way he is, and I knew how scared he'd be, and I could hear how the, put it on him, like, come on, Chris, you tell me this, and I'll save you. You won't get put out. You tell me, Chris, and I'll, give me your details, Chris, and I'll put you out, and I'll make it right again. And Chris would just. He was so scared, and he just went along with it. And I know how easy it is to do that because I've been doing it now for 9 months. Do you know what I mean? So, and then I unblocked Chris. I didn't message him or anything, and I unblocked him. I gave him the opportunity to message me if he wanted to. But Chris at this point didn't know it was me that had found the ambulance. And I was talking to Shazad on the phone a couple of nights ago. And I told Shazad, I think, that I'd found the ambulance to Chris. And he was like, all right. He said, I think you need to tell Chris it were you. And I was like, why? And he said, because I think it's doing his head in not knowing,
Oh, yeah.
who
Oh
fell off
yeah, it
the
racked my
ambulance.
brain.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
So I eventually then found Chris because I knew he felt awful, and I just wanted him to know that he could come on this live and be safe here. I weren't going to be horrible to him. I weren't going to take it out of him for what he'd said, because I understood. And Chris were apologising. I said, "You don't need to be sorry, Chris. People took advantage of how vulnerable you are, and that's what happened." And you know, I've done this, and the one thing she's had to learn me from right from the beginning of this is don't act on it now. Keep calm. Like, just don't react, don't react, don't react. And there's been lots of times where she's had to kept me saying, if you like, while they've been putting out my son and putting out my address and doing all these, accusing my husband of being a PDF. Like, she's had to kept me saying through all of that, you know what I mean, through the last 3 weeks. And he's been a better friend to me. And I've swore I'd never say this again, but he's been a better friend to me in the last 3 weeks than they've been in the last 10 months. And that's the God's honest truth. And while he makes mistakes in the things he says to people sometimes, and he don't always get it right. And he likes to think it's cheeky and it's funny, but he doesn't understand he's hurting people's feelings when he does that. And I know that for definite. I wouldn't say that to you unless it was true, because I've learnt my lesson with that as well. He really don't mean to. It's just very difficult to get to know. I mean, and that's the way. Anyway, going back to the Chris situation, I found Chris, I spoke with him, and me and Shazad in this time are working relentlessly, all the hours God sends, day and night, trying to get my information together, trying to get the receipts sent over. And he's sat up with me till 5 o'clock in the morning some nights and helped me and showed me and download this and do that, send me a screenshot of that, this is what you're doing wrong. And he's taught me through, and he ain't just been like in it for badness. He's been genuinely helping me. And while people might not see that on it, whether people see that or not, look, is irrelevant, because I know what he did for me when nobody else wanted to speak to me. And and that's what he's done. And I know he don't want me to say these things either, because he likes to play the bad guy and everything. I know he does, but I can't do that with all good conscience, because it's not true. And that's just what if nobody believes me about anything else, I want you to believe that he's not a terrible person. He's not a bad guy. As well, okay, he is for his sake, but like, genuinely, he's not really. I'm trying to keep your reputation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for ruining my reputation on TikTok.
No, I'm trying to keep it intact. You can be a bad man. It's all right.
I'm here trying to be the bad guy, trying to get some bad bitches, and you just ruined that now as a nice guy. I'm going to lose all these bad.
Can I just add to that, Vinto? Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Go ahead.
You might have to help me out with this, but obviously because of what these people have done to me, I've had to literally pick up everything and leave. With
Well,
the police.
How long did you right? Okay, so take it back a couple of weeks. You were living in a property of your own, weren't you? And you've just come out of hospital from being sectioned. You'd had to get rid of your cat, hadn't you? Which had really, really emotionally affected you. To be able to move into this new place where you're going to have a fresh start. And you've only just moved into this place and been here about what, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, something like, not even that long, maybe.
I don't even think it was that long and I really liked it there. Really liked it.
You've made friends, hadn't you? And you felt comfortable in this new place, and you were getting along with the other housemates and stuff, weren't you? Yeah. So and then all this happened, and for his own safety, the police moved Chris out of his new place that he's only been a couple of weeks. And they moved him out for his own safety, and they moved him out to another place where he don't know anybody. He's not by his family. He's not by his friends. He's surrounded by strangers now. And then Michelle's still doing these lives on him with Stell and Paul at the time. Not last night, the night before, or they did another live on him, and Chris found me the next day, and he had again SH'd because they were doing that live on him. I thought that he was I didn't even know they were doing a live on Chris, to be honest, because I was on this live doing this.
I was going to say we were on here, weren't we?
Yeah, and then obviously Chris has gone back and done the rewatch of this cine and SH'd again, but luckily not to a point of doing anything. Well, yeah, doing damage to himself, but not to the point where it was going to take his life, and he managed to get himself to the hospital and keep himself safe that time.
It's not just excuse me. I mean, I don't know Claire. This is the first time I've met Claire, if I'm perfectly honest. But I can kind of feel for her because she said she's had to move home, and I've had to do the same. I've literally had to do the same. Give me a minute. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So yeah, I mean, and look, you can see still now it's affecting Chris. It's still affecting me right now. I mean, today when Claire sent me that, and I seen that she put Nat's mum's face up, like, I don't even know what to say or do anymore. I think what I'm going to do with that is, at the end of this, I'm going to phone the police and I'm going to talk to him, because Nat's mum's probably protected because of what happened to her daughter. So I think I'm going to do that after this, and it's the first time I will have done anything like that, but I don't know what else to do.
What I will say, sorry, Vinto. What I will say is that if it weren't for Vinto, I wouldn't be here now, and I've got everything to thank you for phoning the ambulance. I don't thank you for racking my brain for about 5 days.
You want to give you something to keep thinking about. You couldn't have gone anywhere until you knew who it was. So
honestly, you didn't cross my mind one bit, but it was literally doing my head in. I was like, this is really getting to me now.
You must have said that to Shazad at some point.
Yeah.
Because when I told him it were me, he said, you really should let Chris know, you know. And I didn't understand why he'd said it at the time. But obviously he'd said that because you'd told him. I don't know who it is. And as soon as I said it, you were like, you should ring Chris and tell him, like, at least let him know it were you, so he knows who found the ambulance. But I didn't know that he'd spoken to you at the time, to be honest.
But one thing I will say is, as well, Vinto, you can disagree if you want, but this is just my opinion. But since we've started talking again, I think we're better friends than we were before.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Because we're 24/7, we're making sure we're all right, what we're doing. We've took us meds, we're saying, is Mark, Mark, sorry, you know why I'm questioning names here.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
So, you know, we talk about everything, anything and everything. And do you know what? Vimto's the sort of person, she's like a mum, because I'll say, Vimto, I've hurt my leg. She'll go, I know what you need for that. And she'll go off and come back and say, you need this. I'll say, I think I've got a dicky tummy, TikTok shop. And she'll go, I know what you need for that.
And am I not always right? Does it?
Yeah, you're always right.
There you go then.
But we've gone off a scale a little bit there. But
Not
yeah.
Also parenting. But anyway. Right, Shazad, come on, chime in. Help us out again.
No, I'm just quite eagerly listening. I don't think people like my voice, you see, so I'm allowing you to speak.
I like your voice.
Oh, that's good. Well, the thing is, I mean, obviously, you know, Chris is. I understand. I'm just a bit startled when somebody's coming to attack me on my own live, you know, like calling me like a misogynist and stuff like that. And all I'm trying to do, look, I've paid the price as well. Look, I've had my live banned. All right, and all I'm trying to do is just get your reputation restored, because the bottom line is these trolls, how they operate, and you've been affected by these trolls. They're like demolition derby. They'll come and destroy things, like a destroy a house. And I've given this example before. For what? For laughs and giggles. I'm not like that. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. All right, to say, look, don't forget that you're on here for. If you're not having fun, then you shouldn't really be doing this stuff. That's all I was trying to get across there. And these people, they're like in the demolition business, and they want to see a spectacle. And I'm here to get people to be friendly and come together and stuff. So nothing pleases me more that Vimto and Neo are together or gonna be good friends, and you and Chris are good friends. All right. So I'm here trying to spark the Christmas spirit.
What? Because the thing that you're missing is now me and you were good friends, and
Oh,
you
well,
just
stop
don't
it,
want to say it.
Stop it now, Vimto. But the bottom line is that there's a lot of nastiness, but what is the answer? You're gonna just fight fire with fire. People said this, and it's just such a stupid thing to say. You're gonna fight fire with fire. You only end up with more fire. I'm just trying to douse it out with water, and at the end of the day, I think I've been quite effective. At least you've seen the light through your own things, and so has Paul, and hopefully.
No, I mean, look, you said to me, I said to you about a week ago, I said something to you, and what you said is, honestly, it's really stuck with me. And I think that I will forever stick by what that it was. And I said to you, I said, you could have told me to piss off, and you had every right to just laugh at me and say, it serves you right. I told you, I warned you, you wouldn't listen. Ha 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 ha. Now you look like an idiot, but you didn't. And what you said to me was, I had a choice that day. I could have done anything, couldn't I? But ultimately, I can't even remember the full thing that you said, but the top and bottom of it was I chose to move on and thingy, because I weren't that affected by what you'd done to me. But even if you had been, you would have still moved past it and tried to help me, because at that time I got no one and nothing, and you were the only person that could see what Michelle was like other than me. At that minute that happened, you were the only other person that had worked it out. I mean, Neo and Rangi and that had, but nobody was going to listen to Neo and Rangi at that minute, because Michelle had done that much of a good job making them two scum and child kidnappers and everything else that she said, that nobody, and it weren't saying that they would even accept my apology at that minute. Do you know what I mean? I needed somebody that was going to at least listen. And that was you know what I mean? And that's why I come to you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Thank you for the Shaz appreciation. And the reality is that, look, it's a really toxic platform. Look, Chris has just told people that as a result, we have a saying that, look, sticks and stones may break our bones, but, words will never hurt us. But that's not true. Words can hurt. And, they can. These trolls' words do hurt, and they cause a lot of pain and suffering. And, the reality is that there's lots of relationships breaking down here. I just want to remind people that this is like a festival season coming up. Christmas is coming up, the time of forgiveness and merriment and for our fellow human beings, and just a bit of understanding. Now, that message is not always being delivered correctly by me, but it comes across as sanctimonious and moral pandering and stuff. So I wrap it up with humor.
Sometimes it comes across, sometimes even like you'll say to me, you've said to me loads of times, Vimto, you ain't gonna like this, but I'm gonna say it like it is.
Yeah.
And you're right, I don't like it, and I do have to sit back and take a breath and be like, listen, do you know what? I know you're right as well about the things that I can be like. But if it weren't for you doing that last week, I don't think I'd have reacted to Paul coming back the way I did. I would have more likely been like, serves you right, bloody, but you know what I mean? But because of you, I didn't take that approach. I was like, you know what? You've been manipulated as well. You feel exactly the same way as I did. So let's move on, because he's a victim as well in this.
Yeah.
Paul ain't malicious or horrible. I know he's got he says horrible things and stuff sometimes, but most of that is because he's defensive. It's not because he's horrible. He's just, he's had a bad time too, and he's been dragged along this mess, and so he deserves a break as well. That's why I was just like, come on, Paul, it's gonna be okay, and that's why I did it. But if it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have took that approach, if I'm honest.
Yeah, so let me just jump in there. Because Care Bear's still here. I'm not going to have her up because she just obviously called me these things. But look, just give me a moment and just look at the fact that how much love I've spread, right, by helping you, Vimto, all right, and not taking that approach and treating you with love and kindness, that then emulated to you effectively saving Chris's life. That's where kindness and love leads you to. And now you've got like another friendship with Paul as well. All because if let's just imagine if I took a different approach and I said, look, you bugger off and stuff, all right, that relationship, you would not been in a position to help Chris out and stuff. So it's when you do good things into the universe, things come back and spread goodness. That's all I'm about. And I've said this before, and I'm going to reiterate it for Care Bear's purposes, because I think she's still here listening. All right, so I'm just going to reiterate it for Care Bear's purposes. Like my Care Bear still here. So this is a message to Care Bear, because you don't know me and you've just judged me like other people have. Now I've stated this and I'm going to state it again. There are many dividing lines between people, right? Rich man, poor man, black man, white man, Muslim, Christian. All these dividing lines, I choose not to recognize them. I choose to only recognize the dividing line between citizen and state. All right, so that's the dividing line. So we're all come from different races and creeds and stuff like that, but we're all human beings at the end of the day. We're all children of Adam and Eve, and we make mistakes. And the other thing I say is that people often judge other people and put them into boxes.
Okay,
so just one second. So often, you put the people like Care Bear's already put me into a box. He's a bad guy, he's a misogynistic person, or he's a good guy, he's really nice and stuff like that. I choose not to put people in boxes. I know that there's no good guys and bad guys. My mum used to tell me, if you will go looking for an angel in somebody, you will find it, and if you go looking for a devil in somebody, you will find both in the same person. All I see people as broken people. All right. We're all broken people. Lots of bad things have happened to us, all right? And we're all broken people trying to deal with traumas in our lives. And maybe I'm just a broken person. I'm not perfect. And so the thing is that there should be an element of like understanding and compassion on those grounds. If you want to make me out to be a bad guy, that's you losing out on something. Now, if Vimto had done the same, said, look, I've done terrible things to Vimto, and Vimto's probably said some terrible things to me. But look, we've taken that approach of like a grown-up approach. Like, all right, you messed up, you've seen the light, let's get on with this, let's try to get your reputation fixed up. Please don't resort to anger and violence, all right? I'm not about that. I'm all about spreading the love and compassion and empathy. And as a result of that, look, we're seeing loads of good things, and hopefully other good things will come along. And I've said this to other people.
For the first few days, you was trying to fix my friendship with Queenie. You didn't think it was going to be this bad.
Let's just talk about this. Let's just talk about this. When you've come up to me and stated that, oh, look, me and Queenie have had this big fight. If you remember, just relay to everybody that I never wanted you guys to break up.
No, he didn't. He was trying to fix the friendship, and I was saying it's gone too far because he didn't realise what were happening. He even said to me, he said, make me a promise, right, Vinto, that a couple of weeks before Christmas, whatever, you'll post a Christmas card just to extend and I agreed to that before she started doing the lives on me, because why not? At the time, it was why not? The lives hadn't been started then, and they weren't being done about me. And he was saying, look, nothing's that bad that it can't be fixed. And I was like, you don't realise. And then I started sending him some of the stuff. And then he said, I can't do it like this. Download it in a zip. And this was where we started being on the phone. Like all night and for hours and hours and hours, and he didn't have no reason to do that. He could have said, "Listen, naff off, I don't want to know," but he didn't, and he sat on the phone. And when they were doing these lives on me, he was texting me and he was saying to me, "Listen, keep calm. They're trying to bite you out. Please don't react. It's up to you. You can if you want, but look, my advice would be don't do that because And I listened, and I'm so glad I did. So many I've listened to a lot of advice from Shazad, and it's not done me wrong so far. It's not done me wrong, apart from the fact of people when they come in the live don't understand him, and then they think that he's being a misogynist and stuff. He's not. A lot of the time he's joking. He doesn't mean anything by it. And I know there's ladies in here that don't understand that, and they see it as how they've been treated before. But he's literally just trying to take the piss when, okay, he's not getting that part of it right. But he honestly ain't doing it to be hurtful either.
Because I think a lot of people, what's happening is a lot of people have been burnt by people like Stell, who have maybe, a malicious intention and act with malice. Because I know I'm not acting with malice. I'm just trying to I act with good intentions, and so therefore I just rage bait people, because this is what this platform is about, and just to get people's attention. That's all it's doing. I'm not trying to hurt people. In fact, I'm trying to get everybody to stop this fighting and arguing. Because isn't it always better when we all play together? Like these guys, like Shelly and Stell, what they do is they rage bait you, then they have their own lives, and then they block you, then they talk about you, then they say, it's just like these. Do you remember when I was a kid? It's always better when we can play all together, and it's more fun that way, right? But when people are like, "Oh no, I'm not your friend. I'm not your friend," and everybody's going their own way, it's just spoiling everything. I think we can all have get on a lot better and have a more better experience, even a TikTok experience, if we all just kind of get along and have a bit of a joke and a laugh about things. But some people take things too seriously, where they're doxing people's addresses. Then we're going to go to your house.
Michelle and Stell, and this is why Shazad's helped me, because he wants to stop them from trolling people like me, like Chris, like Claire, and whether we or you guys see it as that. He is trying to put a stop to it. He's trying to make it go away so that he never gets to victimise somebody like us again,
Yeah.
and he's just trying to make sure that Stell learns his lesson this time. And the fact of him being on the phone to Stell is trying to show him that this ain't right. He's still trying to talk Stell into being the better person and to stop doing these lives.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. I mean, you saw it.
To Stell, and people don't understand, because we hate Stell and we don't want anybody to be Stell's friend, and and because we feel that's what Stell deserves, and I still feel that now. But Shazad is like, listen, I can reach the nice part of him. I can get him to stop this, and he really feels like he can do that, and that's why he still talks to Stell. I mean,
I'm just going to tell you, Vimto, today. Yesterday, Stell was on a live with Wendy Wu. All right. No, sorry. He was on a live with Agony Aunt, Joe, and he was being really abusive to her. And he just basically, I don't know if you listened to this. I've recorded it all, and he's really been horrific to her. Now, is that Care Bear still here? All right, let me just see if she's still here. Right. Yeah, she's still here listening. Yeah. So he was really trolling her to a point where he told her to drop down dead on her live, and then Wendy Wu came on and she was in tears and stuff. Yep. And I rang him up today and I said to him, look, can you not see what you're doing is wrong? And I was just I spent ages trying to tell him, look, this is why it's wrong. And I remember here, we've got Don Michael here, who has learning disabilities. And one day, his mother has been was attacked by a black nurse. And he said on one occasion in front of, just out of anger and frustration, he called her a black bee, the name of this, my other account. And, he was just very frustrated, and he doesn't understand as well. And I was trying to explain to him, look, you can call somebody black and you can call somebody the B word, but you can't say them together. That comes as racist. And I just found myself having the very same conversation with Stell. I said, look, you can't go around calling women on TikTok, these misogynistic terms, like you're going to punch them out and stuff. But he goes, why? Why can't I? They're all women. They're all attacking me. But I give it, look, you're the better man. I think he doesn't even get it. And I said, what he's done there, I'm just trying to sit down and explain to him. And I'm thinking that if I can gently sit down and explain to him, then maybe he would get it. And I think I am getting through to him. And similarly, like with Vimto, I sat down and explained to you, look, don't do a knee-jerk reaction. Look at the consequences. And I got through to you, and it's been beneficial for that reason. So is it not better to turn the troll or get the troll to be a good person? Because everybody's attitude is that, we're just going to kick him off the platform. He's not going to go anywhere because he has a right to be on a platform like everybody else does. So I'm trying to get him to see the error of his ways. But if he doesn't see the error of his ways, I've told him, look, Stella, you're endangering yourself by doing all this stuff, because your address is out there and you're going around, antagonizing people. All I can do is just sit down and gently explain it to him. But if you guys are just going to say he's a bad guy, you're just going to make him more of a troll. I don't think anybody's sat down and talked to him like a person and said, look, these are the consequences.
No, I can't say that, because that's not true. Because me, Paul and Michelle, I mean, for as much as I dislike Michelle now for what she's done, we have tried to talk to him and say to him about the things he's done to Claire and that. Do you know what I mean? And, he he said he deleted the picture of Claire's son from his phone. Turns out he didn't, but he told us he went on and he deleted it from his conversation, and at the time we didn't realise he'd still got it in his gallery. I mean, we should have done, but he deleted it, and we'd seen him delete, so we assumed that was gone. So like we have tried to talk him into not doing these things to these women and stuff as well, and to not do it to me and Michelle as well. I mean,
yeah, but I think it's you're talking to him in one way, and talking to him is a completely different way, because
I get that.
he views you as like all women ganging up on him. He said that many times. I'm being like all the women are ganging up on me and stuff. But if I come and have a word with him, all I'm asking you is like, let me talk to the guy, try to see reason to him. If he doesn't see reason to him, what have you got to lose? But the alternative of resorting to violence, that's your answer. Is your answer resorting to? Is that what you're going to do?
Ain't it?
Yeah. It's not necessary to resort to violence, okay? And like, and this is the thing, I've been telling Vimto this as well. And I would like anybody, particularly, look, we're down to 7 people here. I'm going to stop this in 20 minutes, all right? I'm going to stop at 12 o'clock. I don't care, I'm not going to continue on this live. But we're down to like 7 people in the room now. But I would just like to say, like, the way I see it is that what has happened to this guy to turn him into such a monster? Similarly, remember this live is about Michelle Matthews. What has happened to Michelle Matthews to turn her such into a monster? And that's what we were supposed to do today.
Really, we've been able to get that out, have we?
Yeah, and you know what is? And now that I've been bananaed, mate, I'm gonna wait until next Saturday. They can all bugger off. Like at the end of the day, I'm trying to give people insight, but I'm now been bananaed until the 9th of 9th. Today's the 6th until Tuesday, so I'm going to have to do that next week now, Vimto. So in the meantime, you can do whatever you need to do and get the receipts or whatever you like. But this live has just totally been like derailed now. All right. So and also it's because TikTok has just banned that video and got me banned on Bananaed and stuff because I was playing her content. Michelle Matthews' content has got me so many strikes and so many like bans. It's unreal. Because and she continues to get on with the stuff. But all I'm trying to say to you people is that look, like poking a monster or poking a troll just makes him more angrier. And maybe if you were to choose to treat people.
But look, when we do that, look, Claire walked away. I didn't say anything. I didn't react, and I didn't put anything out. I didn't even do that about the kids. I did nothing. They did that. I haven't reacted, and they've carried on every single night. Them are saying they're coming back and they're doing it to react to what we've done.
Yeah.
But we've done nothing for 3 weeks. We've said nothing, and for 3 weeks they've done that live every night.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, like I said, leave Michelle Matthews.
Not a reaction at all.
That's their reaction. Look, the reality is that aspect of asking you to wait for 3 weeks, that because they don't know, like Chris didn't know who called the ambulance and was racking his brain. Their brain is being racked right now because they don't know what's going to happen next, and they're fearful of what you're going to say and stuff. So the reality is that they're just in defense mode, but just remain cool, calm and collected, and we'll see. This is why they're reacting, but they're trying to attack you as much as you can. I mean, they've crossed several lines now. What is left now? All right. They're just going to find more and more.
Thinking nothing, and then they keep surprising me. Today is not tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But I am going to phone the police about that when I get off this live. That's the first thing I'm going to do because I feel I really need to protect Nat's mom because this is really unfair, and she will be protected by the police, and I am going to report that.
Well, that's up to you, Vimto. But the reality is that we were trying to talk about your relationship breakdown with Michelle Matthews and the circumstances that led up to that. And it was just another knee-jerk reaction by her. And, and these are the consequences, the things...
I know, but she's not going to take it down. She's going to leave it up. What if Nat's kids see that? They know it's the Nan. Jesus Christ, do you know what I mean? I literally have got no choice. My hands are tied in that. I don't want to ring the police. I'd rather she just took it down. But I know she's not going to. She's going to keep it for badness. So, the only thing I can do is to get to the police and tell them because, this guy is getting out of prison on early release this year. And Mum's been doing a petition to try and keep him in prison that's not working. And, he's going to come out and she's got that to deal with, and then she's gonna put that up on TikTok. No, fuck, no.
And yeah, you understand. I'm just trying to calm the situation down a little
No.
to get the steam
I
out
don't
of it.
care about the rest of the stuff they've said about me. I
Yeah.
don't care anymore. I ain't
I know.
interested. But
But
that
this,
about Nat's mom, that's too far.
yeah, and I'm just like she's putting more fire into the situation. I'm trying. She was meant to get off the app anyway. She said she's going to get off the app on the 26th.
Yeah, but she was lying, don't you remember? She was
Yeah.
lying. She come back to the app 2 days later, and even Paul said to her,
Yeah.
look, you can't stay away, you know.
Yeah, is Paul still here? Is Paul got
No, he's doing his own. Paul's doing his own live with Tanya and the girls.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I thought Tanya wanted to get to sleep as early and stuff. Well, if you want to clock off now, I mean, the reality is that this has all been kind of derailed and stuff. I'm not going to do these
Well, let's
lives
see if
until.
Claire wants to come back up and speak, to be honest.
Well, you can speak
Now she's heard everything. I just want to know if, like, she's okay. Can you come back up, Claire, please, if you don't mind, just so I can see you're all right.
Okay, and this is because I didn't even know who Claire Bear was, and this is the situation that started it all. This is the situation back in June, July when Stell had done this.
I've never mentioned Claire's situation to you.
Yeah, no, you haven't.
No, so like in fairness, you didn't know who Claire was until today.
Yeah.
Claire, can you please request so I can speak to you all?
All right. Well, I've got that Talia. Do you want to speak to her?
Talia can come if she wants to. I've got no problem with any of it, to be honest. Hiya, Talia, you okay?
Maybe she requested by mistake.
Maybe. I don't think Talia wants to get involved in this stuff. I think she's just coming to watch, from what I can gather. I don't think she wants to get involved in the situation.
Yeah.
Can you invite Claire to see if she'll come?
I did. I've just invited her and stuff, and it's just been a bit of a hectic situation.
If she rejects it, it's fine. I'll call her after.
No, but the thing is, you can call her afterwards. Yeah. What's this? Valerie's just joined. Yeah, so I mean, obviously, we had a bit of a schedule.
Right now, right? Look, this live's come to a crashing end. So, and I'm saying this, and I know it's not what you want, but I feel it needs dealing with. If Valerie wants to come up and talk to me, there's nobody here really. Just so that she can get
leave it, man. No, leave it. You understand? At the end of the day, yeah, I think you guys just you got to know when you don't get on with people, you don't get on with people.
No, it's just that she wants answers and she wants apologies. I'd rather just answer the questions now and get it over and done with. Look, instead of
I'm advising against this, but if you the thing is, only got 10 people.
I'm not going to argue with her.
All right.
Hi, Valerie.
I don't know if she's accepted. She put an invitation in some time ago, but
she's in the box. I can see her in a box. Yeah.
Hi, Valerie.
Hi, Talib's brother. Hello, Vinto.
Hiya.
Sometimes I think you get my messages wrong, and it takes me a little while to type them.
I'm sorry if that's the case.
But what I want you to understand, it's not me. I feel like that needed the apology. It's just maybe think before you speak and question things. When I saw Pure Islam, I met her on DWP's thing, and she had a lovely, kind heart and helped one man out and helped him get to Scotland with a few of us, and I thought she was an amazing woman, and I really liked her. And I came across Talib's brother's live about euthanasia, and because of my age, it really interested me, and that's how I got to know him and Don Michael. And then I heard her and Sheikh Faisal and Sally all having a go at Talib for no reason. I mean, and it was just pure nastiness. And I'm sorry if I've said some things that upset you.
Listen. Listen. what I was just going to say to it is, like, you've already explained to me what happened with all of that, and I do understand. The only thing I were asking you for was to let me finish, because if you ask me to apologise and then I apologise, it seems insincere. Whereas if I do that off my own back, then you know it's genuine. So I were trying to wait until all these lives had finished, and then I were going to apologise to people individually. And if I'm not asked for it, then it comes across as I mean it. Whereas if you keep saying to me, oh, you need to apologise, I know I need to apologise, Valerie. And if you're patient, it will get there. I mean, I have already apologised to Don Michael. And I'm going to apologise to you now while you're not asking for it, because I genuinely am sorry about upsetting you. I'm genuinely sorry about the things that I've said, you know, and I want to give you that, like, but without you having to ask for it. You shouldn't have to ask for an apology, because, you know, you need to know that I mean it for a start, you know. And if you say to me, well, you need to apologise, and I'll go, oh, I'm sorry then. Like, it's not even genuine, is it? Like, surely it would mean more if you don't ask me to apologise and I just come to you like I am now, and I speak to you and I explain and I apologise. That surely would mean more than an apology you've had to ask for. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah. Can I ask you a couple of questions, Vinto?
Of course you can.
You know, like when you do the stinging operation, obviously that's for the men that go for...
I don't do that anymore, but I used to, and it was I was a decoy. I never went out on the streets. I used to set up my accounts online, and then predators would come along and they would approach, and I would tell them my age within the first 3 messages. Now, if these men didn't message back, I wouldn't chase them. But if the message back, I would talk to him, but they would always have to message me first. I'm not, like, some decoys will...
because otherwise it's entrapment, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So some decoys will do that. I personally didn't, because I feel like you can't force somebody to be a predator, just because if you run after them, that's what you're forcing them into doing it, you know. So, like, I've never done that. I've just left people to come to me.
So because it was a long time with Rangi, not that I had met Rangi a couple of times, again in DWPs, and I had seen his, but I weren't really onto it because I don't really know a lot about social services and children. Not that I don't feel, it's just something...
No, I understand.
I don't really know about. And I just wondered, like, doing that stinging operation, obviously you need the proof. Like you said, they have to answer your message, and this starts the proof. They don't just go and nab someone. It's
we screenshot all our messages,
and when you're doing an investigation, you don't start blurting it all over TikTok or whatever. And I was just wondering, with this experience, why did you never stop to think, well, this isn't... Like,
it's because this what Michelle were doing, it was, to me, it was different to stinging and decoying and stuff, because she wasn't stinging, she was running an awareness. So that's very, very different. Where, you know, she was just, as far as I could see at the time, she was putting this information out there that she'd got, and she were asking people to stay away and not to give the details online. And that weren't just to Rangi, that were to anybody, and that made sense to me. And then she would make these videos and she would send them to me, and she'd say, you know, share this out, and I'd watch the videos and I'd share them and I'd like them and I'd save them. Oh no, she did green drip. I'll speak to her in a second. So she would run in awarenesses, so I didn't need to decoy anybody or anything like that, because nobody was going to go out and sting Rangi. It was just an awareness online, and she convinced me really easily. And I know it's stupid. I'm sitting here now, I can't believe I didn't ask for evidence and that, but it come to a point where I felt like she was my friend and she wouldn't lie to me, and I didn't need the evidence. I could just trust her. The only one that I questioned was the green drip one, and that was because I were listening to Green Drips live. I were outside listening at the time and Michelle was recording it. And what Green Drip said was, I were accused of doing something to my daughters, and instead of her playing all of it, she got, I was doing something to my daughters. She never put that I was accused, and I said to her, well, you can't put that out. You need to put like the first bit out as well, like where he said that he was accused of. And she said, it'll make the video too long, it won't upload if I put that on. And I was like, so are you going to put a voiceover on it and say, or look, what are you going to do? Because you can't just say and put that out about Green Drip. Because at the time, I were messaging Green Drip and I were talking to him, and he were begging me to get Michelle to take down his girlfriend's face off her videos. And I were talking to Michelle and I couldn't, and I kept, and Green Drip was saying she's going to get to the police, and I think he thought I were being rude, and I was like, tell her to get to the police because I can't get Michelle to take it down. I really can't. I've tried. I've spoke to a Green Drip. I remember the conversation we had. So, you know, I just get swept along in it, and it was an awareness. It wasn't a stinging thing. It was different to what I was doing on Facebook. Very, very different, and that's why.
Can I just chime in? Can I just chime in? So what Vimto used to do was gather the evidence. So she, and as she's explained, you know, she'll put herself, and people would approach her, and then she would make the decision based on, you know, what the conduct of the other people were. In Michelle's case, Michelle was the one that was gathering the information, and so what Vimto wanted to do
now,
was, because
as a decoy, we don't even make the decision. What happens is, we build a G drive and we send it to the hunters and the founders, and they decide whether there's enough evidence. Even that's not down to the decoys.
Yep. So do you understand, Valerie, why she couldn't see what was happening? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it just, I don't know. I just.
If you don't understand, you can ask me something else. I'm not going to run away.
I just don't know why. Oh, I don't want to be
Come on,
nasty.
Valerie, with respect to yourself, you of all people, you know, should, like, the question you're asking her effectively is like, why couldn't you see this for what it was? But the reality is,
and how you were hurting people and
but the
destroying
thing is,
their
Valerie,
lives.
No. Just hold on a second. Hold on. You can answer that question. But Valerie, I'd just like to remind you that, you know, you were also enamored by pure Islam, weren't you? And you couldn't see it until you actually had to see them attacking me. So I think there needs to be a little bit of understanding that these people.
Yeah, I know, but pure Islam was on the phone to me at that time, telling me to get off your lives and.
Yep.
But I am a woman that has her own mind, and I don't mean it rude to you, Vinto. Yeah, I can make up my own mind and my own judgments, whether I'm right or wrong.
So
I suppose the same as in your case, whether you're right or wrong, you just made the wrong decision.
You know what you said about me hurting people and stuff, and thinking, that was the last thing that was on my mind. I didn't care if it were hurting him at the time, and the reason that I didn't care if it was hurtful to him or not is because she convinced me that there were child rapists and child traffickers. And you've got to remember, I heard it, I know it wasn't, and it was clipped and that, but like, I heard Rangi say, I've moved children around the country, and I heard the police ask for that information, and he refused to give it. Now, at the time, I didn't know them videos were clipped and edited. I thought she was just like making these videos of things from a rewatch app, and that's what was being said on them. I didn't know, like, they were clipped until, you know, she was doing it to me, and that's when it clicked. That's why on the messages, when I'm telling her I'm going to stay away, I'm still saying to her, I hope you get Rangi, because he's a fucking horrible man. Look, because at that time, I'm still convinced that Rangi is doing these things. That's why even when I'm walking away from it, I'm saying to her, you do you, little lady, and, you know, you're going to get there and you'll get it out eventually. Because I'd heard Rangi say all these things, and then when I heard her clipping and editing what I'd said, and I knew I hadn't said them things, and I was like, how is she making me say, like, what is going on here? It weren't until then that I saw, oh shit, this is what she's been doing with them fucking videos all along. And that's when I seen it. It weren't up until then.
Now, Valerie, do you understand something called confirmation bias and how, these so-called cult leaders, even religious leaders, get people to, be enamored by them? And some people are really, really university educated degree people. Like if you look at Scientology and stuff, Scientology.
Yeah, and I know about Jamestown yes, I do know.
Yeah.
And I do understand, Vinto, sometimes we make wrong decisions, but I am coming around, Vinto, yeah, but it's just
listen, Valerie, I'm not doing it to
taking
make
me
you
a
come
little
around.
while because a lot of
I'm
people
not trying
did get
to make you
hurt,
come
and
around to me. And I'm not trying to make excuses. If you don't like me, that's fine. You don't need to.
it's not. I don't like you, or I do like you. I don't mean it horrible, but I don't really know you.
No, I know. But if you decide that I've hurt too many people and you can't move past that, I'm not doing it to make you.
The best thing that I
come
like
round
about
to
you
me.
being on here is at least you're opening up and admitting
Yes.
to what you did wrong, and I think that is a
And I'm
good bit
trying
of
to
your
answer,
character.
like even now,
Yes.
I'm sitting there and I'm trying to answer your questions, your personal questions that
Valerie,
you want answering.
just one second.
I'm
You know what
trying.
is, Valerie, I think you know what is the questions you're asking Vimto's asking those questions to herself and she doesn't understand. So it's a bit unfair for her to answer your
It's only
question.
been 3 weeks, and I'm trying to talk on it like now, and I'm trying to answer everybody's questions while I'm still making sense to it myself. I've been on lives now since 7:30, like yesterday morning, and trying to apologise to people, trying to explain to people, trying to answer people's questions, trying to make people feel better about what I've done, and not for my sake, for their sake. I don't care about my sake anymore. I've told Jodie, I will send the stuff to the police that she wants me to. I will then inbox her my address and stuff so that she can ring the police and report me. I've got no problem with owning what I've done, and if that means that I'll get into trouble, then so be it. I don't care about that, but it is what I've done to these people and making sure that I can, at least make them feel a little bit better.
Yeah,
Look, Valerie,
and make
sorry, go ahead.
people aware of. I hope a lot of people see what trolls can. It's not nice, is it? Nobody wants anybody to harm themselves or.
No,
Yes,
exactly.
yes.
And like, have you asked me like all the questions? Like, have I answered them for yourselves that like you're satisfied
Because we're
with
looking
that?
to end the
Because
live now.
what I don't want to do is what I don't want to do is leave this, and the next live that we come on, you've got questions in the comments and like I'm taking it the wrong way because I'm already upset and wound up and stuff, and then I'm snapping at you because that's not fair either. You're only asking questions and I shouldn't be doing that, but I'm frustrated.
I'm just trying to understand as well, just like you, Vinto.
Listen, if you want to message me questions and stuff, and you don't feel like you've been answered here, you can message me and I will answer you still. You'll still get the same answers. It'll be by message, but that's okay. It doesn't matter how I answer.
Okay. I think I think this is what this is live's about trying to understand things. First of all, I think Valerie, you have to give credit for somebody who's done something wrong and like owning up to, and that's what I want to give about Vinto.
Yeah.
She believes. Yeah, so she's owning up to it. People like Michelle Matthews can't own up to their mistakes. That's the first thing. But Valerie, can you just give it some time? Because it's only the 3rd of December that she's come on forward. It's a lot. She's been on the live since 7 o'clock this morning, yesterday morning. We're just going to remind people, and Valerie, if you don't know, this is a vulnerable woman. She is got lots of health issues herself. She doesn't talk about those things, but I think if you just give patience and understanding. No, but it doesn't matter. I know. But I think what I would ask for Valerie is just patient and understanding. Is that okay? Now, Vimto, there is one other thing, another matter that I need to talk to you about.
Yeah.
If that's okay, Valerie.
Okay.
I've got Stell is texting me and he says he wants to ask you some questions and stuff. I don't
No, I
advise.
don't want to speak to him.
All right, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. That's end of the situation then, because I wouldn't advise it, but it's up to you. He's asking me, and you can deal with him in another way. But
If you want to ask me, listen, if you want to ask me the questions that he's texting you right now on this live, I will answer. But I am never, ever going to speak to that big, fat, horrible bastard ever again. But I will answer you.
Okay, fair enough. Ask the question. I'm just going to send him a message saying, ask the question, yeah? And I'll ask him because the reality is that, look, Valerie, you've known me for some time. Valerie, you've known me for some time. I'm not here to spread the hatred. I think the only thing that can kill a demon is love. And that's all I've ever tried to do. I've not even have a campaign says, make love, not war, and have lots of babies. If you remember that campaign, Valerie. I'm not here about spreading, violence and aggression. I just want people to stop fighting. And, it's much more better when people are like in a loving mood. Even to Michelle Matthews, I'm trying to encourage her to love. But it seems that I'm working on it. I think I'll succeed, but maybe I'm foolish.
Listen, no offense here either, Vinto. When I used to listen to everything and like on the messages to phone, I used to think you had the patience of a saint, and I couldn't understand how Vinto and Michelle weren't listening to what was being said. And I don't mean that horrible to you, Vinto, yeah, but sometimes I think the messages went over your heads and the pair of you only ever heard what you wanted to hear.
Have you ever heard, right? I've been thinking about this a lot, and I ain't gonna listen. I am not saying this to fucking excuse myself or anything like that, right? And I hate to fucking think this because it's driving me insane. But Shaz, I'm hoping that you know about this before I say it. Have you ever heard of something called folie à deux?
In fact, I don't know what that is. Do explain. Do enlighten me. I'm always looking to be educated and enlightened.
Okay.
What is folie à deux?
Folie à deux is where you get, and this is like, do you know about it, Cruella? And folie à deux, it's where two people will commit a crime. Normally it's a crime, right? I know, well, some of this is crime, ain't it? Do you know what I mean? I ain't going to sugarcoat it. And folie à deux is where to get a delusion between themselves, right? And these two people, what you do, and people will follow it, will unfollow, will follow, and yeah. So, and basically, look, this folie à deux is where one person has a delusion and they bring this other person into it. So, like, and then they're convinced between themselves and they make each other worse. Over time, it just gets worse and worse. They get more and more convinced by it. And, like, they do really irrational things. Now, I'm looking at it and I feel a bit like that right now.
Wow.
Guys, you're going to have to Google this folie à deux.
Yeah. That's exactly what this is.
It's what it translates to is folie à deux. It translates to madness for two. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh my God, I can't even believe I'm frigging saying this. I really can't. But that's what I feel like right now. And I feel like she's had this delusion and I've been drawn into it, and it's just she's made me believe it, and then it's got worse and worse and worse and worse. And like I've said things, and maybe I've like about you. She's had the worst of it is I've had this thing about you because I've felt like you've parked outside her house, you've done this, you've done that, you've done the other, and then when like the mist started to clear a little bit, and I can start to think straight, and I've come away from it. Like, and I'm seeing it for myself, and I'm seeing what's happened and what's been done, and that. Like, I can't even believe some of the stuff. Like, look, if you'd have told me 12 months ago I were going to end up doing this, like I wouldn't have believed it. I'd have said, not a fucking chance. You're crazy. You're the one that's crazy. Do you know what I mean? Like, but like, yet here I am. Here I am.
You know what is, Vimto? That is because the whole point of this lives were to get insight all right, into the situation. I'm glad Valerie asked that question, because Valerie's not acting with maliciousness. We're just trying to understand it.
No one
And
know
you've
that.
just, sometimes, Vimto, you offers that this is another moment that you've actually surprised me. This folio do is madness between two people, but I think maybe it should be folio 3 or folio more, because this is Michelle Matthews's delusions that have been spread on a TikTok platform that makes it go viral and brings everybody into this delusion, feed off each other. That is a perfect assessment of what's happening here. And I think if Valerie can understand that perspective, this folio do phenomena is one where people, have a delusion, and the two of them just have the same delusion, and they get information confirmation biases.
Right.
And in this case, the folio do delusion is Rangi's Orangan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yep.
And like,
Yep.
if you just Google like what folio do is, I saw it on a thing where two girls were in this car and they jumped out on the motorway and they caused all these accidents because they got this delusion of, I can't remember exactly, but they committed these horrible crimes, and that's why, because they got this folio do, and that's what I feel like. And the more I'm talking to people, the more I kind of feel like I don't want to say it because I'm fucking ashamed. I'm ashamed of it, you know what I mean? But like, unless like I think the
thing of Vimto, I think that really explains a lot, this folio do concept, because obviously that's what I didn't know the word of it, but that's what it is. It's called mass hypnosis or mass delusion. It often happens in crowds, and TikTok is a platform that's amplifying that. So, this is a great bit of insight here, because Michelle Matthews has some sort of delusions, and we know why, because we never discussed that. Remember when we were, what our understanding is of the psychological makeup of Matthews, and that was going to be the big reveal and insight. We're ending the lives today, but I'm glad that you brought this up. Once again, I love you for that, because reality is that this is, given Michelle Matthews' delusions, and you and I know why those delusions exist. She's then come onto a viral platform like TikTok and created this folio do, and got everybody warped up into this.
What she created was her own delusion. It become folio do when I
exactly
when I drawn into it.
Yeah, no, exactly, Vimto. But I was saying, we know why she created that delusion. We're not going to talk about it now. But, yeah. Once she's created that delusion, she's come onto a public platform and she's created this folio do concept, or the folio do thing, and lots of people have been drawn into it, and you were the primary victim of this. That is the insight that I want people to understand, why Vimto did the things that she did. She fell into somebody else's delusions, and so Valerie can see the fact that we all can fall into other people's delusions. And similarly, Pure Islam was doing exactly the same thing. Folio do, she had these delusions about me, and then she was getting other people to be recruited, and a whole gang of Muslim Pakistani group were attacking me because of this folio do, and they were all following Pure Islam. Does that help give you an understanding, Valerie?
It definitely does.
Yes. So when you can see the fact that, we look to find monsters, but often we find people with delusions and madnesses, and then we can have a bit of sympathy and empathy and compassion for them, can't they? You don't know the reason why Michelle Matthews has these delusions. We do. I think me and Vimto have uncovered this, and that was going to be the big reveal of this live. Unfortunately, that's going to have to wait until some other time. And all I'm just saying is that
I kind of think maybe it's the circumstance of the way she was brought up. You look at things from her past, like the neighbours from hell, and
yes. But I don't want to talk about this, because that's going to be our big reveal or insight. But can you understand, when you see, like, I tell you what it reminds me of. I think Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, and I'm getting emotional now, because there's a scene where Frankenstein's monster says, "Look, I didn't ask to be created. You didn't even make me a mate. What is my purpose in life?" Like, it's, this Frankenstein is a mad scientist, and Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, I'm sure you know about it. Like, he was just his own ego, wanted to play God, and created a monster from dead body parts. But once that Frankenstein's monster existed, he showed us who the real monster was. I'm just getting kind of emotional, because that's a very touching scene when the monster that he's created, Frankenstein's monster, says, "Look, you created me without a purpose or a partner, and like we really find out who the real monster was, not this monstrosity that's dead body parts together, but Frankenstein's obsession with trying to be God. All right, and I think that's a very touching thing there. That like you can empathize with this monstrosity. That look, at the end of the day, that is right. He didn't ask to be created. Man created Frankenstein's monster, and now we're all demonizing him and trying to kill him. But the reality is that I think that's a very touching insight. And the same thing with Stella. Like, if you like, well, he's a Frankenstein's monster. What happened to him to become that way? What happened to Michelle Matthews to become a troll? I think those are the important questions that, obviously I was trying to unravel here. And when you see that, you can empathize with these people. All right. That's the message that I was trying to convey in these lives. It's not about condemning people or making people out to be bigger monsters. What happened to Michelle Matthews to make her this way? What happened to Stell to make him this monster? And once you break it down, like, for example, what happened to Vimto to make her go insane and do all these other horrible things? Because remember, Vimto started going into decoying and all this other stuff because she wanted to do good for the world. She didn't become a decoy and go into this work of voluntarily. She wanted to stop bad people doing bad things. And then she ended up being a bad person herself, doing bad things, falling into a delusion. So I hope that Valerie can give you some insight and compassion and understanding.
Yeah, it does. I'm quite pleased to come up and spoke to Vinzo, actually.
Yeah, I'm pleased that you did that, and I'm pleased that Vimto mentioned this follow do. I mean, we were coming to the end of these lives, and I was a bit like disappointed because this is going to be my last live until next week. But I hope that is. It's not excusing Vimto. Obviously, she's a grown woman. What she did, but can you understand madness and how madness can spread in crowds? And then now what's happening is Vimto for the last couple of weeks, she's walking away and thinking, I did that. And she's coming to terms with it herself. And so, Valerie, can you understand why asking these questions are putting her under pressure? She doesn't understand herself. Only today, while we're talking right now, you can see that Vimto is literally mentioned the thing, and she's like, I'm embarrassed, but I think that's what happened to me. So she herself is coming, walking away from this mass delusion of Michelle Matthews. So I'm glad you brought that question up, and I'm glad we've had this discussion.
I think as well, Tan and Corella have come in as you're ending the live, but they've missed the massive part about where we were explaining about you and the way you are, and I wish they'd been in here for that because.
Well, what were they doing? They were starting their own live. They could have waited. So could Pure Islam. Like, we don't do lives every night. They can do a live any day they want. And now I'm not going to do a live until next week. So, like, the thing is, they could have listened and watched. I spent a lot of time, preparing for this live, just so we can get to this some insight. Isn't insight better than condemnation, Valerie?
Oh, yeah, definitely. We do have to learn, and you're right. If we can make things better with love more than hate, it's a better way for the world to be. We wouldn't have, well, you know how I feel and who runs the world. And
yes. No, we understand. We're not going to get into
hating each other. So yeah, you're right.
Yes. But the thing is, I mean, like, here's this, telling me I'm rude. Of course I'm rude. I'm obnoxious by purpose. I told you I'm on this plat to be a TikTok bad boy. Because the way I see it, that's the only way I'm going to get bad bitches. And I've found myself a real bad bitch, haven't I? Michelle Matthews. But she's nothing compared to my one true love, which is Pure Islam. Right? And it's all about, like, trying to get these people to understand. I have to go for the shock factor in order to shock people into listening. So if I don't call you, forgive me, Paul, but if I don't call you a little cunt, you ain't going to prop up and listen, are you? Now, you're going to prop up when I call you a little cunt because, like, hey, wait a minute, what has he called me that for? And then I'm going to get your attention. I'm just trying to work my way about how this platform works. But, Paul, I never had any malice in my heart, so that I feel I can get away with it. You look at the kind of things that...
Hang on, Shazad, stop. Can you stop a minute? Like, I just want to explain something that I explained when the girls weren't in here. And the thing is, Shazad, he goes and he talks to them because what he did for me was he got me to stop and not react. And, without Shazad over the past few weeks, I would have been in a big mess. I'd have been, look, I don't know what I'd have done. He's done a lot for me over the last few weeks that I don't say about that. But what I can say is, like, yes, he does do these things, and he does say, you know, things that come across as being misogynistic and all these other things, but he does it. Can you let Tan in the box, please?
I will. Just finish your point first.
And you know, he does these things, and he's talking to Michelle and Stell because he's still trying to bring the best out in them, even though they've done all these vile things. He's still
Listen,
trying to.
Vimto.
No,
Finish Vimto.
he's still trying to bring the best out in them and to stop them being trolls, because unless somebody stops them,
He is a troll. Blockhead's a troll. Like, what's going on? You heard this what he spoke to Claire Bear, like, tomorrow when the live comes out and people are going to see that he's behaved like that and you're in the box after being around Michelle and Stell, and he's exactly them.
Claire Bear's been in here listening. I mean, I don't know whether she wants to come and say anything about what.
I'm sure she'll have a lot to say in Lindsay's live tomorrow.
What time's Lindsay's live, Tan?
She's on from about 6 in the morning, isn't she?
Okay.
But your reactions that you're looking for, you're not gonna get attention acting like Stell and Michelle. You know, you're just gonna end up in the same situation.
But that's not. I don't want attention. Tan, have you finished?
You just said you want to be on the platform as a bad boy. Contradicting yourself.
Okay. Have you finished? Is there anything else you want to say, Tanya Queen?
You're a fucking idiot, mate.
Idiot.
Do you think you can just speak to people like a little minion? Go and speak to Michelle like that?
I do.
You don't, you little victim.
Look, Tanya, what is the point of you being in the box?
Because you just call my mate a bastard and think you can just get away with it because I'm just because I can get away with it because I want to be a bad boy. You're not a bad boy.
Get lost, Tanya. Okay, I'm not going to have this. We just read. No, I don't give a. You know, you respect her, but the reality is that she's just derailing things. We've just received some really good insight here about, what was it? What did you call it? Me Too or something, all right? Follow you do. Let's focus on this. She's the biggest troll of them all. She's just coming here to derail things. Hey, mate, tell whoever you like. I don't really care.
That's all.
Pardon?
She's Tanya the troll.
Okay. But the reality is that she just likes. Look, you know what it is? I'm being patient because, once again, Vimto, she's your friend. I'm being respectful and giving her the time of day. Otherwise, I would never even speak to this person. And Vimto, I just want you to think about this. To me, she is like what Stell was to you. All right. And to me, I'm bending over backward just like you were bending over backwards for Michelle. I don't respect this woman. She's a rude, obnoxious woman that comes on here and like just passing judgment. The whole point of my life is, please, can you not pass judgment on people? All right. And she's just passing judgment from one comment and stuff like this. These people, I'm telling you, mate, Vimto, you know, obviously our lives are coming to an end now. You're just exchanging Michelle Matthews and Stell for other trolls like Tanya Queen, and you can't see that. But that's up to you. But I'm telling you this, mate, this person is not, she's not a nice person. She may claim to be. She's got a big platform, and you've just seen that. She's just come in here and threatened me. And when people threaten me, what do you want me to do? She's made prejudgments and stuff. I don't really care about what she's gonna do, but she's your friend.
She wasn't here when the explaining and then that was being done.
It doesn't matter, Vimto. You can explain to her tomorrow on Angie's live or whoever's live. They won't listen, mate. All right. The reality is that you can try to explain it. Pardon?
Claire started to listen.
Who?
Claire Bear.
Well, the thing is, after today, I hope, you know, like we can, like, this is your group of friends. I'm trying to be respectful and courteous to them, having a laugh and a joke. The only person,
my friend.
Yeah, but the only person that's I'm trying to not be disrespectful to is my friend Valerie, who I've known for some time, who supports me.
And I've tried not, and I haven't been disrespectful.
Exactly.
To Valerie.
I know you haven't. But the thing is, like because Valerie asked that question, we got some insight, which I think you also hadn't really thought about until you mentioned it. This, what was it? Follow me, do.
Follow you, do.
Yeah, follow you, do. I'm going to look into this, but I'm glad that you mentioned that, because that is, what we're talking about here is madness, isn't it? These trolls suffer from madness and lack empathy and compassion and understanding. And all people like Tanya Queen do is provoke them. They put a stick up their bum of the trolls, and then the trolls get outraged and rip them apart. And then they're like, oh no, the trolls ripped us apart. Why did he put a stick up his bum? All right. Why did you not give a flower to a troll and compassion and understanding? That's what I'm trying to do here. Oh, don't talk to him. Don't. What you've noticed here, Vimto, because you can't see it. It's not just Michelle Matthews that is the spearheader of the follow you do. You are susceptible to follow you do. I'm going to say it here right now. Yeah, Vimto, you are susceptible to follow you do. And you're going to just escape one toxic relationship to another one. That's all that's going to happen here. Now what the problem is. This follow you do. Don't become a follower. All right. Don't be a follower of other people's delusions, because you're going to find a lot of people here that are delusional. And I hope I'm giving you advice. The reality is that's like I view you as a sister. I'm giving you advice. I hope I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful to you. I know how much you're looking up to Tanya. Tanya Queen is the popular girl in the school, and you want to be with the popular kids. But
no, Tan and Cruella have had my back since, a long time ago. Okay, I wasn't on the phone and I wasn't having calls with them, but Tan and Cruella and the girls, they've all been there for me.
I'm sure they have. But what I'm saying, Vimto, is that, you don't need to follow them.
I'm not following anybody. They are going to say
no. What I think
I'm friends with everybody. Do you know what I mean?
But you don't need to be a doormat to people. That's what I'm trying to say. You were a doormat to Queenie, weren't you? Of course you were a doormat.
I've been on live since 7:30 this morning.
I know.
I can't even think straight anymore.
Okay. Fair
I'm more confused now than ever. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's just end it. It's 12:30.
Can I just ask a question, if Vinta doesn't mind? It's a bit personal. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, because people do it all the time now. But did you grow up in a 2-parent family?
I did. My mum and dad got divorced when I was about 18.
Right. Did when you were growing up, did your parents teach you lessons like, say stupid things to you?
No, my mum and dad.
I'm going to intervene here. I think. You know what? I'm sorry, Vimto. I'm going to drop you here. I'm sorry about this. The reason I'm going to drop you is because I don't think that's a fair question, Valerie, to ask her when she's really vulnerable right now. She's been on this live since 7 o'clock this morning, and I think this is a very personal question you're asking her. And for her own protection, I've just dropped her because she's going to try to justify it. The question
I just wondered if
look, I'll explain.
Did her parents teach her anything like?
No.
Mine would say, if your friend jumped off a cliff, would you? Or don't be a sheep.
Yes. I understand. But the thing,
they teach you things.
I know. But let me explain something, because I don't think Vimta would mind. She's told everybody this as well. She comes from a very troubled background. As far as she's concerned, her biological parents didn't treat her very well. They were not physically, she had a very poor relationship, and she was so happy to meet Nat, her best friend, and she gives it to me. They were more my parents than my biological parents. So she's a very vulnerable, troubled childhood. Yeah. And so can you understand that a lot of people are exploiting that? And, if you look at her psychological makeup, you can understand how the way that she is and more susceptible to follow me do.
Yeah,
and that's all she's trying to now impress people like Tanya, who is, in my eyes, just another very, powerful lady. And, it's very easy for someone like Vimto. And I'm sorry if I'm talking about you, but the question was that, look, Valerie, I've had this message with you directly. Some of us were not privileged to have loving, caring, compassionate parents. Some of us have had very abusive parents, and that's caused us to have psychological traumas and delusions. and that, is also a factor that you need to take into consideration. And all I'm asking you guys listening to this is just to be caring and compassionate and empathetic to other people that have not been as lucky as I am, or lucky as you are. Do you understand? And dealing with childhood traumas, dealing with parents divorcing, dealing with single parent families. These are all not good things, and they leave you with lifelong traumas. I mean, this woman, Vimto, when she told me what she's gone through, it was quite horrific. Just imagine losing your best friend, and as a consequence, also losing the loving people that cared for you as their own daughter. Because Nat's, her best friend's parents treated Vimto as a daughter and gave her the love and compassion and understanding. And maybe if some crazy nut didn't kill Nat, maybe that she could have continued to have that relationship and would have been a much more more adjusted person. And Valerie, she did say to you that she has anger issues and personality. You've seen that she just flips, and this is not something that she can control. She will tell you herself, she's here listening right now, that in the last 3 weeks, that's all I've done is try to tell her, look, Vim, to calm down, be patient, you don't need to respond straight away, just think about these things. And she herself will tell you how much I've helped her. All right. Nobody, and I've even told Vimto, if I could have met you when you were 10 or 12, if I was your parent, I could have maybe molded you in a different direction. All right. But we don't get to choose our parents. We don't get to choose the family we get born into. We don't get to choose if we're abused as children. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do understand. I do. But we can change, though.
We can change, yes. And Vimto has changed. Trust me, mate. In the last 3 weeks, she's changed so much. She will tell you herself. And this is one of the reasons that everybody can hate me here, but she is in love with me as well, because I have that effect on people. Valerie, do you love me as well?
I really enjoy you, and I really enjoy Don Michael, and I used to love Alan. I loved our discussions.
Yes.
And again, this is proof that where governments shut down families and churches and they broke down, this is the damage that it caused.
Yes. It's a damaged society full of damaged people. And remember, I'm going to reiterate this, I'm going to say it one more time for Tanya's benefit. There's no good people and bad people in the world, in my views. They're only broken people. We all come from broken backgrounds and broken people. And if you understand that we're not looking for demons, if you go looking for the devil, you'll find him anywhere, in everyone. But if you go looking for angels and gods and people, you'll find them too. I have found, and this is why I want to speak to Stella and Michelle and stuff, because I want to find the goodness in them. And there is goodness. We all came, if you remember, Valerie, and you're a mother who's brought up 7 or 8 children. One day they were all helpless little babies. All right? They were innocent. And they came into this world, and then they turned into a Michelle Matthews or a Stella. All right, what happened? All right, something went wrong. The environment was wrong. Somebody did something to them. They're dealing with their own traumas. And I think if you can just take that view, I'm sure, from your speaking to Vimto today, you've changed your mind, haven't you, about her?
I have.
Yes. And then I've done my job.
I was trying. I was trying, yeah. And sometimes, I do take a little while to type.
I know.
And I think she was getting the messaging a bit wrong.
Yeah.
And I have been listening to her, and I do appreciate, and I think it takes a lot of courage for her doing what she's doing.
Yep.
And I think she should look at that. It takes a lot of courage, and I admire her for that.
Yes. And, we should give her the respect that she deserves, because it's very hard to admit to that. And especially, let me tell you something about Vimto that I've got to know. She's a very proud woman, and she's very she's got very good qualities. And what she was doing effectively in her mind, she saw Michelle Matthews as her best friend Nat, and was just trying to protect her, and was believing all these things, and had inadvertently fallen into this follow me delusions of hers. And a lot of people have. A lot of Michelle Matthews' followers are equally falling into Michelle Matthews' delusions of, Rangi being a wrong-un and this person's being a wrong-un. The list just keeps on growing and growing about how many wrong-uns there are out there. And ultimately, this is Michelle. And Michelle Matthews herself, she is receiving mental health treatment. She's had to admit to this, that she is under psychiatrists are helping her deal with her own rage issues. So this is one woman, a big, larger than life individual, Michelle Matthews, that is having a mental health issues, and she's working through them through childhood traumas and all these other things. Unfortunately for everybody else, rather than internalizing them, Michelle Matthews externalizes them and brings everybody into her like dramas, and she is an apex troll because of things that have happened to her. I mean, it's open knowledge that Michelle Matthews ended up having having a relationship with somebody, her baby daddy, who was 19 at the time, and she was only 14. And she was got into teenage pregnancies. Then obviously, there's
So a
loads
young
of
girl looking for love.
yes. That's it. And this is, when people are asking me this question, why is she so attracted to me? And I know she is, all right? She can deny it all she wants because, like, she's never been loved, truly. And we all want to be loved, innit, Valerie? And that's why I offer people love.
Of course we do.
Yes.
We definitely do. And I mean, as a mother, it was okay when the older ones sort of went off, but as you got to the younger ones, you get the empty nest syndrome, and
Yes.
you don't want to let them go.
Yes. And can you understand, for someone like Vimto, who obviously she's a mother too, and her children are grown up, and it's very lonely dealing with trauma. I mean, I don't know if have had death to deal with. Dealing with bereavement can take a very long time. And I just ask people, just take a moment, listen to what this woman's gone through. All right, she has lost her whole world when Nat was gone away, and then she's now here, and then this terrible troll Michelle Matthews, knowing that that is the worst thing that she can do to him, is now saying that Michelle Matthews is saying that Vimto encouraged her death. All right, and now today Vimto is really alarmed and distressed because Michelle Matthews has put up Nat's mother's picture up. Can you understand? So it's just getting worse and worse. And this is what a troll does. A troll comes, befriends you, finds out your most biggest weakness, and then exploits that to, what do you call it? Do the box Vimto. No, Vimto, you've had enough today. I'm sorry, but you need to go get some rest. If you want to go speak to people, I'm just having a chat with my friend. You can listen in. There's 20 people in the room. Me and Valerie are having a conversation, and it said, bring Vimto back. No, Vimto's had enough. I've given her enough time. 3 hours. All right, for the first 3 hours, we're all me talking and other people talking. She's had 3 hours on Thursday, 3 hours yesterday. We've had a live today. My lives got banned. We've done enough now. You can go speak to Vimto on Tanya Queen's live tomorrow or whenever. Like, at the end of the day, all I'm trying to do is get people to stop being irrational and spread love and have that Christmas spirit about them. And okay, Shazad, I'm gonna go live now. Guys, you wanna come over? Yeah. Vimto, you don't need to go live, you need to go rest. All right. These people are goading you. Yeah, do whatever you want, mate. Go leave. I don't care. I'm just having a pleasant conversation with my friend Valerie. All right, Valerie, because these people, she's been on the live since 7 o'clock this morning, and she wants to go live now and to explain things to people. She is a pick me, doormat. And I hope she doesn't mind me saying this, but the reality is, why is she going on the live? They can wait. All right. They're all now salivating for Vimto. All right. And the reason they're salivating for Vimto is because Vimto didn't react for 3 weeks. All right. And bye, Tanya. Take care. You can go see, unblock me. Vimto, unblock me. I don't care. I don't know what's happening here, mate. The reality is that, Valerie, obviously it's getting late. I've been on this live for like 3 hours. I don't know how they do it. 5-6 hours on a live. I'm getting a bit of a headache and then being like criticized by everybody. I'm trying to do something good and everybody's trying to criticize me. Well, you can all, what is it? You had your chance, Shazad. Okay. Paul's another one, isn't he? Right? You can go to her live. Bloody hell, it's just so much headache, isn't it? I'm glad that they banned me. I'm glad I'm not going to do these lives. I try to do something good for somebody, and this is what you get. You know what they say, Valerie? The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
They also say you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Well, I refuse to believe that, Valerie. I know you're saying that, but I hope if I can take the horse to water, I could get it to drink. I live in hope. Don't take that away from me. I hope that Michelle Matthews can change. I hope that Stell can change. I hope that people can change.
I do think they can, and I do understand what you say about the bereavement. Like, my youngest sister dedicated her life to my parents, and like they both died last year, and basically she was the one who was really devastated. We'd all had our lives, even though we still see my parents, but we didn't live like 2 doors away from them. And yeah, she felt like her best friend had gone as well. So I kind of got that with Vinto as well. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
But it is good because it does make me understand a little bit more.
Yep. And particularly, you know, my lives are for people like yourself that are seeking for understanding. Not like these TikTok. You know, most of these people, they'll admit it to you themselves. They got the attention of a gnat. Literally, they don't know what the, you know, just. And what I've also find why I'm having great difficulty getting to them is because these people enjoy car crash, you know, Jerry car crash TV, and they're in the demolition business, so it's like a building. They just want to see it demolished, and that's what gives them that cheap thrill. Whereas someone like myself wants to take the pride and time and effort to build, you know, the Taj Mahal, a thing of beauty. It takes time. These uncouth people don't appreciate, you know, fine wine, you know, a Michelin star meal. They just, you know, they're used to, you know, a quickie and, you know, a happy meal.
McDonald's.
Yes. So these are the kind of people that I'm trying to engage with. And this is Valerie, I wanted to explain this to you why I've been using vulgarity. You know, I'm against vulgarity and profanities and stuff. And why I've called myself the queen bitch and this and the other. I just thought to myself, you know, in order to speak to these people, you have to speak their language. And they just use profanities and vulgarities. So that's the reason I've done that. I don't need to explain myself to anybody, but because you're a lady I hold in great deal of respect, I just wanted you to know that that's the reason. I don't want you to be disappointed in me. It's just simply in order to talk to people that are cretinous and vulgar, you have to use vulgarity. Does that make sense?
Well, then my dad lied to me. He used to always say you should bring people up to your level. You shouldn't go down to theirs.
No, but Valerie, you don't understand. That's my secret plan. In order to bring up people up to your level, you have to first reach down, all right, and go to their level and take them by the hand and bring them up to your level. You know, I was making so much good progress with Michelle Matthews. You know, she never used to use profanities or vulgarities in front of me. And I was just so like pleased that I had made her a better person. And I have, you know, I don't think Michelle Matthews would disagree with me. I made her a better person. She unfortunately, in that process of making her a better person, I paid the price of becoming a worse person. But I did make her a better person. I think for as slowly as I could. You know, she would never use vulgarities and profanities in front of me. She would go out the way, you know, be really nice to me and stuff. But it's a work in progress. You can't expect somebody who spent their whole life being abused and traumatized one day take a pill and be fixed, can they?
Yeah, and also, you know, where I've listened to the conversations, because you did used to take them, and obviously they knew it, it's been mentioned.
Yeah, of course they did. Yes.
I cannot understand how Vinto or Michelle were fearful of you. They were laughing, they were joking. I just can't understand how they had those thoughts of you.
They never did, Valerie. It was all drama. You understand? Oh, I'm a vulnerable white woman. There's a stranger stalking me. They loved it. They loved playing that victim card. You see, all right. They just wanted to. Valerie, he swears and hurts people, especially Michelle Matthews. Oh, this is another one. I'm telling you, Valerie, you got to watch out for this Tanya Queen. She is just. Why did you know? Can I ask you a question, Valerie? You're a woman of great wisdom. Why do they call themselves queens all the time?
I think it's a new thing.
Yeah. Because the thing is, my understanding is that, you know, I think, you know, the prostitutes or women of the night, they have give themselves the name of queens.
Oh,
Yeah, that's my understanding. Because when I first, like, I've met a couple of people on this platform, and they call themselves queens, and they are like sex workers. All right. And then when I first came across Queen Bee, all right, I thought, is she a sex worker? And I said, no, that's not the case. Maybe so other people choose to do it. And there's another one here called Tanya Queen. Okay. I don't understand why they call themselves queens, but you've noticed there's a theme going on here, queen. All right. You don't. How many people have you noticed that call kings? And that's your mother, Shaz. Oh, well, okay, here's another troll. All right. So the thing is, men don't go around calling themselves kings, or not as frequently as the women use the word
I
king.
thought it was a new thing because I used to play for my younger children. I used to play them Nas. I know I can be what I want to be if I
Yeah.
work hard.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
be
yeah.
where I want to be.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and that had, you know, little girl be when your king, you know, he shouts, "She's my queen." Maybe it's just I thought it
Well,
was a young.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like I just it was just an observation of mine that a lot of people call themselves queens, and I think it's an overcompensation for I don't know. I mean, I know gay people call themselves queens. I mean, that's another one. Why do gay people call themselves queens? All right, I'm talking. You're talking too much. Look, with regards to all the listeners, we've got 8 people here. You should go to Tanya Queen and Vimto Bubbles. Go start the TikTok drama. I've not had a conversation with my friend Valerie for a long time, and I just want to have a bit of a conversation. So I've done these lives. I was trying to do a good thing. I was trying to show the people not to view trolls. Like, can you imagine? Were you listening to my first episode?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I told you how I first came aware of the trolls when Father Christmas gave me a book called Billy Goat Gruff.
Yep.
All right, and when I remember looking at the picture as a child and being really scared. It's a very harrowing picture, isn't it? That I had nightmares of just looking at the troll. All right, as a child, I got really scared from that book, but then I sat down and read it and like got an understanding of it, and like everybody can call that troll that lived on the bottom of the bridge,
Bridge.
yeah, and like condemn him as a bad person. And he was eating the little goats. But I don't think anybody's taken the time to find out, like, how did he end up in the bottom of the bridge? Like, what happened to him? Like, can you understand? If you'd looked at
Yes,
us,
I do. Because if you look today, I mean, I don't like to bring up Disney, but here I go. They did like Magnificent, which was a look at what made the Magnificent witch naughty and not good.
yeah,
And she sort of had a underlying reason for doing it, didn't she? Like the king had stole her wings.
yeah. So I think it's just all I'm asking people to do is ask more questions and try to act with empathy and compassion. And Valerie, I don't know if you know this, but this is another apex troll. He is somebody that everybody's hating. We've mentioned the name Stella Andrews. This is Stella Andrews. Now Vimto's gone and everybody else is gone. I've allowed him up to come up. But Valerie, this is Stella Andrews. And Stella, this is my good friend Valerie, a very respectful woman and, a follower of my work.
Hello, Stella.
Hi, Valerie. Hello, Shazad.
What's my cute name for me?
Shabab kebab.
You're welcome. They're not going to be very happy with me having you on my live, mate.
Well, I
But I
don't
don't
care.
care. But this is my life. Anyway, like,
I just
what do you
popped
think?
up to say I'm not a queen. I'm a princess.
No, you may have been a princess, but
Fuck
you're
you.
getting on a bit, mate.
Fuck you.
Okay,
I'm a
that's not very
princess.
nice. All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
It's not very
Here's
nice
another
thing to
one.
say to me.
Here's another one with delusions of grandeur, aren't you? Very deluded. He's the most hated person on TikTok.
I'm not. Well, really? Have I got to #1 yet?
Well, who's bigger than you? I think Pure Islam is bigger than you, but I don't
No,
know who
but
else is bigger than you.
Dullah Savanji is more hated than me.
Who?
Dullah Savanji.
I don't know who that is.
I aspire to be as bad as her.
Well, there you go. Here you go. Valerie, would you like to speak to a real life troll that lives under a bridge and eats little goats?
Me and Valerie have spoken before. Don't you worry about that.
Oh.
I think I have seen you. I think Sharat Talib's brother, I call him.
Yeah.
I think he's been in your live. I think I did follow you because of that.
Yeah, we spoke in Michelle's live.
Yeah, one of them I got blocked out of because I give him a gift.
Oh, that was his live actually. You gave me gifts, and they were like, "Who is this Valerie that's giving you gifts? How come we don't get any gifts?" It's all about the gifts with you, innit, Stella?
No, not really. I ask everybody to tap and send in the heart me's. That's all.
Okay,
I just don't think you should get any gifts. After all, you don't give me any.
Okay, all right. Well, you're up here today. How can I help you, Stella, my fella?
I'm just here to say I'm a princess and to ask you how you are.
I'm fine.
So why is it always just me and Michelle that are the monsters?
You are the monsters, though, aren't you? Can you not see how ugly and grotesque you are?
Can you not see that me and Paul were led up a garden path?
Look, Stella, look, I'm trying to explain to you, mate. What you did yesterday to Wendy Wu and Joe was horrific. Can you not see that?
I don't care about Joe. I'm
No,
talking
but you
about...
should do. You should do. You can't go around talking to people like this. And as a consequence of your hatred, I've got this splashback of that hatred. This Care Bear came along and saying, "Oh, you're just like Stella and stuff." And so, can you understand your hatred?
Oh, she's an idiot. Don't listen to her.
No, but the thing is, can you understand? Because you're spreading hatred, it's adversely affecting other people. When I'm spreading love, all right, it manifests itself outwards. Like, for example, Vimto's a good person now. She's helped Chris out. He nearly...
No. This is all an act. This is what she did with me. It's an act. She draws you in with this kindness. She's like, do you know what? Santa Claus should have brought you another little book, actually. He should have gave you a book called Hansel and Gretel. That would have taught you a very valuable life lesson, I'm telling you. And so Vimto is actually the main character in that book. You know?
No, Vimto's not main character. You know this. That makes no sense. Vimto is a vulnerable woman, all right, that got misled.
How can she misled when she was the one that misled me and Paul?
Wait on a minute. Do you agree that a Vimto is a vulnerable woman? Can we have that understanding first?
I don't see how.
Well, I'll explain to you why. She's a woman that lost her best friend and is dealing with trauma.
Aren't we all, love? Aren't we all dealing with trauma?
I know. Look, you're very upset that you were a single gay man. They wouldn't give you the children. I accept that. Let's not talk about that. We're talking about Vimto here.
What about the fact I lost my best friend who happens to be my husband? I then lost my second best friend who happened to be my husband. You know, I didn't have a very good...
Stella, please, with respect.
No, wait a minute, Tab. I didn't have a fucking big a good upbringing, yeah, when I was young. I was taught respect, but I lost that very, very quickly when my eyes were open to the world and how bad they are. Yeah, I've met 100 Vimtos in my time, 100 Vimtos, and I know the next move and the next move and the next move, and that's why she doesn't like me. What did you say today to me? The reason why
I said that you hate each other because you're so similar.
Exactly, and that's what she fucking hates, is that I know what she's thinking.
No profanities or vulgarities, please. No F words.
And she knows what I'm thinking.
Yes. So you both know each other. So you know how to play the game.
But this is what I wanted to ask her, and you won't let me. And it's quite...
No. She doesn't want nothing to do with you, mate. She's even told me, if you talk to Stell, I ain't going to be your friend anymore. I'm jeopardizing my friendship even talking to you, mate.
Listen, do you know why? Because she knows I'll trip her up and I'll undo everything with one question. I've got one question for her. Yeah.
What's the question?
No, it has to be directed to her and it has to be answered there and then. Yeah.
But all right, forget Vimto. Forget Vimto for a second.
Listen, that one question will undo all the lives you've done in the last 3 days. Trust me.
Lives.
L-I-V-E.
Oh, lives. Well, the thing is, I don't think they will, because at the end of the day, for me, Stella Andrews, Paul Stone...
It will. It will, and I'll tell you why, because that will make people sit back and go, fuck, why didn't we think of that?
Okay, Stell. Look, moving away from this, my aims and objectives have been very clear. I want Michelle Matthews to fall in love with me. Now, how are we going to resolve this?
That's not going to happen.
Be of little faith. Be of little faith.
Well,
here's Valerie saying that you can take a horse to the water, but you can't make it drink. I don't take that attitude. I have a can-do attitude. She is going to fall madly in love with me, all right? And now you're going to tell me how it's going to happen.
She'll fall madly in love with you when you let me take fucking Vimto down.
No, I'm not going to let you take any... No, you slimy, snaky little fella. Leave Vimto alone.
Why do you want to be horrible to people?
Yes.
I'm not being horrible to people. I just don't like liars. I don't like people that are taking advantage of people. I don't like the way she snakes around this fucking app, going, oh, but Paul, I didn't really not like you. We've got messages to say the opposite, of the horrible things she said about Paul, right? Oh, Vimto, Tanya Queen, you've been my friend right through it. Oh, I've sent you loads of stuff. Now, what you've done is you sent a narrative to Tanya and she's stupid enough to believe it. Then that's up to her, But then you're coming on here and he's letting this monster talk these people, into hating me and Michelle because he wants Michelle all to himself. And that's the truth of the matter. Because he wants to isolate. You want to isolate Michelle so that she's got nobody else to talk to.
I don't think Michelle has a chance if Pure Islam's about, though.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You got to. He's true. I'm not going to deny it, Stella. Valerie, I'm trying to isolate Michelle Matthews. Go on.
Yeah, Valerie, let's get real here. Look at Michelle and look at fucking Naomi, right? If you were a man, who would you go for?
Wait a minute. What's that got to do with anything?
Personally, myself, one of them looks like the Terminator, so that's not a bit of me. And I know it's the new trend and that, but
and the other
I
one
don't
is the
really
Terminator.
think all that stuff pumped in women's lips and faces is really pretty. I think girls can be pretty without all that.
So what you're saying is one looks like one acts like the Terminator, and one looks like and one is the Terminator. But
it's just got loads of Botox and plastic and I don't know what these young girls are going to look like when they get old. I don't have a clue.
Valerie, we did it in our day. We plastered our face. We crimped our hair. We used to go about with a big old hair in the 80s. So, no, this is just a new version of fashion. And yeah, they probably will look like idiots when they're older. I don't know either. Yeah. So new to us. But getting back to what it is, Talib, you're just trying to isolate that girl so she's got nothing else to turn.
I am. I'm not going to deny it, mate. I've got rid of two of you. I got rid of Vimto. I got rid of Paul from her. You're the only obstacle. Can you leave Michelle alone so she can be isolated and then there's nobody else but me? I got rid of Rangi as well, the big Rangster himself. Nobody's going to be left on this platform except for me.
Is that why you've been nice to me today?
No, I'm always been nice to you. When have I been cruel to you? You're always cruel to me. I'm asking you, please, kindly, Mr. Stella Andrews, can you break your relationship with Queenie so she's got nobody left and I'll be the shoulder that she comes and cries on? It's all part of my plan.
Yeah, I bet you it is.
Yes, all a part of my evil plan to get me and Michelle to fall in love with me. Why would you come in the way of true love?
Well, you see, this is how it is, Talib, yeah? I'm only here and in your way, and I'll stay in your way all the while you're platforming that fucking monster.
Just leave Vimto out of this. You're a
little... No, I can't. I'm in love with Vimto. I'm in love with Vimto.
Okay, you get in love with it. Valerie, we were talking about...
I'm in love with Vimto like you're in love with Michelle.
I'm just gonna quiet you. Just 1 second, please. So, can you understand that I'm a little goat that wants to cross over to the other side to be with Michelle Matthews, and this little ogre and a troll is on the bridge stopping me?
That's right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So why? Because I want the prize as well. I want the other ogre.
You go for Vimto. You know what you are. You're Shrek, and she may be what is it? What was Shrek and?
He's Shrek's brother.
No, Shrek and.
Why? If you guys, if you have a problem with each other, why don't you just block each other and avoid each other?
We do, Valerie, but the thing is, every time we go around the app, there she is, bad-mouthing us, telling lies, trying to convince everybody she's a good person, tonight she's trying to convince everybody she's turned a new leaf and, I've seen the error of my ways. Bullshit. That woman is fucking rotten meat right the way through.
Okay, but can you just leave her then?
No.
Look, Stella, okay, she's all those things that you're saying, just leave her alone then.
When she leaves
you see,
us alone.
I can't leave Michelle Matthews alone because I'm in love.
Well, right? when she stops talking on our name and telling lies about us, then we'll leave her alone.
No, but you can't set that criteria. Just leave her alone, block her, move away.
I can't wait until she's arrested.
Hey, why you keep, look, irrespective. Look, let's get back to talking about me and Michelle, right?
There's no you and Michelle. It's never going to happen. Shush.
Is it? Well, it's never going to happen with you in the way, is it?
Shut up, Justice.
What is it? So
told you already. When you come on my live later, I'll show you all them text messages. I'll show you who was really putting up your kids. Anyway, tell us.
Let's not get distracted here. Look, I've got you in my live. Obviously, you know my agenda. I'm not hiding it from anybody, mate. All right. I got rid of Vimto from that 4 group. I got rid of Paul now, so you're a duo. What can I do to get rid of you so she's isolated and alone and she's only got me to cry upon, my shoulder to cry upon? Then obviously, then she has to fall in love with me. That's my plan. Now, how are you going to help me?
Oh, I have to be platformed one day. I can't
be platformed. I got banana today, mate. All right, so I can't platform anybody.
Yeah, how did that happen?
I think it's because I was playing that, Queenie's aggressiveness, and I think that's why I don't know how that happened. Maybe it was you, Stel.
Wasn't fucking me. I was enjoying the show.
Yeah, well, irrespective, it got bananaed, so I can't even platform anybody now.
Did you appeal it?
No, I haven't appealed it. I just moved on to this platform. But irrespective, mate, I was getting kind of sick of it. I mean, everybody's giving me a hard time when I'm trying to do good in the world. All I want people is not to be fighting and get along and spread the love and compassion and empathy. And people like you, Stella, are trolls that are making negative energy.
I'm not trolling. I just want my say, and it's as simple as that.
Maybe you're getting your say, aren't you?
Maybe.
So
No. You've let her have 3 fucking days. You won't even let me have 5 minutes. Shut up.
Wait on a minute. Just get this clear, Stella. For 3 weeks, she didn't talk, did she? 3 weeks, mate.
3 weeks.
You know how she'll tell you how hard that was for me to control her.
For 3 weeks, yeah, she was planning this.
No, I was planning this. Not her. For 3 weeks, we've been planning this.
Clever enough.
Pardon?
I think Vimto would be clever enough to plan this.
Yeah, I planned this all, Stella. Not Vimto. And we're not going to let Vimto take credit for my work.
Listen, Vimto.
Can you do me the favor of talking to me rather than multitasking and getting you working in the kitchen? If you are in the kitchen, can you make Daddy a sandwich?
Okay, we'll be back in a second. Yeah.
Make Daddy a sandwich.
I'm making myself one.
Now make Daddy a sandwich. All right, Valerie.
Does he believe that Rangi is guilty as well? Then,
I think so. But you got to understand, everybody that's in Michelle Matthews' circle of friends, that seems to be the criteria. If you're going to be Michelle Matthews' friend, you have to believe that Rangi's a wrong one. And there's a woman here called Justice. I think she's listening in as well. So she is somebody who was like maybe gone on Rangi's live one day. Michelle Matthews saw her and then targeted her. You know how like Michelle Matthews targeted you?
She used to come on yours. Was she the Indian lawyer?
No, Justice. No, Justice. I've never met Justice before. I only met her. I don't even know who Justice is. I've not really spoken to her and stuff. But what happened is that, just like how you come on my lives as my follower, you're a bit of my fan, aren't you?
Hold on a second. That's not strictly true, right? Justice. Michelle went for Justice because she kept on putting pictures of me being a paedophile up on the
PDF. Please PDF. Don't get my live ban. I've only got this live now.
Alexa, overhead light on.
Alexa, can you tell Stella to shut up? Okay. So that's the thing. Michelle Matthews goes with people that simply, the circle of friends. So she's gone for you, hasn't she? So in a similar way, I believe that she's gone for Justice. But the thing is, what Michelle Matthews didn't anticipate that. Justice, as far as I can tell, and forgive me, Justice, if I'm stepping out of line here, Justice is one of those people that if you come to her with kindness, she will repay it back in tenfold. But if you come with aggression, she'll do the same thing, repays it back with tenfold. So Michelle Matthews has gone at her and met her match because Justice is going to come at her 10 times stronger. This is just Justice's normal mode of operandi. If you go with her with love, she'll swamp you with love.
That's not true. I didn't even know this idiot, right? I never knew her, right?
Language.
He came at me and rang his wife.
Look, can you understand? Can you not be calling women idiots?
She isn't. She's a more swamp monster.
Well, look. See, the thing is, Stella, why can you not? Why do you have to say that for?
Did your parents, the Bambi film where it says, if you haven't got anything nice to say.
Yes. Yeah, don't say anything.
Right. Why are we making allowances because she's a woman?
Because we're gentlemen.
What happens to equality? No, I'm not a gentleman. What happens to equality?
So, all right. So you're not a gentleman. What are you then?
I'm an equal opportunities person.
No. So you're not a gentleman. Are you a gentlewoman?
I just told you I'm an equal opportunities person.
Look, if you're not a gentleman, then you're an aggressive man, aren't you?
No, there's no such thing.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Open the door for me.
Yeah, that's a good question. Would you open the door for Valerie?
How old are you, Valerie?
What's that got to do with it?
I'm just asking how.
No, that's got nothing to do with it, mate. She's a woman.
I would hold the door open for you, Valerie, but if it was a younger woman, no, I wouldn't have shut the door in her face.
You're just cold, mate. You see, Valerie, this is the problem. You should be feeling privileged, Valerie, that you remember that troll I talked about in the Billy Goat Guru. He's here right now in my life, right now. Here he is.
Why am I not allowed to have my opinions if you're allowed to have yours?
Because you're not empathetic. You don't empathize with people, and people feel alienated for that. Can you understand that you're a troll and you don't even realize it, mate?
Do you not realize that it's human beings that have actually they've siphoned every piece of empathy out of me?
Yes. So you don't have any empathy, do you?
Right.
So thank you for admitting that. Did you get that? Did you get that justice?
Can I give you a little thing to do to see if it will change your mind? If you do a good deed for someone, a stranger, just one good deed every day, and you see the way it makes you feel, maybe that will help you change your mind.
I've done good deeds for people, Valerie. I really have.
And he feels nothing.
And do you know what?
Feels nothing, Valerie.
And do you know what happens? I normally get kicked in the teeth for it.
There you go, Valerie. You see, what you're describing, he does not feel that. He has no empathy. He just told you, and I want this clip to Justice. He's just told everybody he's had all the empathy drained out of him. Now, if you take, what is a person that has all empathy removed from him? What is that person?
And do you know who took the last drop? Justice.
Okay, irrespective who took it. If you take a human being and you remove all empathy out of them, what do you have?
An empty shell.
Yes, a broken person, but also a psychopath.
No.
That's what you are.
No.
Yes, you are
a
person devoid
Justice,
of empathy.
Hold on a second. Justice, don't forget, you created the monster. It was you and you alone, you and Jenny.
No. Come on, now be honest.
Hang on. So that's Vinto, Justice, Jenny.
Yeah.
Pardon? So Vimto, Justice. How many other people have created you? How many other people have drained the empathy out of you?
It was Justice that took the last.
But what did Vimto play?
She just showed me I should just be evil. The thing is, right, she sat in here saying to everybody, oh, I'm a good person, really. Wait till you see the pictures, Justice. Wait till you see the fucking text messages about you. Right? I'll show another side of it. So.
Savage, Stella, what I'm just trying to say is, mate, look, if you project love into the world, this is what I'm trying to get to you, but it's just falling on deaf ears.
Listen, I projected love, before with Justice, I tried to be her friend, and she fucking shat on me from a great height. That's what I got for my...
Yes, and you should have forgiven her. You should have forgiven her.
No,
you didn't forgive, and that made you a monster, mate. All right.
No,
Just
she made me the monster.
Listen, I've just explained to you. You don't. Can you just please listen for 1 second? If you come to justice with love, she's a multiplier. She'll multiply that love and give it back to you.
No,
If
she
you come
didn't.
to justice with hatred, she'll multiply and give it back to you. And then you're complaining, oh no, she said this, that. You know, the thing is, what did you do to get her to be multiplied like this? You took photographs of her daughter or whoever it was, and you put that online. So you're gonna get hell fury, mate. And now you're complaining.
No. Hold on a minute. That it happened long before that. I'll tell you exactly what Justice done, yeah?
Go on then.
When we were showing love
Justice is here, didn't you?
and having a laugh with each other, yeah, online, yeah? And then she decided to take Claire Bear's side and call me a liar about what actually happened when she wasn't even there, she wasn't around, she doesn't know what was said on the phone, she knows absolutely fuck all, yeah? But she turned around and said that I was lying and Claire Bear was telling the truth. Yeah, and I said, well, that's none of your business. Then she started putting out pictures of me being a pred.
Okay, all right, fair enough. But could you not just forgive her? Why couldn't you just forgive her and say, look, at the end of the day, if you show love, compassion, and understanding to others, they would have reciprocated it. But you've just jumped to the conclusion, and then, this is just escalating more and more, isn't it? This is not going to stop, is it?
Justice has done this time and time again. Yeah?
Yes, but
I'm not
I'm not her first
victim.
Listen. Okay. Look, Stella. I've just told you I've got Justice's number. You tell me I'm wrong. Justice is an amplifier. If you give her kindness, she'll give you kindness tenfold back. If you give her hatred, she's going to give you hatred tenfold back. Why don't you do this, Stella? Why don't you do an act of kindness to Justice?
Like what?
Like, I don't know. It's Christmas coming up. All right, you live in the same city. All right, why don't you bake her a cake? Not buy a cake. Bake a cake out of love. Don't poison her, because I know what you've done to your husbands. All right, all right. So don't poison her. All right, and out of love, compassion, and understanding, send an olive branch. It's Christmas, mate. Come on, it's like the season of goodwill and festivity.
Justice, I'm going to tell you this once and for all, yeah? That photograph was inside a bundle of court papers that was evidence. So shut your mouth and stop trying to tell me to pervert the course of justice. Because you're really shit over that.
Okay, Vimto, I'm not going to have you in the boxes. You need to go get some sleep, love. Stop into all this TikTok drama. Stella... I'm trying to show Stella the error of his ways. I know Valerie's slapping her head thinking, Shazad, I don't know where you get your patience from. But I'm not giving up on Stella. I think there's a decent human being somewhere in that whole trolliness.
Yeah,
and I'm searching for that.
There was until Justice fucking drained it.
No. That I'm gonna resurrect the nice guy inside you. It's Christmas coming up. There must be something good. Can you do this? Can you try to just make me a promise that you're going to do something lovely, nice, and kind to Justice? Please.
Why don't you bake me a fucking cake and put lots of love in it?
It's all about me, isn't it? What act of kindness and olive branch are you going to show to Justice?
Let me have a think.
Well, let me tell you something. Let me tell you what she wants. All right? And you take into consideration. You make a promise here on your child's life, all right, that you're going to delete all of the photographs of her child.
I don't actually have them anymore. I did delete them.
All right, so are you going to swear on that?
Yeah, I do.
All right. No, honestly, not going to undelete them or get them from somewhere because that's really upset her, hasn't it?
Somebody said something to me today about how to do it, how to get it out that chat thing, and I've done it.
Okay. So that's an olive branch, isn't it? So you have to ask people what they want. All right, and are you willing to make amends here? And look, I know you don't trust her; she doesn't trust you. Vimto, can you please go away, Vimto? I'm sorry, Vimto, but I've given you enough of my time. I'm trying to mend bridges here. I don't need you to break down bridges. It's really hard to make a bridge. It's easy to blow up a bridge, and all you people on TikTok seem to be doing is blowing up bridges. What's she saying? All kids apart from his family. Okay, so what they're saying is that.
No. Other people's kids have got fuck all to do with you.
Okay, all right. Look, Stella. Why would you have other people's pictures on your devices? Why? Please tell me why.
If my friend sends me a picture of their son, yeah, they obviously wanted to share it with me, and therefore
I understand that, mate. I understand that, mate. Okay, that's fair enough. But can you understand that it's upsetting people? So just like,
It's none of their business if somebody sends me a picture of their kid's first communion, first fucking play part, first this, first that, yeah? It's none of their business. That parent sent it to me for me to look at, keep, whatever, post, fucking print, whatever. Right? It's up to them to speak to me about that. Not justice.
Okay, that's option number one. All right, what's option number two? What can we do to make Bell Bridges when I'm not budging out? Then I'm.
This is what justice doesn't get. Yeah, it's not her business.
Stella, we're acting, trying to do things of kindness. Can you think of another thing?
Well, be fair about it, Talib. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not her business.
All right, we'll just move on from that then. All right. Like now, can you think of something nice and kind that will?
Right. Is it a celebration that Muslim kids have, like boys, girls, whatever? Is there a celebration when they're under 16 that they can have? You know, like communion or, you know, bar mitzvah?
No, there's nothing like that in our culture.
Nothing at all.
We just have Eid twice a year. All right. But there's no like ceremony of coming of age. I know what you mean. Like the Jewish people have like a bar mitzvahs.
Yeah.
No, there's no real celebration of that, and I don't think it would be really.
18 though. If you're 18, do you have a big party? Is it special?
No, not as Muslims. No. The only thing that we recognize is that when you become of age, and I think you and Stella, we've had this conversation, that when you become of age, you have to start praying 5 times a day.
Yeah. Right. So.
That's it. I don't know what the relevance there is. Look, Stella, I'm just asking you, like,
because I was going to say, right? So, say you have a communion or something, yeah, right, and one of your friends sends you a picture of their son or daughter taking communion, yeah, right, and they've shared that with you. Who is justice to tell you to delete it?
No, but I don't think justice is telling you. Come on, you're a snaky fella, you Stella, and I'm not going to have you.
She did. Actually, she did. She wrote in the chat. Wait. She wrote in the chat. Get the other pictures off your phone except for your family.
Yes, and that would be classed as family and friends, wouldn't it?
Well, she said family.
Okay, well, maybe she meant family and friends. You should not have anybody who's on TikTok, or someone like Justice's children's pictures. Do you agree with me in that? That's not good, is it?
But Justice, they're not fucking malicious.
It doesn't matter, mate. It's not like you don't understand. Look, forget about these pictures because you're not going to budge on this, are you? You're just not going to understand this. I'm trying to explain to you that why. Look, I've said this to Vimto. I said, mate, listen, I'm a grown-ass man. What business have I got to even talk to a child? None. So why would I even approach
Let me give you another example. I've got a friend, yeah. Her son is 19 now, yeah. We were taking the piss out of him the other day, right? Because he was being a smart ass, yeah? He's at university. So she decided to send me a picture of him when he was a kid in an embarrassing situation, right? Nothing unusual, nothing SEO, nothing like abusive, nothing like that. Just a little boy, you know, dealing with the little boys day. And she was like, oh, look at his big ears and all that, you know? And I was like, whoa, you know, right? And we you know, ragged him for it, right? Now, I've still got that picture. That mother hasn't said to me, can you delete that now? Or
look, Stella, look, you're being snaky here, mate. Look,
it's not snaky. It's not snaky.
I'll tell you why you're
my
being
friend.
I tell you why you're being snaky. Because, look, Stella, you know, irrespective of what people say, it's what they mean. You know, why would Justice have an issue with your friend sending you a picture? That's not the issue that she has. The issue that she has is because you've taken a photograph of her child, all right, that she's not happy with. And anybody who sent you a picture, whether parental guardian is not happy with that, they have a right to have it removed, don't they? I think that's all Justice is saying. If your friend or if your family, or if anybody send you pictures of their child, their friends and family, it doesn't matter, and they give you consent and permission. But where Justice is taking an issue is where, you know, you've got photographs of somebody like her child, all right, and she's not consenting to it. Can you not understand this? That's wrong because she's saying that it reflects badly on her as a parental guardian for that child, and she's just protecting a child, mate. Can you not understand that?
Shazad, it went on before that picture.
It doesn't
That's
matter.
What you're not understanding. It was before me and her had a big fight about stuff before that picture was taken. We made up, and that's why that picture was taken.
Stella, why are you being snaky here for me? Look, all I'm saying is that if you've got pictures all right, that are in the public domain.
There she said it there. Look, there she's saying it there, yeah? Like when Claire begged you. Claire was begging me, and I'm not saying it again to you, Justice. Claire was begging me
Don't
to
need
delete
to shout.
evidence.
You don't need to shout.
Calm,
Just
calm.
talk.
Shut up about it, Justice. Start your
Right, mate, I'm just gonna drop you, Stella, just for you to calm down. Give you a couple of seconds to calm down, mate. I will have you up. I'm not blocking you, mate. And with Vimto, mate, don't try to use the blackmail on me. For 3 weeks, I've got you waiting. I've spent enough time with living you and giving you respect, mate. So don't try to blackmail me. I asked you that Stella wants to ask you a question. You said I don't want to speak to that guy. Now you want to get in a box with him. Please don't be silly. I'm not going to get anybody in a box here. I'm having a conversation with Stella, all right? And I'm trying to get it through to him that you look. Have you calm down, mate? Come, just stay cool.
Yeah, and I was going to say the same thing to you, by the way.
What was that?
I'll have to drop another one.
What has he done now? What has he done now? Right. Look, Valerie, I'm trying. You got to give me. At least I'm trying to show him where the error of his ways. But it's very difficult.
You know, I put pictures up of my grandchildren because I'm really proud of them.
Yeah.
And my granddaughter, I put the skiing one up of her. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember.
She asked me nicely. She said, "Grandma, I don't want that on social media. Will you please take it down?" I did have to say to her, "Can you just tell me how I do it?" And of course I can. You have to respect people.
Yes, Stella, that's a good point there. You want to be respected and we want to respect you, but respect is a two-way process. When you're going around disrespecting people and calling them idiots and stuff like that, when I call them idiots and bitches, it's for a different purpose. It's just like to rile them and stuff, but it's the context behind it all, isn't it? So all I'm trying to say to you is that, look, if you want to respect from these people that are this is your platform, mate, you have to give respect, don't you? Do you accept that?
I'm going to tell something. Valerie, you're absolutely right, yeah? 100% right. But what people are not getting here is that Justice is butting in on people she doesn't even know. She's telling me to remove my friends and family's child pictures from my phone. That she doesn't even know these people.
Stella, this is why you've been a snake, mate.
Let me tell you something. My friend lives near her. If I was to tell my friend half the shit she's saying, she would go up to her door.
All right, look, Stella, you're deflecting here. You know that's not what she means. She herself has not got any justifications to take pictures of your friends and family off your phone, right? That's just ridiculous to even say that.
Then tell her that.
No, because you're twisting it, mate. She wouldn't do that. All right.
That's what she's writing. She's writing it in the fucking text in the chat. Read what she's writing.
Okay, because that makes no sense, doesn't it? That makes no sense, is it? Like Valerie has told you, can you understand these pictures are of people that, have removed consent.
Yeah, well, the people that I'm talking about did not remove any consent.
Well, nobody can tell you that. So, justice is wrong. That's nothing to do with justice. But what she's referring to is where people have retrospectively removed consent.
Yes, and our fucking picture's gone. Fuck's sake, shazad. How many times I've got to say it? Somebody showed me how to date today.
Okay. Look, mate, you need to calm down, mate. Just take a breath, calm down, mate. Let's just move on from this picture. Remember, the topic of the conversation is, what olive branch are you going to send to justice as a goodwill gesture? That's what the question here is, all right? I don't care about these pictures. I don't care about this. We're going to try to, this really difficult situation, we're going to try to find a way forward. Now, come on, mate. Forget all these women. Just tell me, what do you agree that you're going to try to make an amends?
I'll tell you what I'll do for justice, yeah?
Come on then. And don't be sarcastic, and don't be trying to be clever and snaky. You're not even going to get nothing past me.
I'll hold her head under the water, under the
pool. No. See, come on, man. Come on.
She don't get wet.
All right. Look, you're being sarcastic, Daniel. That's not genuine. See, this is why people don't like you, mate.
I don't like justice, and you keep on pushing on the justice, yeah? She is a troll. She is a troll, and she's much bigger than me. And she has picked on person after person after person for the last 5 years on this app, yeah?
I agree with you, mate.
Different person every time.
Okay, mate. I agree with you.
She picks on somebody.
Please. Look, mate, I agree with you that she's a troll. Okay, I'm going to agree with you.
Mostly gay people.
Okay. But many people think you're a troll, and I think Michelle is a troll. But I'm not I'm trying to show them kindness and love. So if Justice is a troll, can you not take a message like a page out of my book and like show her kindness and love?
You know, you ought to hear how she spoke to Tanya earlier tonight.
It doesn't matter, mate. It doesn't matter about what she's done. You know she's a troll. Let's just go on the argument that she is a troll. But if you just troll her, I told you. I'll tell you one thing now, and she can agree with me on this. I've just told you, mate. Whatever, she's an amplifier. So if you give her £10, just give her £1, she'll give you £10 back, mate. Right? No, she will. If you give her an act of kindness, she'll multiply and give it back to you. But if you show her hatred, if you call her an idiot, she's coming for you, mate. And then you're complaining. I've just told you, I've got everybody's number here. I'm not a stupid man. She is an amplifier. So if you were to do a small act of kindness, you watch, the Christmas spirit will take her and make her multiply it many times. You, my friend, have turned into Scrooge McDuck here. You've turned into Ebenezer Scrooge and you don't even realize it.
I thought Michelle was McDuck.
No, she's McDuck, but you're Scrooge, whatever his name was, Ebenezer Scrooge. And you're going to get visited by 3 ghosts, mate, coming this Christmas. We're going to... Your TikTok says Ebenezer Scrooge. Something wrong has happened to you. And
Well,
I'm just trying...
As long as it's not Justice, because I can't be putting up with a fucking chat all the time. She never shuts up.
Okay. Well, I never shut up. You don't mind me talking.
Justice should be there to tell you about you should take her pictures down with her children. That's respect. If someone asks you to do something...
Yes.
That, it's not hurting you.
Valerie, can we get off the subject of the pictures? They're gone. Her picture is gone. She should shut her mouth now because the other pictures are nothing to do with her.
Calm.
That's what I'm sick and tired of this. Me being picked on for pictures that have nothing to do with her.
All right, let's just move on from the pictures. Valerie, please, can we just move on from the pictures? Now, Stella's going to think of a nice thing to do for Justice. Just one small olive branch, mate. Because this is just going to get more and more worse. Christmas is coming up. Look, if a Muslim like me is trying to reinstate the Christmas spirit, and you remember what you said to me that, oh, wait on a minute, look at this. He's gone on to see his brother on Christmas Day and he doesn't even celebrate it. But this is part of your culture as well, isn't it? So can you please try to think in a positive way of something nice that you can do?
I've already put my olive branch out. I've told her, stop talking on me, keep your mouth shut about me, don't put my mouth in your name, and I won't talk about you.
No.
Do it. She can't do it.
Stell, you're being snaky now. I'm going to call you out.
That's not snaky.
What act of kindness have you done?
I'm fed up of being kind on this app. I really am fed up with it.
Okay, I know you are. Mate.
They've all kicked it out of me. They've kicked it out of me. They've managed to bring out the fucking monster. This is what Vimto wanted, yeah. She poked and poked till the monster come out. She did it with Paul. She tried it with Paul. She tried it with Curtis, yeah. All Vimto wants to see is the evil side of people. That's what she thrives on.
She wins, doesn't she? So you thank you for admitting that.
She's won.
Yes, she's won, and she's brought out the monster in you, hasn't she?
And she's gonna get fucking bitten for it.
Yeah, but why don't you kiss her instead? Why do you have to bite people? Why don't you just kiss her?
Because that's what monsters do, they bite.
I know, that's it. Let me just expand this. Wait a minute, expand. All right. Let's start with this picture that you've got up here of a wicked, evil monster.
That's right.
So let's start by this. Let's start by bringing up a cuddly picture of you then, a cuddly little bear or a little child picture. Maybe then if you change your profile picture, you will act and behave in a much more nicer manner. How about that?
It's funny you should say that because that's why I changed it to the evil one, because that's what they did to me. They've created the monster. Don't you see that?
I know. Listen, what was
they
I saying?
Created it. Now they don't fucking like it that the fucking monster's loose.
I understand this, man, but did you not hear my story about Mary Shelley's Frankenstein?
I heard you.
You heard me. Yes. And I'm just saying, look, I'm sure they brought the worst out in you, mate. All right, I understand this. But can you understand that they're just going to make you, you're going to, they're going to drive you.
Look at Justice shit stirring in the comments. Look at her.
Just ignore her. The thing is, people have said bad things to me, even the things that Michelle have said. I don't even, Tanya Queen was saying that she's going to do horrible things to me. And I didn't even want to entertain that. And I said she's going to do lovely things to me. All right. So it's the way you internally say something bad. Try to look, mate. All I'm trying to say is,
do you know yourself? Do you know yourself? If you know yourself and you know they're wrong,
Yes.
You won't let it hurt you.
Yes. Why are you giving people on TikTok the power to hurt you?
What was? Why don't you bring Vimto up? Because I want to ask her this question.
I'm not bringing Vimto up. You know, because you two, I'm not going to do that. That's an aspect of hatred. Answer me this question: why are you allowing people on TikTok to control and manipulate you? And
I didn't allow them. They just did it.
Okay, you had a choice though.
No, the choice was I lost a job because of her, and that is not unforgivable.
Okay, look, it's
so
always
while she is taking the scrapings of my tax money last year, yeah, and putting it on her own fucking plate, yeah, she left me with nothing. Remember that. She left me with nothing.
I am
I don't get benefits like that little scrounger does.
Okay, look, calm.
I don't get benefits. Like her.
Breathe. Calm. Stay calm, mate. Look, all I'm just trying to say is that, look, this is just going to perpetuate hatred, isn't it? Look, right now, like what's happened with Vimto. Look, do you not feel sorry for her?
Look at Vimto. Yeah, sits on her bed all day in a fat ass claiming benefits.
Okay. Like you can see it that way. I see it a different way. I see a vulnerable woman that has had like, terrible things happen to her, and she does not know how to cope. Why can't you see it that way?
Well, I'll tell you this much, yeah. If the benefits were stopped, yeah, they'd both go out and get fucking jobs, and they wouldn't spend so much time on TikTok.
Can you look? It's the way you're thinking, mate. Your thinking is like
that is the truth. That is the truth. They'd have to go out and get jobs.
Stella, look, you're missing what I'm trying to say here. Like I'm trying to explain to you. I've just explained this, and I think it's going over your head, so I'm going to explain it again. Within every person is a devil, and within every person there's an angel. And your job or my job is to bring out the angel, not the devil.
And Shazad, over my lifetime, I have no olive branches left. Okay, I've got none left.
I know.
Justice snapped the last one and took it, stole it, run away with it, yeah?
Okay, mate. I understand this. But the bottom line is...
You cannot forgive somebody who went out of their way, yeah, to destroy your life over a fucking photograph that had nothing to do with her.
Okay, mate. Look, I understand.
Never, ever. That photograph has never been put there by me.
Again. Look, you're getting angry again. Learn to breathe, calm down.
You're not listening. That photograph was never put out by me. Yeah, it was tucked away in the very folder that Claire sent it in, and it was going to the police at the time.
Okay.
Justice decided to stick her fucking nose in and ruined my job.
Language. I've told you no vulgarities or profanities. Look, take a breath. You're getting irate now. Just calm.
Because you're not listening. Justice she is the worst of the worst. I could put Tanya and Vimto and Cruella and double them, fucking quadruple them, yeah? They still don't have nothing on fucking justice. Trust me.
Exactly. Have you listened to me? I've listened to you. Why are you not listening to me? Justice is a multiplier by 10 or 100. Why can't you understand that, mate?
She does that to herself, though. Why can't you understand that? She does it to herself. Even if you gave her kindness, she would turn it into badness and hit you back with it.
No. That's you, mate. That's why you're. Have you telling lies now?
No, it's not a lie.
No. Listen, mate. That's you, and you're projecting now. I've just told you. You know what she's done? I don't even talk to Justice. I've never talked to Justice. I think we have had one conversation in the last 3 days. She is reaching out to me and thanking me. Why is she thanking me for? Justice, if I'm telling you, mate, if you want to find God, right, you'll find it in justice. If you want to find the devil, you'll find it in justice.
Yeah. Do you know Justice used to be a Muslim?
It doesn't matter, mate. Why are you deflecting for?
Did you know that?
Why are you deflecting?
Converted and then turned her back again.
Listen, now what you're trying to do, you're being a troll now. So you want me to hate Justice because
I want you to understand her properly. I need you to understand what Justice is all about properly, because you have got some fucking warped image of her, and it just ain't true. Like you've got a warped image of Vimto.
Listen, mate.
Enjoys all this.
Listen. What's happening? We're both true. You know what? Can you and I see the same person and see two different people in there?
Yeah, I see reality.
No. You see the devil because you're looking for the devil. I see an angel because I'm looking for an angel.
I've never seen anything nice come out of fucking Vimto.
Because you never looked for it, mate.
I have tried. Believe me, I fucking tried.
You're lying. Look. No profanities or vulgarities. You never tried. So try. All right. Let's move away from Justice and let's move away from all these TikTok people. There must have been somebody good. Did you love your mother?
Don't know. I've never seen her. Do you know why? She was too busy fighting for people to have freedoms in this country, and they're
There you
abusing it, yeah, by sitting on
There you
fucking
go.
TikTok on benefits all
There
day.
you go. So tell me, who has ever loved you?
I had family.
No. Tell me who. Tell me about your love story.
Oh, my husband probably loved me. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk
Well,
about this.
he did. He did actually.
Okay, how did you meet your husband?
What, the very first time?
I just want to hear this love story between you and your husband.
Oh, it didn't happen straight away like that.
Okay. Did you fight? Did you fight at first?
No, we didn't. No.
All right, so where did you meet your husband?
In a cafe, he asked me for a light for a cigarette.
Okay. Did he put a move on you?
He did.
What did he say?
Have you got a light for a cigarette?
That's not a move, is it? Did he not say, "Oh my God, sir, you've got some beautiful eyes"?
Oh, he said, he said, oh, I seen you in the magazine a couple of weeks ago, and I said, oh, did you?
Because you were a really handsome fellow, weren't you?
Yeah, and I was sitting beside some. I'm not going into it because the trolls are in here listening. But I was sitting beside somebody else who was just as handsome.
All right.
And he was quite rude to him actually.
Okay.
And he was batting his eyelids at me and asked if we could meet. But we were passing through the country that he lived in, so we were going to another country. So I thought I'd never see him again, but he actually turned up one day.
All right. And no, come on, tell us the story, mate. Okay, how did he romance you? How did he get you to fall? Look at the things I've done for Queenie. All right.
He travelled 600 miles to come and see me.
All right. After just asking for a cigarette lighter.
Yeah.
All right. So how did you get his number? Or did he get your number?
No, he found out where I was going to be one particular night, and he made his way up there.
Okay. So he was a bit of a stalker to start with.
Well, you could say that, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you now understand my stalking tendencies, yeah. So you can relate to me. So anyway, he asked you for a light. He was so enamored with you. He found out where you were, and he came to see you. Then what happened?
We just got talking, sitting up late nights. And
No. Slow it down. All right. You recognized him. Like, how did that happen? So how did you bump into him, and how did you know it was him, and how did he invite you out on a date?
I invited him out on his first date, actually.
Okay. So you saw him after that cigarette lighter, and you recognized him, and you said to him, "Would you like to go on a date?"
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, all right. So where did you take him then?
Probably to another. Oh, where did we? Oh, yes, I do remember. I'm not saying because of the place it is.
No, that's fair enough, but
it doesn't easily identifiable. But it was a very nice place.
Okay.
And it turns out. Here, listen to this for a strange one, right?
Go on then.
I didn't say to him where we were going. I said, "Oh, we can meet up. We can go for dinner and blah blah blah." Yeah, okay. When we met up, I actually said to him, "Oh, we're going to go to this place here down the road. It's called XYZ," and he went, "My dad owns that."
All right. All right. So now you know that he's got money. Ka-ching. That's what did it for you, innit, Stella?
No.
You now got a handsome fella who's got money.
How's he got money? Because his dad owns a fucking restaurant.
Yeah, of course his dad's going to die and have an inheritance. So anyway, what did you like about him?
His dad didn't die for another 17 years.
It doesn't matter, mate. I know how people gold diggers like you work, mate. All right. So anyway, right. So obviously he's got
gold diggers.
I'm just trolling you, mate. I'm just trolling. All right, go on.
Yeah, you're trolling because I paid all the bills when he was at fucking university.
Okay. Oh, so he was. How old were you? Were you like in your 20s?
We were both the same age, yeah.
Okay, all right. So he was going to university, and what did he do to like win you over?
While he was at university, yeah, I was taking my clothes off and bending over for money. There you go.
Oh, come on now! Don't be disgusting. Now.
I'm just giving them a story for them to run with.
No, forget them. Look, it's just you and me, mate. I'm just trying to find out a love story. What I'm trying to do here is trying to get some like inside info that I can utilize on Queenie. So you tell me how did he win your heart from all the people? Because the reality was he as good looking as you?
Yes.
All right. So you're both good looking gay men. All right. Now, how did he win you over?
I just told you we just kept seeing each other, and it just happened.
Okay, all right. So you're now falling in love. Now, how did he propose to you?
Well, it wasn't a legal marriage back then. Not at first, anyway. Obviously, because it was a legal one, but yeah, we went for a. Actually, we were in a pub, and we were at another friend's blessing. It was called at the time.
Okay.
And he said, "Would you ever do anything like this?" And I said, "Oh, if the right man came along." And he went and asked the person to do the blessing on us that night.
So wait on a minute. Let me get this right. He asked you, "Oh, would you ever consider marrying me?"
Yeah.
All right, and you said, "Well, if the proposal came along." So then he proposed to you, and that very night you got married.
Yep.
All right, but then
Blessed.
then did you have like a public like gathering where all your friends were coming around? Like a marriage is normally.
We were at another friend's blessing. That's what we were doing.
I know, but that's not celebrating your marriage, is it? Like, did you actually get married like in a ceremony of your own?
Yeah, many years later we did. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So that's better. So that's how you originally got married. Okay.
Yeah.
So that was lovely, wasn't it?
But we still called it a marriage because it was a blessing when we were much younger.
Okay, fair enough. And how old were you?
When we first,
not the age, just like generally, were you in your 20s, 30s?
We were in our teens.
You were in also it was a teen love. First love.
A first love.
Was that the first time you fell in love?
Yep.
Right. And do you remember how it felt? It felt special, didn't it? It felt like really good. So let's just focus in on that then. All right. And then what about your second husband after you poisoned and killed your first one? How did that second one come about?
I didn't poison the first one.
You did.
He fell down the stairs.
All right, sure. And who pushed him? Who pushed him down the stairs?
Nobody. He tripped and fell.
Sure he did. That's what you told the police, mate. I know what you told the police. But
I told the police that I had nothing to do with it. I was still at the top of the stairs. He was at the bottom.
Exactly. You were at the top of the stairs. He was at the bottom of the stairs, and he slipped and fell, did he? Sure he did.
Of course he did, yeah.
Of course he did. All right. So that's how you got rid of your first husband. Yeah. All right. What about your second husband then?
The second husband was somebody that liked me from afar for a very long time while I was with my first husband because we knew each other as friends.
All right. So your husband's died. First husband number one you've got rid of. You're at the bereavement and you need a shoulder to cry upon. And then lo and behold, Lothario number two comes along and says, "Oh, Stella, I'll comfort you." Is that how he won you over?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. So, all right. So, did he chase you or did you chase him? I take it he chased you then, because he was waiting for this opportunity. Exactly. Wait on a minute. Where was he when your husband fell down the stairs? Pardon?
For many years, he was waiting for that opportunity.
Yeah, I just want to know, where was he when your husband fell down the stairs?
I think he had another partner at the time.
He was not in the building, was he?
No.
Well, my suspicions would have been on him as well, because obviously he's the net benefactor, right? So, okay, so husband number two's on the scene.
Yeah,
right?
He didn't find out about it for about 8 months, actually, to be honest with you.
But when he found out, he was just quick in there, and this is his opportunity to come in.
Yeah, it was his opportunity. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So how did you feel about him?
I was too old to feel anything.
No. Did you fancy him?
I don't know. I can't tell you that.
Did he give you butterflies?
I don't know. I can't tell you that.
Okay, well, obviously this is a bit of a touchy subject now we're on. Yeah, we'll just move on then. How did you kill your second husband, mate?
Same thing. I didn't kill him. Excuse me. Stop saying that. He went down the stairs as well.
So two husbands. Come on, this is looking suspicious, mate.
Yeah, listen, it's terrible what happens to men when they drink cans of Stella.
Stella. All right, let me guess. Valerie, are you listening to this? How he's getting rid of his husbands? Okay, so husband number two.
I was and laughing, and Elizabeth I came to mind because her lover's wife fell down the stairs mysteriously.
Okay, all right. So we've got our little Stella here. He's got rid of husband number two. Now tell us about husband number three. What happened to him? Let me guess. Fell down the stairs?
There hasn't been a husband number three.
Okay, maybe there couldn't be a number. So you've had two husbands that have fallen down the stairs?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, Valerie, should I tell you how my mum died?
Oh, yeah, well, do tell us. Did she fall down the stairs?
Fell down the stairs.
No, She had a shocking death, actually.
All right.
So she used to take in a radio, a ghetto blaster, into the bath with her when she was having a bubble bath and things. And mysteriously, the dog, who never comes upstairs, was upstairs, opened the bathroom door, and was so excited by the bubbles, he knocked the radio into the bath.
Valerie, are you listening to this? Valerie, can you hear this?
Yeah.
Three of the people that we're talking about that should have loved him died under mysterious circumstances.
There's nothing mysterious about that. The dog was excited.
Where were you, though?
I was downstairs.
You're going to come back with Where were you when your mum died?
I think I was downstairs playing Atari.
You think?
It was a long time ago.
Of course. So one of the most tragic things that happens to you, right? We all know where we were on 9/11. I'm sure it was before my time, but we know when we were with John F. Kennedy died. All right, your mum dies, and you can't remember.
I was so young. I was sweet, and it's such a tragedy, you know.
I'm sure it is. I think Valerie, you can read between the lines there, isn't it? All right. Oh dear, Stella. And now you know why Stella's a monster. Now you know. So can you understand people?
Just do that laugh one more time for me, Stella.
What do you want, Valerie? What was that?
Little laugh you just did. Can you do it one more time?
Record this, people.
What laugh? Clip it for it, Valerie.
Can do it one more time. That evil
I
little
don't know how to clip, but that little laugh was such a naughty one.
He's a very naughty boy. He is a naughty boy, aren't you, Stella?
Yep.
Okay. So this guy's had a very troubled life, hasn't he? Come on now. Can we all feel a bit of sympathy and empathy for this little freak that goes around killing people?
Do you want to know what happened to my brother?
Okay, oh dear. Maybe you should stop while you start.
Jody will be back this far.
Let me guess. Did he die in an accident?
He did.
And where were you at the scene at the time of the crime?
I was in Asda, done the marina. Jody will tell you about that one, yeah. and he was on top of the cliff, parked up, you know, and admiring the view. And suddenly he got in the car, and the handbrake gave way, and the car went off the cliff and into the car.
Look at this. Valerie, you could.
No, they didn't. Well, they weren't clicked. They just failed for some weird reason. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
I was in Asda at the time.
But you didn't need to be at the scene of the crime. You had access to the vehicle, didn't you? All right. You clipped the brakes, all right, and then allowed it to happen.
Exactly.
There you go.
Oh, I had access to the car on a daily basis. But when it comes to brakes, I don't know nothing about brakes. I don't.
Sure you don't, man. I'm sure you
I wouldn't know.
nothing about.
I wouldn't know what to click.
Okay, all right, fair enough, man. Like, fair enough. I mean, this has been quite a productive day today, hasn't it? I mean, Stella just come on the lap and owned it all, man. So, can we now understand where Stella's coming from?
Yeah.
And Stella, I like you better when you're calm and you speak calmer.
Yeah, but
we all do.
Certain people just rile me up.
I know. Like your mum, and like your two husbands.
Yeah.
What did your brother do to you?
He was just an annoying twat.
Okay, right. Get rid of him, innit?
Yeah, that was just a spur of the moment thing.
Okay, all right. You didn't plan it at all?
No.
But with regards to the husbands, that was all planned, wasn't it?
They fell down the stairs.
That's the official story. How exactly did they both fall in the same house?
No, different houses.
Were one of the houses a bungalow?
No, don't listen to her. I live in a bungalow now. I live in a bungalow now to make sure that nobody throws me down the stair.
Oh, he just said, I live in a bungalow so nobody throws me down the stairs.
Exactly.
Did you get that? Okay. Well, why would you fear so much?
I'm just laughing.
I tell you, Stella is the gift that just keeps on giving me. You are just such a unique person. And I find you truly fascinating. All right? And I think you're very...
Unfortunately, there's no big story behind my nan dying. She died of a heart attack.
Okay. How
But
old
before
was
she
he?
died, she'd written on the mirror in the bathroom, yeah, in lipstick, "Monster at window."
Okay.
And I
And
was,
where were you? Okay,
I was
where were
up,
you?
I was upstairs in the other room.
Were you in the window?
I was upstairs in the other room.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Well, I think it has been a riveting and revealing session today, hasn't it, everybody? I mean, we did start with Vimto. Is she still here? Vimto, go get some sleep, mate. Is she still here? Vimto's still trying to get in the box. No, I'm not going to have you guys fighting. Look, we're talking about some lovely things here. Now, can you understand, Valerie, that you asked the question with, you asking the question to Vimto about her parentage and upbringing. And now we've got a reveal. Let know of him to go to sleep, mate. All right, you've been up for too long. You're just gonna go crazy. I'm not. You can do your own live. I thought you were doing your own live or whatever. Look, I'm just gonna turn this topic here like that. Poor Stella. How old were you, Stella, when your mum died?
14.
14. A young teenage lad. All right, lost his mum. All right. While she was having a bath, and the radio fell in there by the dog. All right, so the dog did it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, dog did it.
That's the official version of stories.
That's the only version.
Yeah, okay. And Stella was nowhere. And where were you exactly again?
I was downstairs playing with my Atari.
Downstairs. Nobody else was in the house, were they?
No.
There you go. So it was only just his testimony.
Just
now,
me and the dog.
Just him and the dog, and blame the dog. Right.
Well,
now,
they're hardly going to put the dog in jail, were they?
I know exactly. He's clever. You got to admit, our Stella's quite clever. All right. And then, like, he didn't have that love of his mother. All right. And his Shaz, I want to ask about Nat. You asked him then. All right, look, Valerie, Vimto, look, we moved on from this. You can ask him whatever you want. Right. Stella, are you willing to send an olive branch to ask him about Nat, please? What's this about Nat? What are they trying to ask me about Nat? Did you do Naharin as well? Who's Nat?
I wouldn't be surprised if she blamed me for that as well.
No, but why this thing ask Nat?
I'm not talking to her about Nat. Aren't you going to the police, Vimto, about Nat?
Nat, what was she referring to? Her friend Nat?
Yeah.
Okay, what have you done, mate?
I didn't tell her lie, Vimto. That's what you told me.
My friend Natalie. Okay, what's going on here? Why is Vimto asking about Nat?
She told me a story about that friend of hers, yeah?
She told me that story.
And I didn't put two and two together to the other day that the story she was telling me about the text message, because she told the same story again,
okay.
But she said Nat sent the text message, but that's not what she told me.
Okay.
She told me she did.
Okay, and then what are you trying to get at, mate?
Well, she told me she sent the text message.
No, but what are you trying to get at? Forget the text messages. What are you trying to get at? Say it, blurt it out.
So, Vimto said that her friend, Nat, sent a text message to the man, to her partner, instead of the man that she was having jiggy with or something, whatever they were doing, right?
Okay.
No, whatever, right? And she sent it to the wrong person. Well, it was actually, Vimto told me that she sent a text message to the boyfriend instead of to Nat.
Okay, all right,
Which
fair
then
enough.
caused him to get angry and do bad things.
Okay, but sending a text message to somebody is not called controlling or coercive behavior. He could have taken that text message and not done that.
Oh, of course he could have, yeah.
Yes. So, but can you understand from our perspective, it seems that, once you're a thief...
She did tell me that, Tanya.
Well, just hold on. So, Stel.
But I'll tell you something, though. I was listening to the thing the other day, right? And I was starting to wonder, right, if Vimto was telling me all these mad stories to see if I would run with them or if I would tell people them. Because she did that quite often. She would tell me mad things about Talib, about fucking
Randy and everybody else. But listen, mate, listen. I think it was
some of the stuff she told me was outrageous.
Okay, fair enough. But look, we've been discussing that. Were you here when Vimto talked about, was it go follow me? Valerie, what did she say?
Yeah, I heard her.
You heard her, didn't you? So that is understandable. But can you understand that what you're now seeing in
No, because
others?
I want to ask her a question about that, but she won't talk to me.
No. She's gonna do a live. You can talk to each other. I'm not having two of you on my same live. All right, because you're both, like gonna go at each other. I'm not about spreading love, not hatred. All right. So like, coming back to this. So can you understand how upset she is? Look, Stella. You and I, forget these women. Just you and my mate. Look, she lost her parents, her surrogate parents. All
Who?
right, Vimto. So if you're saying these things, let's just say they're true for a moment. All right. The only people that loved Vimto were Nat's parents. Couldn't think about that. Just think about that for a
Well, do you know
moment.
something? Vimto's never told me that either. In fact, she told me that she hated her parents.
She did hate her parents.
She hated them.
Yeah, she did. She did not get on with her parents, but because they were like not very good to her, like many people are. I mean, nobody's gonna say that this is wrong. But Vimto's told everybody this as well. She's told that's gonna come out. She didn't have a good relationship with her parents, but I tell you who she did have a good relationship with was Nat's parents, who treated her like a daughter. They took her on holiday. They treated her so well. Now, what you're suggesting is that if she did that, then she has been already tortured for this, because as a consequence of Nat passing away, she did not feel that it was right to stay in the company of Nat's parents because they just lost their daughter. So she had to abandon everything and run away and start a life again. So if let's just assume you're right, mate, and like she did send that text message that you're now alleging, which is no proof of this, yeah, she's already been lost so much as a consequence, hasn't she?
But that's no reason for her to take it out on people on.
No. Look, Stella, you're not deflecting again. All right, it's no reason for you to. The reason you're saying this is
Can
I
just get this out here so I can shut down these comments? Yeah, it was a conversation we had on the phone about fucking 4 o'clock in the morning.
Language, mate, language, please.
Vincent was always on the phone to me during the night. Okay, people. Quite a lot of the time she was on the phone to me during the night.
Okay, and you've recorded those.
Say the most outrageous things and say
and you've
things
recorded
about you lot, every single one of you.
Okay. You recorded those calls.
I like it when you're calm and you talk quieter. You don't need
Valerie,
to shout. We can all
Valerie,
hear
I'm
you.
sick and tired of them sitting there going net, but they were not there. They were not there to hear what Vimpel said. She would tell me outrageous stories about her life, her parents. She's made that abundantly clear many times.
Okay, I've just turned off the comments, mate, because they're distracting you and they're agitating, and these women should have gone to bed right now.
Again, it's Jodie, actually. Yeah, it's Jodie. Yeah, you should be in your bed. Your kids up for school. Oh, no, not on a Sunday, innit?
No, it's a Sunday, mate. So I'm just going to turn off the comments because the reality is the live ended at 12 o'clock. All right. I stayed on to speak to my friend Valerie because me and Valerie have not spoken since my last live, which was probably in June. All right. And then you come up, Stella, and you've just basically been so, like, taking it to the next level, mate. All right. And
I'm not taking offense that they keep on nitpicking at me. You know, little chisel and hammer, yeah, in the comments. You, right? Again, it's like Jodie, right? She's at it all the time, yeah? That's why she did an argument with fucking Tanya earlier tonight in the other live, yeah? She did the same thing to Tanya, and Tanya lost it well, right?
Yeah.
Proven fact. I was watching it all, right?
Look, Stella. Look, no doubt, I've told you these are broken people. I'm a real git in it. Look, I've done some terrible things as well. But can you not understand that if you keep on poking at other people, things are just going to escalate. Things are quite escalating. Everybody's getting quite fed up. I'm just trying to de-escalate the situation, all right? And try to bring it to
we're having a funny laugh conversation there, yeah? Vincent asked about the night. I told my story, right? I was up during the night where she told me outrageous things quite often. That was one of the things I remember her telling me about something like that. She told a different story on the live. I couldn't comprehend that. I didn't understand what that was about. So I'm explaining that. And there's Jodie, who's got nothing to do with it, yeah? Nothing to do with Vimpel and that, or me, or anything, or the conversation. She was not there. She's sitting there nitpicking.
Okay, I know. But, obviously, I told you, I'm telling you, mate, I'm going to record this, all right? And I've said this before to you. Justice, she gives 10 times what she gets.
But
Right?
nobody was talking to her. There you go. Nobody was talking to her.
I know,
Nobody was talking about her. But
I
what
understand.
Jodie does, listen, Jodie craves the attention,
Oh my
right?
God.
She did it with Tanya earlier. She's doing it with Vimto now. Oh, Vimto's jumping up about Nat, right? We're talking about Nat and Vimto, right? And because we're not talking about Jodie anymore, it's nitpicking. Jodie is an attention-seeking little twat, yeah?
Look, just stop.
Pick me.
Stop. Look, you just need to stop sometimes, Stella.
Do you know, I couldn't even see what Vimto wrote because she was sitting there writing all these shit.
Look, this is called a red mist. All right.
Yeah, and
you
every time I see that Jodie, I just get it. I can't.
all right. So if this is the thing, mate, like she's gonna rile you, and all you need to do is just avoid the situation. Just avoid her, mate. Just avoid that situation. Now she's come on here, right, and sometimes she'll probably follow you around. Just try not to let that red mist come over, because she's gonna bring out the worst in you, mate. And you know what they're doing? They're not gonna look at the whole conversation. They're just gonna clip that little bit where you just called her an idiot and say, look, he's a misogynist. You know how they work.
That's not misogynistic. That's called being real.
Oh, please. Look, Stella, look, I'm really having a difficult time explaining these things to you.
I am not going to bow down to Jodie. Never, ever, ever, ever. She has done the worst to me.
Okay, right.
That woman has done the worst. When were you going to... Do you know, some people on here have said a woman hurt you, Stella, didn't they? Yeah? It was a woman that made you do this. If that is true, if that's what they think, yeah, if that's true, right? Let me tell you who it is. It's her.
What's her name?
Jodie Green.
No, her name is Justice. Maybe it's Justice coming to bite you in the ass for the things that you've been doing.
No, because before she came along, I actually had quite good lives. Ask anybody. We had prisons, we had music, we had everything. Justice came along and upset all that.
No, Justice. What does the word justice mean?
I don't care. It's not what she... No.
She is Lady Justice.
No,
not Jodie Green. Not Jodie Green.
She's the devil incarnate, I'm telling you.
She is Lady Justice incarnate. And she's haunting you, mate.
No.
No. She's haunting you, mate, as the personification of justice. Not the person of justice. And she's haunting you for the terrible things that you've done to people.
But did you know hear what I just said? Are you stupid?
I am a bit slow.
I used to have good lives, music, quizzes, yeah? Kitty chats, until she came along and fucking ruined it all.
Stella?
Ruined it.
Stella, I'm telling you, Jodie Green is a person, a human being. Lady Justice is what she represents. And she's coming to you as Lady Justice for the terrible things that you've done before you came onto TikTok.
I didn't do terrible things before I came on. That's what I don't understand where you're going with that.
Come on, you just made a confession that you killed 2 of your husbands.
Shut up, you. Right?
Valerie, you're a witness to this, isn't it?
When I came back to TikTok this year, yeah, right, I outed with proof, with evidence, with every single shred, yeah. Claire was there. We were in one of the particular incidents, yeah. We actually proved and got removed 2 very dangerous predators from this app.
Can I speak to my friend Valerie for a second?
Yeah, well, wait a minute. One was called Mr. Bus Driver.
Okay.
Right? And the other one was called... What was his name again? Oh, fuck, I can't remember his name now. Anyway, we showed the newspaper articles. We showed the court documents. The second boy actually came on this live with me and Claire and actually admitted, yes, I'm that person. Yes, I did that crime. Yes, I did that. But I've got schizophrenia and I take tablets for it now. That's what he came on and said. So weird. Everybody praised us for this. The same as the bus driver, right?
Okay.
I was sitting... Wait a minute. I was sitting in a live with a friend who I still talk to on TikTok, yeah? Right? And she said, I can't be around him. I can't be there when you're talking about him. And I said, why not? It turned out, and I'm not naming names, yeah? So I can tell you what happened. It turned out that this lady was his fucking probation officer. So she actually had to come away from the group of people we were in because this idiot was doing naughty things with ladies. Again, we were praised for that. Then along comes Jodie. Yeah. And wants to. This is why Michelle goes for it all the time, yeah? Because I outed 2 predators, and along come Jodie and went, I'm going to out you. For what? She made up a complete story about me being a predator. She made up pictures. She made up nursery rhymes. She made up fucking songs. She did everything. Every live she went into, she would show my picture and tell everybody I was a predator. Do you know she even went into a live and said to everybody that she spoke to Sussex police and they confirmed with her that I was a known peddler in the Sussex area. That's what she told her. And everybody believed her. Why? Because she lives in the same town as me. She lives up the road from me. So automatically people went, well, yeah, you would know each other, wouldn't you? So, yeah, if she's saying that, it must be true. It wasn't fucking true. It wasn't true. The same as our little narrative story she come up with recently. Oh, yeah, the woman behind the counter gave me a funny look. I know why she gave you a funny look, but it's got nothing to do with pictures, it's got nothing to do with kids, and it's got nothing to do with my devices. They know who I am, they know what's happened, yeah, with me personally, with them. Nothing to do with the public. This is the thing. It was nothing to do with a member of the public. I said last night we had information on 2 police officers who had committed sex crimes. I actually had a recording from one of them. I'd recorded him telling me the story and what he said about her. They took the device off me because that recording was on there. That police officer has subsequently been charged or whatever has happened to him. He's been taken to court for it. He's lost his job now. It wasn't just my evidence, obviously. That was just like the cherry on the cake for them. But there was other evidence that he was committing harassment, alarm, distress, all sorts of things, sexual advancement on our female colleague. Things had happened in the station, out of the station, in police cars, all that kind of shit was going on. She made several complaints, never went anywhere until another colleague came forward and said, by the way, do you know what this person is doing? And then I just happened to come along and say, he told me about that, by the way. Where? When? And I said, I've recorded it. So there you go. I'm not a bad fucking person.
Okay, I know.
I've outed these people.
Listen,
yeah.
Can I speak to my friend Valerie?
Yeah.
Can you take a breather?
Yeah.
Can you go into the kitchen and make Daddy a sandwich?
Fuck off.
Alright, let me just put. Hi, Valerie.
Hello.
What has happened today, eh? Have you been entertained?
It's just mind blowing, and I wonder if these things are not that important. Some of it is, but some of it is just they could make it better so much easier.
Yeah. You know what I think? I think these people, Michelle Matthews and Stella Andrews, are actually in hell right now. All right. And Lady Justice, whatever, Jodie, is the personification of justice. And she's tormenting these people for what they've done. I think, obviously matter. I think right now, Lady Justice, in the personification of Jodie Green, is tormenting these people. Just like I'm also a personification of something, all right, that are hounding Michelle Matthews. Right? I think we represent some sort of like archetypal personifications. What do you think to that theory, Valerie?
I think it's shit.
I'd like things I don't understand, right? Like Pure Islam and Sheikh Faisal come into the live and disrupted it. I love the way that you kept your cool. You didn't rise to their baiting. I think you handled yourself very well. And then obviously we had Vinto and Michelle, and they shut the live down. And the point is, none of us were doing anything. And then Vinto said, oh, you were on the radar anyway before they came into the live. But was that because of Pure Islam and
No, it
Or
was
why
just
would have you been on the radar?
you know the
There
reason
was
I was
like
on the
you, me, Don Michael, Alan,
yeah.
you know,
Well, well,
I used to
well,
love
let me
these little news bits.
yeah, we used to have like a really nice like news format, but let me just explain, put you the context. The reason I was on the radar was because I had seen them targeting Rangi, and I've made this quite clear. I was jealous of the attention Michelle Matthews was giving Rangi, and for me, and then later I found out that she's a very attractive woman. Why would this attractive white woman be spending so much time, resources on this guy, Rangi? So I did interfere with that. But let me introduce, do you remember that live that got banned? Well, let me introduce you
Yep.
to the architect of who really banned that. I assumed it was Michelle Matthews and her crew, but you know who it was? Right? Somebody unknown to us, all right, that had attended that live, knew nothing about me, knew nothing about Michelle Matthews, and got my live banned, and that was no other than this little troll here,
Don't
Savage
you
Stan.
fucking dare play the victim. Don't you dare. You tell your friend, Valerie, what you did that night.
I'm just gonna put you on a mute, mate. So the thing is, I
Tell
assumed.
Valerie.
All right, please, can I talk, please? It's my live, thank you. So Valerie, it turned out that all this time, because some random event, because this guy, Savage Stel, is an agent of chaos. He is all right. He's the agent of chaos. Now, nobody, if Michelle Matthews or even you, Valerie, told me that it was some random guy that came and put your live, stopped it, I wouldn't have believed nobody, right? And the truth is, Michelle Matthews and Vimto just simply said, no, it wasn't us, and expected me to believe them. I thought, I was convinced of it. I thought nobody that they don't know is gonna ban my live. I only found out, Valerie, on the 1st of November when I said to Stell, and I said it, and this is how it happened, Stell, if you're listening. I said,
Yeah.
you guys, no, wait on. I said to him when he first contacted me, I said, you guys had got, and I think I said to him, you guys got my live band, all right? I think he misheard it as you got my live band. And so when he said, yes, I did, then that didn't make any sense to me, because when I was saying you guys, I was meaning the collective. I assumed that they were all together. He was part of that team. And then he says to me, I give it, so you got my live band? He gives it, yes, I did. So I got it from him directly on confession that he got my live band. Then I asked him, did you know Shelley and Vimto before? And he goes, no. And I said, why did you do that? Because I didn't like you, that's why. And so, all truths come out, and it transpires that this agent of chaos just simply decided that he didn't like me, all right, and got my live band. So you see how
Valerie's
nobody,
your friend. Tell the truth.
Valerie,
Why did I get you banned?
Did you ever
Valerie,
listen to our lives, Stella?
No, Valerie, you need to ask him to tell you the truth about why I got him banned.
well, I'll tell you exactly why, Valerie. If you go to my account, which is the blockhead in your head, the actual recording of the event took place. So when I first met, I don't know if you were on that live. I think you probably were. I'm just going to cast your mind back to the 9th of May. What had happened is that he had come on, and the first thing I said to him is that why have you got the outfit of a NAZI? No, ST. I can't spell it, mate. I can't. You know.
Yes,
STAGI.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah,
I did, and
And
I
I said,
think I've heard you both talk about it before.
yeah, and I said,
yes,
how dare you?
Was it his grandfather's uniform or something? Have I got that
yes.
right?
Your father's,
Yes, that's right. Yes. So then what I did was I profusely apologized. I said, "Look, I made a mistake. I'm sorry, mate." He then started to accuse me of being, anti-Semitic, a
I'm
racist, a
homophobic.
misogynist. And I said, "Why don't you even add homophobic?" And then he said, "Actually, you don't know this, but I am also homosexual." And I said, "Well, you just missed that now." So basically, he had said, or he was accusing me of left, right, and center. And I said, "Look, mate, I'm sorry. I apologize. I amended the bridges." He accepted my apology, and I said, "Look,
No,
just
Darren is on our lives and his husband.
yes." Obviously, we're not homophobic, but that was not the point, Valerie. The focus is that I made a mistake. I apologized. I apologized to it. He accepted it. And I said, look, Stella, would you mind dropping down? Because me and Shelley are on an important like debate going on. And he said, yes, I'll stay in the boxes.
She wasn't debating with you. She was telling you you're a weirdo.
Yeah, look, irrespective, debate, whatever, yes. And then what happened is that I said, look, he said he wanted to stay in the boxes, and I mistakenly then dropped him. As a consequence of me dropping him, all right, he, as you know, he is a homosexual, and he's one of those homosexuals that are very sassy. So he's a very sassy queen, all right, and I had inadvertently offended him, and therefore he got my live banned.
You were
Do it
homophobic.
again, Talib, because you know he's not a queen, he is a princess.
That's right.
Okay,
Thank
sorry,
you, Valerie.
sorry.
Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you. All right, sorry about that. He is a little tantrum princess. All right, and he threw a tantrum as a little princess and got my live ban. Now, as a consequence of that, I'll tell you everybody what happened subsequently.
Now, can I tell the story?
Okay, I'll tell you the story. What happened after you got my live ban, Stel?
Right. right. So you all know that Shazad has been done for £460,000 worth of fraud from Bradford Council, right? That's no secret. So he's a fraudster, yeah, and he thrives on the fact that he's Bradford's biggest fraudster. He thrives on that fact, yeah.
I'm not thriving on it, mate. I'm not thriving on it. Go on.
Yes, you do. Right. So Shazad was so enraged about getting his account banned that somebody approached him from a little village in Nigeria and said, "I can help you get your account back." And he went, "Oh, can you? Oh," and he rubbed his little paws together. "Yes, I'm getting it back." Yeah. And he gave this guy the information, this little African guy in Nigeria. And he took his account off him and said, "You've got to give me £1,000 to get it back."
Stay composed, Stel. Stay composed. Tell the story.
So the biggest fraudster in Bradford got done over by...
Because the joke really is that he isn't that big a fraudster. It's just he was an scapegoat and the system doesn't work right. That's what we talk about quite a bit.
Yes, that's right. But can you understand from Stella's perspective the reason that he can't even hold himself? Look, he just giddy. He's just thinking that. Look, like, the thing is, he started a chain reaction that got me my account banned. That's why if you look for Talib's brother, there's 2 accounts now. So I desperately tried to get my account back, creating another account, but it was not my account because this account has like 8,000 followers, and so I was desperately trying to get my account back. So that's what happened. His little mischievousness of being a little tantrum princess got my live ban, got my account actually stolen from me. And this guy was blackmailing me, saying, "Look, if you want your account back, all right, you'll have to do all these things and stuff." And I'm like, "No, mate, I don't. I'm principled. I'm not gonna adhere to your terrorist charges and stuff." And he goes, "Well, haha, you're not gonna get your account back." And I thought, "You bitch, Queenie," all right? And I turned it all on Queenie, all right? And then what happened is that... So
it's your stupid fault for getting out your trust in the Nigerian details.
Okay, but you started the kingdom of events. Look at him, he's just giddy, isn't it? This is the little devil that he is.
Listen.
That's that little devilish laugh as well.
He's a little devil, isn't he? He's a little devil, and he's causing a lot of problems on TikTok now. But anyway, so as a consequence of that, right, I was fuming. Well, and I thought to myself, and then what happened was, Valerie, that coincidentally, I was in Ashton Magistrates Court, all right? That was something to do with like a driving thing.
On another fraud charge.
There was not a sure, right? So then what happened is that
I didn't when you went to Michelle's house when you were in the court, was it?
Yes. So I was in the Michelle's house. And what you have to understand, Vimto's here. We were all like friends and stuff like this afterwards. And so they told me that, I was telling them little porcupines as well. I was saying, "Oh, Rangi's staying over at my place, and me and Rangi are in the park, and we're holding hands, and we're having picnics, and all sorts of other stuff, just trying to wind them up and make them jealous." And so they were trying to wind me up, saying that, "Oh, well, Michelle is so stressed out of Shazad and all the things that he's doing." Like I was still kind of tormenting them, and so she's got on a train, her and her fella Dave have travelled to, see Vimto in Birmingham. And I thought, oh, bloody hell, these women are stupid. They're declaring it all on TikTok. So I wanted to show them, teach them a lesson not to do that. And so all that's available. And so, yeah, that's what I did. I went to her house because it was just simply off the beaten path for a short while. It was a flyby visit. You can all watch that. It's all 53 minutes of it. What was exactly happening? But you see, this little devil here, he didn't tell anybody, and this is what I don't understand. Why did he not boast to Michelle or Vimto that it was me? He never told anybody.
I'm not that person. I don't know who you think I am, but I'm not that person. It didn't mean anything to me after that. I didn't know that you were going to give your details to somebody in bloody Nigeria, did I? I didn't think you were going to be stupid enough.
There's consequences to your actions, aren't there?
Yeah, I'll do my prayers 5 times a day.
Yeah, well, I pray 5 times a day now. The thing is that there are consequences to your mischievous behavior. Now, what's happened, Valerie, is that my relationship with obviously Queenie has been really marred by this. So that's why I think he owes me one. Because of him blocking my live, my relationship with Queenie, she's obviously, we've got this love-hate thing. So I think it's only right that he fixes that by disassociating with Queenie and leaving her isolated. So there's only me left. What do you think to that, Stella? Because you owe me one, mate.
Bog off.
Bog off. What are you, a gay man, wanting to do with Queenie anyway?
Keep her away from you.
Well, you see, you're spiteful. That's what it is. You come from a place of darkness.
I think he should have a Loki sort of picture.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think you're a little Loki.
Who's Loki?
The king of mischief.
Yes.
I'll have to look that one up.
Thor's half brother, Loki.
Yeah, from the metal. What is it? Who is his brother? Valerie.
Thor is his brother.
Thor's brother. You've seen it in the Marvel universe, haven't you? Loki. Are you looking it up now, mate?
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
Yeah, you are a mischievous little devil, and now you're complaining that Lady Justice is biting you on the ass.
But it's not her business. That's what
no. It is Lady Justice's business if you've been mischievous, haven't you?
It's not her business.
So I just think this is divine comedy. All right. So the gods, whoever they are, have set this all up. So they've put Lady Justice. Jodie Green could have chosen any name. She chose Justice.
Oh, she says it's because she's trying to get justice for her kids.
Yeah, I know that's the way it's framed that way. But in your little perspective, right, she's just Lady Justice, and you're the little Loki devil that's been mischievous, and you're getting your comeuppances, and now you're complaining. Oh no, Jodie!
You called me.
Jodie called me name. Yeah, it doesn't matter, mate. You've been doing terrible things, and now Lady Justice is on your ass.
You called me an STAZI.
By mistake, and I apologized. Why can't you let it go, mate? This is what
I did let it go. You were the one that brought it up a couple of weeks ago because I'd forgotten about it until then.
Yeah, no, but you held on to it, didn't you? At that time, you didn't let go.
No.
You got my live band.
No, let's get it straight here. I had forgotten all about it until you mentioned the 9th of May when Michelle got my live band.
And the reason I mentioned it recently is because on the 1st of November...
yes, I did. And you went, what? Yes, you did. I said, yes, I did. There was nothing to do with Michelle. It was me.
Oh, on the 1st of November, you told me, didn't you? Yeah. And what date are we on now?
And then about 2 weeks ago, you told me about the little Nigerian man that conned you.
A couple of days ago.
And did Michelle ban your live as well, Stella?
Oh, she's probably done it, yeah. She's probably done it to me.
Why do you all ban each other's lives?
Because they're immature.
Don't like it, why don't you scroll past?
So Valerie, what's happened is that he's done this to me. And then what's happened is that, this is funny as well. Let me tell the story. I'm going to mute him. So what's happened is that subsequently he's told me he's banned my live. Then him and Michelle Matthews have gone out really at loggerheads with each other. And he's on a live and he's got several accounts. And what they're doing is they keep on reporting him to TikTok that he's underage. All right. And I'm really enjoying his live because he's trying to defend himself, and they keep on blocking his live. And he can say, "You bastard TikTok! I'm told you I'm not underage." And he's like, he goes on a different account, and I thought, oh, that's divine justice there, mate. That is
Well,
just
were on to me about that because I went mad. So I'll tell you what happened there, Valerie, right? I went fucking ballistic at legal in London, and I said, "You've got my TikTok shop, so you've got my passport, driving license, and a credit card. How much more do I need to prove?" Right? Because I run a TikTok shop. I buy stuff off TikTok shop, so I've got a credit card, and you've got my license and my passport to open up the shop. And then, yeah, they reset all the accounts and said they're protected from the underage thing now. It won't happen again. So whoever reports me for that again.
Is the TikTok shop an actual shop people can go to here in England?
You can buy stuff
online.
It's online. It's online. You can buy, but they've got a big factory in Northampton somewhere.
okay. So you see how karma works, all right?
See,
and there's another.
For me, still,
Yep.
I think we should forget about this global warming because what we don't chuck out, India and China chuck out. I think we should bring our industries back. We used to have a rag trade. We had metal works. We make cars. And
Couldn't agree with you more.
we need industry, and we need to get young people up and working. I do believe there is work out there. My grandchildren work, my children work. I don't work anymore. I now live a life of leisure. I enjoy walking in the daytime, going to the gym. Now it's winter. I do my water aerobics. I have a social life. I like this at night because I'm here by myself with my dogs. I do have an adopted son live with me. He's been with me for 14 years. He comes from Iran. Yeah, I just think people need to be a bit nicer, but we do need industry back in this country. And I do agree with you that some people do need to get up and go to work.
Absolutely.
Okay, but that's, I think, look, I'm getting a lot of grief from Vimto saying she wants to be boxed on stuff. And I'm going to say this, Vimto, look, I love you, girl, but she is fuming because of what's happened to her. So much has happened to her, all right? And, she's going to come on here, and I'm going to drop your style, and I'm going to say goodbye, because we've had a conversation today, and now I'm going to pay the price for having you in the box, because she's going to give me a bollocking now. So I hope you appreciate that.
That's a shame,
Estelle, can I give you a bit of advice?
Wait a minute. That's a shame because I did have a question for her.
No, you're not going to speak on my live. You two are agents of chaos. She, as you can appreciate, she's been on the live since 7 o'clock yesterday morning. She's not a well woman herself. Now you've doxed Nat. She's absolutely fuming. It's taken me the last three. But the best part of the three.
Hold on a second. I haven't doxed Nat.
I don't care who, but you're part of that trio, duo, aren't you? And now I'm gonna look at what's gonna happen now. Look how she's gonna give me a bollocking. So I'm gonna
know
drop
nothing
you, mate,
about this. I haven't. Listen, I know nothing about this doxing of Nat because.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
No, you should mention it earlier.
Okay, all right. Can I drop you now?
Yeah, whatever.
All right. Can I drop you?
Yeah.
Okay, and now listen to us. This is what you've done, mate. This is the kind of backlash I'm gonna get now. Thank you very much, Savage. You owe me one, mate. Just sort it out with Queenie to fall in love with me. Where's Vimto? Where is she? Oh, she's not even here now. Where's she gone? Where is she? Wait on a minute. Just wait on a minute. I won't sleep after this to this. All right, get in the box then. Come on, let's get in the box. All right, where is she? Come, where is she gone now? Get in the box. Bloody hell, Valerie. You understand? It's just like dealing with children. You've had children, haven't you, Valerie? This is what it's like dealing with, oh no, you're daddy's favorite. No, daddy, you didn't do this. Now look what she's going to do to me now. Come, get in the box. Come on, Vinto. So you can get some sleep. I've just told her, literally, Valerie, I told her at 12:30, get some sleep. You've been on 6, and she's obviously very traumatized by what they've done to her. They're like that queen. I'm trying to douse flames and fires, and all they want to do is like, I'm dealing with one little. Don't talk about me to him. How was your phone? Where is she now? There it is. Invite. Come on, look at this. Come on now. Breathe. Come on, Vimto.
With us,
Yeah, she's still. I don't know. Where is she? I've invited her.
Michael.
Okay.
Does he just go to sleep?
Who's that?
Don Michael.
I don't know. Blockhead. Now I'm gonna get backlash from the Blockhead army as well. Everybody, look. I'm my own man. I'm trying to make good. Oh, she's declined us, yeah. Well, that's up to her. She wanted to get in the box. All right. I'm trying to look. At the end of the day, you know what is? I can quite easily leave this up. It makes no difference to me. You know, Valerie, when was the last time I did a live? Other than on Wednesday.
Well, the last time I saw you live before you started with Vinto was when it got shut down with Stella.
With Stella?
No, you did. You had the Indian one after for a little while, didn't you?
The Indian one?
The Red Indian profile.
Oh, yes. That was ages ago. I can't even see Vimtra to invite her. All right. She's going to give me a complete and utter bollocking. The Blockhead army is going to turn against me. But the reality is that all I've tried to do, Valerie, is try to stop this from going out of control. You will find out. Oh dear. Blockhead Prime is going to come after me now as well. Oh no, I've been a bad boy because I've like tried to speak a reason to Stell. No, not now. I want to be in with Stell. No, she's saying she wants to be in with Stell. All right. And I said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to perpetuate hatred. I'm trying to perpetuate love. All right. Okay, well, fair enough. Let this play.
And I think Stella sounds much better when he calms down.
The thing with him is that,
and it's much
into something you should never have been involved in. To Rangi and Queenie's relationship. That's what my style is. Now, I'm not gonna have Vimto and Stell at 2:30 in the morning fighting with each other. I'm pleading with Vimto to calm down, get some rest, and you can always speak to Stell on another day, right? You are nothing. Wait, mate. You know what is? Please, Stella. What you have to understand is, Blockhead Bing Bong is our leader. I'm gonna get a bollocking off her, no doubt, or him. But can you not disrespect our leader, please? Stella, can you not do that, please? This is a Blockhead Bing Bong. Have you ever seen Valerie Blockhead Bing Bong?
No.
Are you following his content?
I don't think so.
Well, this lady here, can you see this black and white picture? It says Blockhead. You know, in the comments.
I'll have a look. Wait a minute. Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. This person is our leader, our glorious and illustrious leader called Blockhead. And he or she is part, we don't know who it is, but they've decided to create an army of blockheads that are trolling Stella Andrews, you know, that Savage Stell fella, and Michelle Matthews, and also Paul Stone. And he makes loads of really funny videos. And he's basically giving them Chinese torture treatment. And this is one of the reasons.
I've seen them.
Have you? Yeah.
I think I have seen the blockheads.
Well, the thing is, and I really admire this person. I know that they're going to give me a bad time and a hatred and everything, but it's a bit like, you know, what we've got with Stella Andrews and Michelle Matthews and Paul Stone is bullies on a playground. Now, normally what people do is, and you know, the bullies, they pick on the weakest ones in the playground because they're a bunch of bullies. Now, normally what happens is the people complain to the teacher, and the bully gets expelled for a week or two, and then it comes back and continues the bullying. That is the same as going to the police and the authorities. Like, they all call the police on each other, and now I'm telling teacher and stuff. Well, however, Blockhead, Bing Bong, who I have a great deal of respect for, has taken a different approach. And what he's basically doing is showing unity of victims by making them like blockheads. And all they do is basically just follow and like his content. But what it does show the bullies is that you can't pick on individual weak people, because we've got a collective going now. And I think that's a far better approach. And it shows them, and that's what's really scared Stella. Stella's really scared of this Bing Bong person because he doesn't know who it is, and it could be effectively anybody. Now, what do you think to that as a strategy? I think that's a perfect strategy to deal with bullies.
So do I, because is that not similar to what they brought into the schools to stop bullying?
I don't know. I'm not familiar. I don't have nothing to do with schools.
I know they did change the policy on bullying, but I just don't understand why they all want to be nasty to each other. And
Well,
like,
Valerie, you should
if,
also
if
feel
they're
very
not
privileged.
interested, I used to think that when Binto and Queenie came in, because all they did was disrupt the live, and I used to think, why are you doing this? If you're not
Yes,
interested in what we're talking about, there's
yes,
loads of other chats. Go there.
yes. See, Valerie, the thing is, you're a reasonable, sensible person. We are privileged here because we've got the biggest troll, one of the biggest trolls on TikTok, which is Stella Andrews here, Savage Volak. So we've got him here, and we've also got the leader of the Blockhead Army, which is basically promoting anti-bullying. Because they're saying that Savage is a bully. So why don't you ask him that question directly? He's here today. He's been bullying and manipulating people, and you know his background. He's told us a little bit about his history, his coming up and stuff. And so you can ask him directly. I think this is very important that we let Savage speak. I don't care what other people are saying. I think we need to understand why he is the way he is.
Blockhead is nothing but a
I would ask you to be respectful. That is my leader. Or the
I'm
Blockhead
trying to
Army.
think of how to put it respectively.
Yeah, we'll put it in a respectful manner. Don't be disrespecting, because I'm gonna block it. I'm gonna drop you if you say anything rude or disrespectful.
And
Especially,
he's like tinnitus.
all right.
He's annoying, but I'm not scared of him. Are you
You are,
mental?
mate. You are scared shitless of him.
I
tell you
couldn't
why.
care less who he is or what he is now.
No, mate.
At first I asked you, who is he? But don't bother me.
Listen, mate.
Anyway, I think Claire Bear wants to speak to you.
I don't care about Claire Bear. Claire Bear's already been very rude to me and stuff. And you know what is this is how he works, Valerie. You see, he's now trying to stage a disruption, cause chaos, and then he's gonna sit back with his evil little laugh. All right.
No, I just think I just said I think she wants to talk to you.
I don't care. I don't care about anybody else. I just want to understand, why do you feel it's necessary to cause harm and suffering to others?
Blockhead, let me tell you something, I don't even give you a second thought. The only time I ever you're
not answering my question. I'm not talking. You're not gonna go on your own platforms to talk about Blockhead. I'm asking you.
Find that they don't like to discuss. They like to read the comments.
Yeah.
And then shout at each other.
Yeah, that's all they do. They're like petulant little childs. You talk to me, Stella. Why do you? There's another. This is where he's really messed up, Valerie. There's a woman on here called Wendy Wu. Her name, ironically, is called Karma. All right, and he's just messed with Karma. Now, do you think Karma? They say Karma is a bitch, and she's gonna come for him one way or another. Look, we've got Lady Justice here. We've got Karma, and this little troll is just and he's got, look what picture he's got. Let's just look at his picture. Expand. He's got a picture of a nun and a demon nun. All right, and can you understand? That's a representation of who he is, Valerie.
I got the steps so wrong. I put a picture of myself and my own name.
Yeah,
I just. Well,
I know.
but the thing
is, I know, Valerie, but these people, they hide themselves in masks of.
Telling him I don't give him a second thought, and the only time his name or a thought of him ever enters my head is when you phone me up and start talking about him.
Excuse me, Stella. Why do you need to? This is another thing with a troll like Stella. He's a pathological liar.
I don't think about him.
Valerie. The thing is, Blockhead Bing Bong, our leader, makes videos only on 3 people: Stella, Michelle, and Paul.
And do you know what? I haven't watched any of his videos for nearly a week.
He watches everything.
No.
Right? He does. and he's been begging me to tell him.
Ask him. Ask him if I've been watching his videos. Ask him.
Yes, he has. And the thing is, he's been trying to coach and coerce. They thought it was me first. I kept on telling him it's not me. Everybody thought it was me. Now today, our leader has come on here. She's in the block, so it can't be me, can it? But they are going to reveal themselves soon. Don't read the comments. You know that justice is going to wind you up, so don't read the comments, mate. All right. So anyway, we're like, so the thing is, we don't know who Blockhead Bing Bong is, this person, and it really makes no difference because there's loads of us now. So Valerie, if I'm trying to recruit you into the Blockhead army, and you know what happened? I tried to even recruit Stellar into the Blockhead army, and he actually joined. Do you believe this, Valerie? He joined as Blockhead Blonde.
I did.
All right? And Michelle Matthews also joined as Blockhead CID. And Paul joined as Blockhead Mohawk. All right, people. And what they don't understand is that a blockhead, the job of a blockhead is to like and repost Blockhead Prime's videos, which are all mocking them. So I thought that was really funny. So I said to them when they first came in, pretending to be blockheads, I said, will you please go and like videos that are denigrating themselves? And they wouldn't do it. So they outed themselves. I thought that was very funny. But Valerie, like, would you consider joining the Blockhead Army?
I think it's good if it stops people being like the Rangy thing. Like, I don't understand. If he was this person, yeah, and they were all going to the police and witness thing, surely they would move him.
Yes.
Right? Because now he's blown his cover. You know, like the two little boys, John Venable and the other one, like, and one keeps reoffending. I don't think they should keep giving him a new identity. 3 strikes, he's out. He should stay in prison. But that's my opinion. But they still give him a new identity and move him because that's part of the witness protection scheme, isn't it?
Yes. But when you say give him 3 strikes and then he's out, what do you mean by that?
The one who keeps offending, you know, out of those 2 boys who
Yeah. But what do you mean?
Well, he keeps going back to prison, so he's obviously not learned his lesson, has he?
I think, you know, people like him, and forgive me, Stella, here. You can see that I've spent hours trying to convince him and trying to tell him the errors of the way, but they just simply don't understand what they're doing is wrong. Look, I've told Stella that he's probably one of the hatest trolls on here. He just doesn't get it. He's here right now. He'll tell you, no, I'm not. Stella, from my fella, right? Why does everybody hate you on TikTok?
Not everybody does. No, I've still got lots of people that follow me.
See, the first thing he says is defends himself and says, no, we don't. Okay? He's one of the most... you know, Valerie, I've had to spend a lot of time dissuading a lot of people from going to his house and hurting him.
So, let me tell you something. If anything happens to my scooter, Justice, I'm going to be taking that comment straight to the police, yeah? And telling them that you're threatening.
Stella, calm down, fella. Stella, calm down.
Stella, when
that is a threat.
Stella, can I ask you a question? Do you report quite a lot of people on TikTok to the police?
No, just her.
No, come on, Stella. Please come. Tell how many people you've reported to the police.
What do the police say when you go and do they not say stop? Like, I don't understand.
It's only Jodie I've reported. Oh, and Paul. Paul months ago. I reported Paul months ago.
Okay, have you reported Vimto?
No. But Michelle has.
All right, so this is what they do, Valerie.
Reporting Rangy, reporting Neo, reporting you. She was going to report me. I don't know what for. But reporting everybody. Surely the police must think this is a waste of police time. You can get arrested. You know, like, I don't understand it.
Yeah, and this is the thing, a lot of time, you don't understand. This is what, you know, when Michelle Matthews started her campaign of keeping women safe and women safe online, That's all she was telling people. This is the strategy, Valerie, that they employ. Like, if we keep on complaining to the police when something does happen, we've created a picture already. See, these trolls are clever enough to manipulate the police system. So what they do is they just throw in a complaint. It costs them nothing. 2 minutes, throw in a complaint, throw in a complaint, throw in a complaint. All right, and then on a long enough time frame, they're discrediting the person. Eventually, when the person like maybe loses his temper or something or does something, they say, "Aha, police, we told you, here's a whole history of it." So they're doing it strategically, and Michelle Matthews is encouraging them to do it, basically telling any woman that if your dog farts, and you should report it to the police, and get the dog done for it. All right, this is how these impudent people are, and the police don't know how to deal with the situation because these people claim to be victims. Now, can you understand that if, like, from the police's perspective, if something was to happen to them, they would be seriously at fault, wouldn't they? So they don't know which is the real victims and which are the pretend victims. And these trolls know this. So they're basically abusing the reporting system in order to troll. So effectively, they're just trolling the police system complaints procedure. All right. And that's what they get away with. And the police.
I just think to keep, I mean, it's loads of different people you're keeping. Why don't the police even say to them, I think you should come off TikTok?
Hold on a second. Can I just say something, yeah? Listen to, look at Jodie's comments, yeah, sitting in there. Now, Jodie, they fraudulently went into the police station and tried to get a Clare's Law on me by telling them she's my partner, and they told them, no, there's nothing to, you're nothing to do with Stella. You can't have one. She fraudulently went into the police station.
Stella, right
she
here
reported
is the
Paul as well.
Stella.
I finished.
No,
she reported Paul as well. Yeah.
Stella, my fella.
Let me finish. And there she is, sitting there calling everybody.
No, Stella, I'm going to drop you. I'm going to invite you back. But look, Stella, just take a breather, mate. This is where the problem is. Right here. Just listen to me now, mate. I don't want you in the boxes. Just listen to me for a second. You need to take the time and not respond from other people. Valerie, can I tell you one of the best books I've ever read? It was a book called The Meaning to Life by Dr. Viktor Frankl. Have you heard of this book? Valerie?
I haven't actually read that book, but I have seen Monty Python's Meaning to Life.
No. It's no. Like, don't get. So this book is about this guy called Dr. Viktor Frankl, and I think Stella will find this interesting. So let me tell this story. It's about an individual that was in the Nazi Schmarzi concentration camps, basically. And he was really, he was a Jewish individual who was being tortured by the Schmarzi. Okay. And what he noticed, what his great insight was, that all the people around him were dying, but he came to an epiphany and a realization that between stimulus and response, there was a small gap that he could own. And in that gap, he found his freedom. All right. And what that means is the response is how you react. But in between your stimulus and response, while he was being tortured and degraded, and it was, I don't need to relay the level of torture that these people went through by the hands of other human beings. In that moment of that epiphany and realization, in the most horrors of humanity, he found his freedom, because he said, between stimulus and response, that's who I am. That's I make the decisions. So when the Germans were treating with disdain and condemnation, he did not allow them to control his response. He responded, and in that he found his freedom. And you know what happened? Because these Germans during this time, they didn't want to really be murderers. So what they would do, because they had to act in the way that they did, they would only take out the people that are already given up on life. He wrote this book called The Meaning to Life. And when I read this book, and I'm getting kind of emotional now as well, when I read this book, that really made a big difference to me. And so, Valerie, you've seen me when the Sheikh Faisals and pure Islams came into them and taught, did what they did. You know how horrific it was. All right. But I didn't react, because between stimulus and response is where I live and have my freedom. And you see, this is the problem with Stella. Somebody's put a comment, he's found it very upsetting, and then he's responded straight away. This is the same thing with Vimto. What was happening, I was saying, look, calm down, relax, and don't respond straight away. Take a measured approach, breathe, because you can see when he doesn't, he can see him wound up and the blood pressure rising and stuff. Take a moment, right now, Justice here, Lady Justice, is peed off with him. She's saying things because obviously she's very upset. Try to understand why she's upset. You've posted pictures of a child without her permission, and so she's fuming and doing what a mother should do. Just relax, take in what she's saying, and give a measured response. Between stimulus and response is where freedom lies. That's why you respect me, Valerie, because you saw how they treated me all. They were goading me and I didn't respond, because that's where my freedom is. And that's what makes me more powerful than anybody else in this room, because I'm not an impudent little child that when people throw dirt at me, I'm going to respond to it. What I try to do is when you hurt me with pain and suffering, I turn it into love and compassion. So now you can come back. Does that make sense, Valerie?
Kind of like the Bible says, you turn the other cheek.
Yes, easier said than practice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
It is.
So just 1 second before you respond, Stella, there's a lady here called Care Bear. Now look at this. She's got a lot of hatred for me just after one conversation. This is a person that's really hurting, and you can hear it in her comments. This is a person that's been traumatized and is hurting. So nothing Care Bear says to me, trying to trigger me and bring me down to her level, is going to have any effect on me. So that's what she needs to know. The more you anger me, try to anger me, the more I respond with love and compassion. This is an individual that has been really traumatized, and she's spewing out her terror and trauma, and then you meet someone like Stella who loves and to goad people, and this is why this whole thing has happened. If you respond to her level, then you understand that nothing she can say here right now is having any effect upon me. So why, Stella, can you not even take the same approach with Justice and not allow her comments to hurt you or manipulate you?
Why don't you let Claire Bear up? 'Cause she obviously has something to say to you.
I understand what she said, but I'm not going to give her the control, am I?
Well, you don't have to give her control. Just let her have her say.
No. She doesn't get a say because she is hurting and in pain right now.
Then soothe her by letting her up in the event.
No, you can do that in your life. You can do that in your life. Venting will not resolve anything. She's in a lot of pain and suffering that you've caused her. Did you take a picture of her child?
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
And did she not kindly ask you to take it down?
I didn't put it up. Fucking push me on this, yeah? There was no picture of a kid up from her.
Calm down. Look, Hindi, look. The thing is, do you see how he gets rattled? And this is which lets Stella down. He can be calm, cool, and collective, but he just goes into fits of rage. And that's what Valerie I found, is that many people on here on TikTok, including Vimto, including Michelle Matthews, including Stella, they get into fits of rage. All right? And they don't need to do that. I'm just trying to explain to them, why would you allow some Pakistani guy from Bradford to calmly say things to you and get you wound up to such a degree? And then what happens is, Valerie, is that once they find themselves that they've lost control, this is the thing, they think that they can then wind other people up. And this is just like a domino effect where they keep on enraging each other. All right? And that then it's just a spiral of darkness and debauchery, because all they're doing is just enraging each other, and they just need to calm down and grow up. They're just like petulant little children, and they're just embarrassing themselves.
Then I'm warning you for the last time, yeah? Stop fucking talking about that picture. I didn't put it up, right? And I never showed it to anybody. There's Claire in the comments, and she's just told you the same thing. I never put it up. Justice again is lying.
Okay. Look, can we try this exercise? Because
when I was child, she just told you in the comments, I never put it up.
Okay. Okay. You know, when I was in primary school, my school teacher told me an exercise. Can you just try it with me, Stella? I don't mean to be patronizing and condescending. Just what I want you to do is I want you to take a deep breath through your nose, hold it for 5 seconds, and release it through your mouth. So let me do that with you. All right?
No, how about you just keep your mouth shut and stop telling lies? Then I don't have to lose. Then I don't have to lose my temper.
But can you understand it? By losing your temper,
I taught my children to breathe
breathe
in and blow out the negativity.
Yes. So can you try that with me, Stella? Just try
No,
this exercise.
how about you just stop saying I put the picture up? That would make it a lot easier.
But you know what is?
We didn't say you put the picture up.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Shazad said it.
I did say that, but I got confused.
And Valerie, you heard me lose it earlier, yeah? I did not put that picture up. The woman whose kid it is in the comments, and she's even said herself, I didn't put it up.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. So, but can you understand
do you shout? Do you have so much anger inside you?
Yes,
because Valerie, for 6 months, I've been told by Jodie I put the picture up when I didn't. She has told everybody on the app I did, and I didn't. She is.
Can you see yourself losing, Estelle? Can you understand that you need to learn to slow down, my brother? People are going to say nasty things to you and winding you up, and they're doing it deliberately, and you're falling for it. Breathe through your nose, hold it for a couple of seconds, and then let it out. Remain calm, because you lose the argument once you go into fits of rage, my friend. All right? Try not to lose the argument by going into rage.
Shazad, why don't you do us all a favour? Just mute her. That would be better. Just mute her.
Okay. Look, I'm going to mute everybody. How about that?
No, just her.
No, that's not fair on her.
Well, it is, because she's the one that's causing these problems. 4 times so far I've been having to defend this tonight.
Stella,
4 times she's brought it up and said I did it.
Stella, calm. Look, the reality is that why are you defending lies?
Why does everybody keep asking me about it?
Stella, why are you defending lies? You know they're lies, so don't defend lies.
So why did you say it then if it's a lie?
If it's a lie, don't defend it. Don't go into rage mode, mate. You got to understand, you got a rage problem.
Because I'm sick of this fucking picture.
Okay, no bad language. That's the first. Let's start with that. No profanities or vulgarities. All right.
I don't know how you can't get that. I am sick and tired of Jodie coming in everywhere, harassing me and saying I put up a picture. I put her kid's picture up because she lied to everybody about it.
Look,
yeah, I didn't put anybody else's pictures up.
Stella, can you not hear yourself? You're getting worked up, mate. Just calm. Stay calm. All right.
You will have a heart attack.
You will have. You bringing your.
I'll tell you what, Valerie. Right, I'm so close. Yeah, I am so fucking close to putting all the kids up. Every fucking picture I've got of our kids. I am so close because I'm sick of being accused of it. I'm sick and tired of being accused of it. I will go and date.
No, listen. Look, Valerie, what do you have to say?
Do you have morals and standards?
Not anymore.
Yeah, but you have to. And like my dad used to say, you shouldn't go down to people's levels. You should elevate them up to your level.
Well, I just said to Shazad, yeah, mute her. Nobody else needs muted. Other people want to talk, yeah? Other people are being respectful. Other people are saying things. Not a problem. Just Jodie, mute her.
But people are allowed different opinions.
But it's not an opinion. She's telling an outright lie. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, Valerie. She knows it's a lie. The woman who owns the picture, the mother of the child, has sat there in the comments and said, no, Jodie, he didn't. And she still kept typing, yes, he did, yes, he did, yes, he did.
You don't have... Why... I don't understand why you get so angry.
Because I'm sick of tired of Jodie going around this app telling people I put kids up. I will put your kid up again, Jodie, if you don't keep your mouth shut.
Please.
I will do a post on every single one of my accounts tomorrow morning, yeah? And see how you like that.
Stella, look, please, fella.
You have, I don't know, you need to get something out of you. Have you been to church ever?
Valerie, if somebody's telling you for 6 months on a daily basis you've done something that you haven't done, eventually you're going to think yourself you've done it, won't you? She is driving me fucking mental with this. but she's not
Language,
gonna. I'm not
language.
gonna let it beat her because I will get her before she gets me. I'm not
Don't
Curtis.
look.
I'm not
Just hold
Curtis,
on a second.
Justice. I'll tell you that now. Yeah, I'm a lot fucking
Oh my
tougher than
God.
Curtis. Yeah, you only got past him because of his.
I'm just gonna drop him. I'm sorry, Stella, but you're just out of control, mate. Like you're just working yourself up, and you please go take a glass of water and drink something. I'm getting a lot of heat from Vimto here on the messages telling me that I'm a bad person for this. All right, you can see, Valerie, that this is tit for tat, and this person is basically like he's out of control because of his rage and he's not being able to handle things. I'm trying to speak some sense into the guy. Look, what is it? I'm gonna get him back, but he needs to take a breath. All right, you need to do that. Look, Stella, I'm going to have you back in the boxes, but you're going to do 2 minutes of breathing exercises with me, okay? That's all we're going to talk about. No, you talking about breathing exercises.
We'll all do it together.
Yeah, we'll all do it together.
Shazad,
breathing exercises.
Listen
breathing
to me,
exercises.
Shazad. You need to stop blaming me and blame the person that's poking the bear. Blame them for the reaction, not the fucking reactor.
Language. Can we start the breathing exercises?
No, tell her.
Look, Stella, I'm going to have to drop you, mate, then. Breathing exercises. Are you going to do the breathing exercises, Valerie?
Not until you
I am
realise.
doing them. But
Not
I'd
until
like
you realise
Stella
that
to
she
know,
is triggering
when
me.
Stella calmed down last time and you were talking about his husbands and he was he made me laugh and
but Valerie, she's in here triggering me. Does nobody understand that? She is doing it deliberately.
Rise above it. Rise above it. You know it's not true. Rise above it.
Yes. But the other people that are sitting in here who don't know it might have just come in or dropped in. They're reading these comments.
Do you know
and
them?
they believe it.
Who cares? Do you know them? You know you.
Listen, I've had people come to me. I've had people come to me saying, you put up Claire's fucking son's picture because Justice told us so. And they believe it. That happens on a weekly basis.
I've had things said about me, but I don't care. I know who I am. And I'm telling you I don't care. Like, Vinto did apologize to me, but really what she said about me didn't really bother me that much, because I know who I am. When Michelle Matthews threatened that she was going to the police and she can go to the police all she wants on me.
Yeah, but I
don't do anything wrong.
I don't understand why Shazad. I don't understand why Shazad is punishing everybody for one person. Just mute her. Don't block her. Just mute her so she can't write anything anymore. And everybody's
but
back.
He's not picking sides. So the best way to make you calm down is to block everyone.
No, he's witnessing her poking the bear, and this is where I'm raising my voice and losing my temper.
Okay, can we bring it down a level then? Can we try to bring it down a level?
I was on here.
Wait, I'm going to sit back and think about all this, yeah? Can you please?
No, wait a minute.
Can you bring up Claire Bell?
Talking to you and to Talib, and everything was nice. I wasn't even reading the comments.
No, I can see them.
Interested in the conversation that the three of us was having.
Yeah, but I can see her in the comments sitting there, nick. That's what she does, and nobody pulls her up for it. Nobody pulls her up for her bad behaviour. When are we going to have a live tell where we can sit here and tell everybody what she does and what she's like and what a bad person she is?
But we're not going to have that live because I don't,
Well,
I'm not here to spread hate.
Everybody, if you want to know about Justice, I'll hold a live this week, and I'll tell you exactly who she is.
Okay, but what about you not do that then? How about you not do that?
No, somebody has to out that creature. Somebody has to out her.
No.
You've all had you said
what harm is she doing to you or other people?
She's
Valerie. Like her, scroll past her.
Valerie.
Pay no attention.
Valerie, she's in this live now telling people I put up Claire's picture when I didn't.
Pay no attention, and if you can't pay no attention, you leave the live. That's called being a grown up.
No, why should I leave the live for a troll like her?
Oh my God, Stella!
Talib wants to call out trolls, Then call that one out because I've told you right from the start, Talib. She's the one that brought the monster out on me. She's the one, the cause of all this. You know what you said about? Wait a minute. You know what you said about me getting your live cut, which started a chain of events,
Justice, thank you, but no, you don't have to do that.
That's what Justice did. Justice started a chain of events.
I know, mate. And I'm just trying to break that chain of events, mate. And like the thing is, you trust me. Look, Valerie's here. Valerie doesn't know anything about what's been happening here. All right,
But you're
and
not
she's a.
breaking that chain of events, Shaz. You're not. You're allowing her to do it.
What do you want me to do? Would you like me to act with aggression and violence towards justice?
No, I want you just to mute her comments and let everybody else talk.
But
Just
why?
mute her.
But that would be me judging or like condemning her, wouldn't it?
No, you're seeing what she's doing, and she has to be stopped. That's what a good host does. A host looks at who's causing the trouble, who's causing the problem, mute them.
I tell you who I think.
Away. He's muted everybody, so you can calm down. You can have your say. You don't need to worry about the comments.
Right.
Justice, you know what is? You're just playing a game here. Please, can you stop gifting me? If you continue to gift me justice, I'm going to block you, mate. All right? I don't want any gifts. I don't know who Coffee Cup is. I know who Coffee Cup is. I know. But can everybody stop gifting me? Because what you're doing is you're playing another mind game with Stella here. He's upset. You're trying to like get on my good side. If you continue to gift me justice, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to block you. Because this is a dirty tactic. I've already turned off the comments. No more gifts, please. I don't want your gifts. I'm just trying to speak to Stella here, trying to understand what is it like. You told me, that I need to stop. The problem here, Stella, is you, and you can't see it, mate.
The problem is not me. You can't see it. Every single day I come on a live, or every day I have a live, there is justice spying on me, covertly recording me, commenting on different accounts. She told a fucking lie today. She's got more accounts than I've got. Trust me on that, yeah? Trust me on that, right? Okay. Every single day she's at me, right? She comes on fake accounts and says, I heard you did this, I heard you did that, and I heard you that. And every one of them I keep blocking, she keeps coming back in another one. She does it all day long when what she should be doing is looking after her kids. She's got a send kid, right? What she keeps going on about. My kid's autistic. Deal with your kid. Because when she's on a live in the morning, all we hear is that kid screaming in the background. Yeah. When I used to phone her at night, all I heard was her telling the boy to look after his sister while she's on the phone to me. No, be a proper mother and go and look after your fucking kids. Stop sitting on TikTok, poking me, right, and then getting me into a rage where everybody's then gone against me for it.
Yes, you come off really badly, mate. And first of all, no profanity.
But you don't understand. It's her that's doing it. It's very hard to ignore somebody who's constantly there. 24 hours a fucking day.
Calm down.
Stella, maybe you need to get off the
Coffee Cups just gift you. I think you should block him.
No. It's not justice, is it? If justice gifts me, I'll block her. How about that?
Yeah.
Let me give you something.
And Coffee Cup better be careful, by the way, because I've been speaking to his ex-wife. Not Jenna, the ex-wife.
Stella,
she told me about you, John.
Stella, please. You are the problem.
I'm not the problem. These people poking me are the problem. Do you not get it?
I'm just going to drop you.
Scratching all the time. It's because of the fleas.
Okay, I'm going to drop you for a second. I will have you back. Okay, I'm just going to drop you. And the reason I'm going to drop you, I've just told you the story. And he hasn't listened to this story, so I'm going to repeat the story. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to find this book and I'm going to send it to Stella. It's called The Meaning of Life. And it's all about stimulus and response. Whatever Jody, Lady Justice is doing, poking the bear, as he says, is nothing compared to the treatment of... May I add, Stella will tell you that he is of Jewish ancestry. He goes around telling everybody that, look, my family were Holocaust survivors. So this story should be more relevant to him than anybody else. What Justice is doing to him is just TikTok trolling. But people like this Dr. Viktor Frankl was physically in a concentration camp and he witnessed the biggest horrors in the World War. And in that, he found his freedom by not responding. All right, by not being allowing other people to gauge his reactions. Remember this, I'm going to slow it down again. Stimulus, response, in between is where you find your freedom and calm. Now, people in this world are always going to take the piss out of you. If it's not justice, it's going to be somebody else tomorrow. They're always going to, say something that's going to trigger you and rile you. All I first said when I first met Stella was that I think you're wearing a schmartzy uniform, and that got him. That triggered him to such a degree where I profusely apologized to him, and that didn't matter to him, and he still got my live band. So can you understand that it is a rage problem? It is an anger problem. It's a maladjustment of his inability to manage and regulate his emotions. You've just seen him, Valerie, today, that he can't even control his emotions, and then he's saying it's everybody else's fault. Let everybody say bad things to him. And what I don't understand, Valerie, is this: he is a gay man that grew up in the 80s and 90s. He would have got a lot of stick for being homosexual, and if he's been carrying all that like anger and frustration, you got to learn to let go, mate. And you're just making yourself ill. All right, remain calm, cool, and collected. Don't allow anger and frustration to dominate you. Don't allow others to control you, mate. You're being controlled by other people's lies.
Listen, we're all individual people. I'm not fucking Dr. Franco, and I don't know who he is, and I don't care who he is, to be honest with you, right? Right? I don't care, right?
Well,
we're all individual people, and we all deal with these things.
To be a bit happier.
Thank you, Valerie.
Down a bit.
Thank you, Valerie. We deal with these things individually, yeah? And that little troll down there is the one that turned me from a nice person having sing-songs and quizzes and all the rest of it into what you see today. So yes, it might be me that's doing it, but she's the one that triggered it all. She is the cause of it, the root cause, the same way as you going after, wait a minute, I'm not finished yet. You going after Michelle, right, was me triggering it by getting your live band. So you cannot sit there telling me little stories about Dr. Franco when you did something similar to what I'm doing now, yeah, over somebody else's actions.
Okay, Stella. But I did it in the name of love.
Well, I'm doing it in the hate of that one there. I want to put her head under the water and stand on it.
You've done that already, man. Look, 2 husbands disappeared with.
Why did you let that person steal your happy life of music and quizzes?
Because she went round and
Why would you let someone do that to you?
Valerie, she went round and convinced all these people that I had done this, and they all came for me, right? Like a pack of wolves, right? Now, would you please do me a favour, Shazad? Let Claire Bear up, please, yeah? She will tell you the story, and I am quite happy for her to tell you the story. Once and for all, listen, once and for all, you will hear it from the woman's mouth, the actual victim.
See, this is how devilish she is, all right? Claire Bear is a very vulnerable woman that's been abused all her life. She's
asking to come up.
I don't care. Well, she can ask all she wants. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. She let her go to bed. You should all be going to bed. But I just want to say to you this, Stella, you can't recognize the monster that you've become. And I don't know how else to help you there, mate. Like, you are, by your own admissions...
Go for the source. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Go for the source.
You know, I don't know if... Is Justice still here? Is Justice still in here? She's not even here, mate. She's gone.
Right. Claire wants to clear her name, please. She's just texted me and said, can you get him? I want to clear my name.
No, I'm not having anything to do. I'm going to actually block her after this live. I don't want anything to do with Claire Bear.
Okay, Claire Bear, I'm going to go live in a minute. Come over to mine.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so are we ending the live now?
Listen, please. Oh, he's gone.
What were you going to say, Valerie?
I just want him to stay calm and, all of this eat up that they have inside them, all this hate, all this anger, really does their health no good. And I'm not just talking about their mental health. I'm talking about their body.
Yes. Well, what's happened, Valerie? They're all sick. They are literally all sick. Physically. You know that Michelle Matthews... I don't know how much you know about this, but she's got so many physical problems, and she's only 36 years old. All right, she's just a baby, really, isn't it? How old is 30? She just turned 36 on the 5th of November. She's
My children are older than that.
Yeah, and she's got so many health problems. She's in and out of hospital, and obviously she does play up a little, but like she told me she can't have any children. She's with a partner. His name's Dave. Whatever his name is, she goes, I can't even give him any children anymore because she's just been like just complete wreck. Her kidneys are gone, all right, and she's got like loads of physical problems, and that is a result of being a troll. This Stella fella, he's also
and all that alcohol she drank.
yeah, okay, all the alcohol that she drunk. But even the Stella fella, he's in a mobility scooter. And all I'm just trying to say is that look, these, like you said, Valerie, all this anger and negativity, it's all held in your body, and then it's like you get diseases and illnesses and stuff. Just let it go. Like he has a problem, and like with many of them, just let it go, man. All right, and then they say that I'm being patronizing and condescending. You've seen me on a live. I think I don't think you were there initially when I did my first live. Oh, and I was just my first TikTok experience. A woman come up and she could say, "Oh, you Taliban, this, that, and the other," and like she was very, very angry and aggressive towards me. And everybody said, "Look, just block her, get rid of her, and stuff like this." And what happened is that I said, no, let her talk. What's her problem? She gives it, look, you Taliban's this, that, and the other. And I give it, what's the Taliban got to do with me? Name of the profile is Talib. Talib is my brother. And I've just named this account after my brother. You've made a mistake. And I remember her name was Rose. And I said, look, you're an English Rose. And I ended up, I think I won a lot of people in that live, just taking the hatred and turning it into love. That's all I'm asking Stella to do. People can say negative things to you. Like, let me give you an example. Recently, this woman called Tanya Queen, I said, look, you come here, I'm going to do this to you and that to you. I choose not to see the aggression and make like the niceness of it all. And if you like take in hatred, why do you get surprised when you get hatred back? Now, you understand, Valerie, that just as on his conduct and behavior, can you understand how he is the problem? If he was just to allow things to let go and just deal with them differently, he would have a different response. Because the way he deals with them, he's literally, Valerie, I've seen him bring women like absolutely to tears and crying and stuff. There's another guy that was here called Chris. He's ended up trying to unalive himself because of the things that these people are doing. There are serious consequences because
how they all seem to find themselves on this app.
Yes.
And they all seem to gravitate together, and then obviously they'll start arguing.
That's it. This is what the problem is, that most normal people like you and I, Valerie, what normal people do is they just block the, oh no, I'm superior and this and the other. They're all as bad as each other, and then all they do is dox each other's home addresses. All the home address, like Stella's address, the person that was here, it's now been doxed. That means it's out in the public domain. All of them then eventually end up doxing each other, doxing their phone numbers, doxing their own children's photographs. All right. So because the normal people just leave them alone. And when they've got nobody else, because they need that narcissistic supply, they just eventually turn on each other. All right. And then they're calling the police. They're like making this TikTok drama. You know what I think, Valerie? I think they just must get off on it. They must enjoy it all. Because why else would you just not turn off the phone and just walk away?
Me too. Do you remember we had the conversation that, I obviously have my grandchildren and that up, and you said you shouldn't really put them there and that. Yeah. But I always feel I don't go about being horrible to people on this app. So why would somebody go? I don't think somebody would do it to me. You know what I mean?
But they did do it to you, didn't they? But they did do it to you. But they did do it to you, didn't they?
I don't think they took any of my grandchildren's pictures.
No.
I think they just said things.
Valerie, because of you got to understand that you can be a good person and not be like aggressive and this and the other. But because of your association with me, you became a target, and they were saying some really horrible things to you. And I think that's why you've been like kind of startled and surprised that why am I getting so much venom or anger from these people, because I'm not done anything. I just like Shazad's lives. I like Talib Brothers' live, and I'm because you can't see it, but these people, they're really hurting from inside. They're in a lot of pain. I would argue that they're in hell right now. Hell is not something that's going to happen to them. They're in hell right now. They're pain and suffering. And what they want to do is like, you know how you said that you should bring people up to your level. All right. That's your philosophy. But to these people, what they want to do is they want to bring you down to their level. So it's a tug of war, you see.
I know. And it's so sad, really, isn't it? But
yeah,
again, I think society we got commercialized, society got commercialized, we've got to be better than these people, and blah, 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 blah. And it's not about, life was never about that when I grew up.
And I think I like the question you asked about, Christianity and church and religion and stuff, because this is, at least Christianity told people to like turn the other cheek and like look at other people with compassion and understanding. We live in a society now.
And help.
Yeah, help others.
Like as children, we were taught, you help an old person across the road, you carry their bags. You didn't question it. And it didn't matter what they said to you. You stood there and you took it. You were no one to talk back to them. You were the child.
Now look, that's all I've tried to do here. I've tried to help Vimto. I spent a lot of time. That like live has ended now. I've spent like, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. What am I getting out of this? Is there something that I'm pleasuring from this? It gives me no pleasure to be here at 3 o'clock in the morning trying to speak sense to Stella. Everybody can say what they want to say, but I'm trying to help. You know what I see? What I see in these people, in my eyes, like Michelle Matthews, like Stella, and many other people on here, I see them as tortoise on their back, struggling, all right, because of the situation and life circumstance. So as a tortoise, like I could just leave them there and struggling away, but it would take me no effort. Just give them a little push and they're back on their feet again. All right. That's the way I see these people. They're not a threat to me. I don't feel threatened or intimidated by them. I just see them as like struggling to cope with the kind of shit that they've been put through. You can see that. You can hear it in his voice, can't you? Like, I'm being victimized, right? And I've been trying to tell him, look, stay calm, learn to breathe, don't react to the people, what they're saying. Like, I don't have to do that. I can just be a little dick and say, look, but I'm just thinking to myself, if I express out goodness or good karma comes back on many folds. And why am I sat here 3 o'clock in the morning? I'm tired as well. I've had a really grueling session with Vimto and trying to get that story out and trying to give her peace and calm. That's all gone to the sway now because she's saying, why are you speaking to him? Because what they do is they like create little groups among themselves, and then if you find yourself in another group, they come and attack you. And like, I'm not going to play their games like this. I'm my own man.
Well, if you're their friend, you can't be my friend.
Yes, that's it. That kind of like childish behavior. Why did I see you in there and this and the other? I'm like, no, I'm my own man. I'll do as I please. I think they're all a bunch of immature children. You know what, Valerie? You're a mother of, I can't remember, was it 5?
5, yeah.
And you're a grandmother of how many?
Oh my God, because I've had another one, and one of my granddaughters is having her second one, but that won't be till next year.
Wow, so you're a great grandmother.
Yeah.
And do you not notice these are just naughty little children that just need to get their body slapped? All right?
I do. I find them very immature, actually. And I do look and think, oh my God, I've been so lucky in life.
Yes.
And my children, but I just learned from my parents anyway. But I suppose if you don't have any parents, who are you gonna?
Yeah.
And
what
we have morals. I hear people on here sometimes being really horrible about men, and I think, especially when I hear women about it, I think, how can we as women stand here and moan about men when we, the women, are the ones that grow the little boys into men?
Yes, that's exactly right. And what also, Valerie, you'll find is that a lot of people have been like molested as children, or like, gone through quite horrific things as children, all right? And they are still dealing with those traumas as in adulthood, and that's really messed them up. And they've got no real, so they're maladjusted in society. And so this TikTok platform gives them that opportunity to engage with people, and there are a whole host of mess. And that's another problem as well, you see. So we're dealing with people that are maladjusted and social rejects, because why else would somebody at 3 o'clock in the morning be talking on these lives, and they're on it all the time? I'm a social reject, as you know, Valerie, because of my circumstances, but of what I was being, scapegoated by the authorities. And so I'm meeting these people, and I'm like, to tell you the truth, they make me really
But
sad.
they don't understand that either, do they? They like, even Vinto said, "Oh, I don't have the concentration," but they don't understand. They just, "Oh, you defrauded, like you're some criminal mastermind."
Well,
Not that the council were giving you the
yes,
money and you were
yes,
trying to tell them, but
yes.
no, you defrauded.
But
And you don't hide, you go, "Yes, I went to prison."
Yep,
And I do totally understand innocent people go to prison.
yep.
And I'm not saying that all people shouldn't be on benefits. I don't think that at all. But I do think there are a lot of people on benefits that don't need to be on benefits.
I think
And
if you Valerie, sorry to interrupt you there. Wasn't it? Who do you know who started? I think it was the Bevin report, when after the Second World War, when the system came in. Because one of the problems, I don't know if you've studied this, the poor laws of England. Because what usually used to happen was before the
you
Second
had to
World
go to
War,
the poorhouse, yeah.
you had to go to the poorhouse, yes, and you had to work it off and stuff. So I think it was Bevin. I can't remember, but he wanted to bring in the social security system, and there was a problem with I think he called idle people, all right, and the like people that could work but didn't want to work, and there were other people that really needed support and stuff, all right. So we in the system have stated that, look, those that can't work should be like the deserving poor and the idle poor. All right. And the thing is that we as a society have stated that, look, irrespective, right, we're going to help people. All right. And so, yes, there are people that, are just idle and they don't want to work. But does that mean that we don't support the people that do need help? Now, what you have to,
No, that's why we have to,
yes,
you know what I mean? But
yes,
there are jobs out there, and I think they miss out on so much,
yes,
because if they could only learn when they go to work, they're going to make more money.
yes,
They will have a better life. They can travel or have nicer things, or, I don't know. I just think maybe they don't know any other. I don't know if anyone in
yes,
their family's ever gone to work.
yes, probably. And I think, and the thing is, Valerie, the reality is that, I think Don Michael's there. I think the reality is
Hello,
that,
Michael.
Hey, I'll let Shaz finish and I'll say something.
yeah, go ahead, Michael. You always have priority on my life.
My question, because I've got some learning difficulties with reading and writing and other problems. Now I've got I've got health issues in Italy where I am. I've got problems with me heart and breathing and stuff. But when I was living in the UK, because of my disability, when you go around looking for work, and because I've got problems with reading and writing and other problems, they say there's no jobs for me. Under the law, they're not meant to do this, right? They still have to give disabled people a chance to work. But you go to a company for work, not every single company, they discriminate you to help you to work for them. That's the problem in society as well. And then you end up being on benefits because companies not giving you a chance to work.
Thank you for that, Michael. And one
I
of the
agree
things
with you, Michael. I do agree with you. My grandfather was a farmer, and he was a big farmer, and he used to hire someone who had special needs, and he used to give them 5 sixpences, and he'd pay the mum the rest of the money, because of the boy only wanted 5 sixpences, but obviously the work he did was worth more than that, so he used to and he had to pay, my grandfather had to pay him in sixpences, 5 of them. But he did a good day's work, and my grandfather paid the rest of the money, because he wouldn't take it, to his mother. So he still put into society and worked.
But Valerie, all right. I mean, the thing is, one of the biggest changes now in society is that there may not be any jobs left because of the rise of AI. But the thing I wanted to focus in on, look, there is somebody like Michael here who I'm sure that you would want to help. Let's just bring it back to the basics. Here's an individual that's an honest guy. He's got disabilities, and I want to help him. So I want to give him some money. All right, to
Yeah, I
support
have
him.
no problem. Yes.
Just 1 second, please. But you want him to have the money. So let's say we want to give him £1. Now, out of that £1, try to understand this, that the price for that act of kindness must mean that you must feed like 80 pence to somebody else who's born idle. That's just the price of doing business as far as I see it. Ideally, yes, we would like to help somebody, but this is coming back to the benefit system. So yes, there are real needy people, but there are lots of leeches, all right? And the reality is that ideally we want to get rid of the leeches, but that would be in a perfect world. And there are leeches in society, so we just have to just feed them in order to feed. So we have to feed 3 leeches in order to feed 1 good person. And this is the same thing that I have with somebody came. I'm just going to tell this short story and then I'll let you come in. So a friend of mine went to Pakistan and he said, "Look, I went to Pakistan with good intentions to give money to the poor." But most of the time I felt that they were just swindling me, like pretending to be poor. And I give it, well, what difference does that make to you? In order for you to give money to that needy person, ideally it should go all to him. But disregard all the other people. Your intentions are pure. So you give, let the leeches leech, but maybe it'll trickle down to 1 good person. The charity now, like the chief executives take most of it, but does that mean that you shouldn't give to charity? The reality is that in society we do have people that leech off the system, and they are the very same. These trolls are just the same. And ideally this platform would be like, there's this woman called here Claire Bear. I don't know if she's still here now. I think she may have gone, and she's been leaving some really nasty comments to me and making very nasty remarks to me, to getting me to her level. I've just ignored her. But the problem here is that I asked her, like, why don't you just get off the platform? And she goes, I make my living on this platform. Okay, well, I said, then you're going to have trolls on this platform, and they should be just seen as the cost of doing business. Why are you allowing it to get personal? So the reality that I'm trying to say here is that it's just a fact of reality that there are, the bone idle, the leeches in society, and we can't get rid of them, but we then also should not be deterred by them. That's all I'm just trying to say there, Valerie, is that, look, there's a person in Michael, and if it means that I have to spend like 20% or 30% for somebody who's just lazy,
I do think.
No, but you should also know the fact that if you want to help Don Michael, there are going to be nefarious individuals that are going to be leeching off his.
Kelly, I have like an adopted son live with me. He is from Iran. He's been here 14 years. Yes. He gets no money off of the government. Yeah? He has to go to the Home Office up in London, so he has to get on the train and go.
Yep.
Obviously, he does a little bit of work because he's got to survive, and he also sends money. So if there is no money, would people get up and work?
Okay. If there is no money, would people get up and work? I think they would. I think some people, artisans, like for example, if you're an artist or a craftsperson, the money is just like an incentive. Like for example, if you're a singer or if you're a musician and stuff, you do it because of the love of the art. The payment is just simply to keep you in business. A lot of people do things because they enjoy it. It gives them self-value and intrinsic worth, doesn't it?
And like when you go to, like, one of my granddaughters is doing law, One is going to be a rhino surgeon. One is going to, well, he's hoping to get into university to do his programming on his computers. But they all take something what they like. I know they do look at the money aspect of it.
Yes.
Like my granddaughter who's looking at the law, she said the money is in corporate law or in human right law.
Okay.
For her, corporate law is not for her. She's more into human right law. So they do make their choices.
Yes.
What interests them.
Yep.
And we are a slave to money. And I know it's not going to be money soon. It's going to be a digital ID.
Yeah.
But we all do want better for our children, and we want a better life, don't we? That's only human.
Yep.
So that's what we go to work for. I mean, my children went to private school. My husband, he used to go, you know, these are mortgages here. And I used to say to him, I don't care.
What are mortgages?
The private education that we paid for them. He used to go, you know, this is mortgages. Because he always looked at stuff as money.
You know, I think you find that men are like that, and I'm like that as well. But rather than looking at as mortgages, why don't you look at them as your long-term pension plan investment?
Yes, investment.
Yes.
But he used to look at it, you know, each one of these, this is a mortgage.
Okay.
Yeah, but he was a man, like you said, so they look at things.
In a very mechanical.
He did pay it, but he was saying, well, okay, we're paying this education, but you realise that's one house, two house, three, you know.
Yep.
But, yeah.
So, Valerie, anyway,
but again, I think that's unfair. Like, I paid for a good education and I took my children down the Montessori route. And in my opinion, it's some of the best education I've come across. And I think it should be taught in all mainstream schools and everybody should have it.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. A free education is another, you know, Western liberal invention that I think an education should be a human right. But the thing is, most it's just you know, like many people now, like it's all become commercialized. You know what you know what it reminds me of is like. I can just explain it as the Subo experience. So there's a woman called Susan Boyle who was beautiful, God's creation, voiced like an angel. And everybody kind of passed judgment on her when they saw her. And then she opened up her mouth and everybody's hearts opened up for her. And so she was something beautiful that nature created. And then what they did to her was they commercialized her as they normally do and created Subo, which is a manufactured creation or commercial entity. And like something got lost in the process. And this is the problem we see. A lot of things that happen are, you know, when they get commercialized and money gets involved, it kind of takes away the authenticity of it all and it becomes very commercialized and something gets lost in the process. And it's the same with the education system. Many people now, education was always a wonderful thing, real education, but this is indoctrination and they want you to pay to be indoctrinated and come out with, like in your generation, you know, the baby boomers got a free education. Many people now, as soon as they leave university, are like 50,000-60,000 pounds in debt, jobs that they can't get, and they become, you know, debt slaved. So the thing is, there are a lot of horrible things, but also technology can be used to like circumvent them. But you know, these are changing times, as you said, Valerie. You know, times have changed, haven't they?
But not all of them. Like my granddaughter Rizzy, she did a gap year and worked at Ninja Warriors, and she doesn't live on campus. She goes up to university in London and comes home because it's not every day she's there and works. So she's not coming out with any debt.
No, but the thing is, no. What you have to understand is she's got her mummy and daddy to give mortgage as well. So that's one thing, or maybe it's not the case now. Because, but irrespective,
No, she does come from she does work though. Do you know what I mean? It's not handed to her.
But Valerie, the
on a
point is,
plate.
it's not what It's not her, it's now the universities have become commercialized entities. They're businesses doing business. And so where before the focus was on quality of education, now it's all about money. It's a bit like, I'll give you another example. Football, the British love their football, all right? And it's called the beautiful game, all right? Because they just love the game football, all right? But then what's happened is that over time it became commercialized, and now it's no longer the beautiful game. It's more like how many people are paying millions of pounds for players and stuff, and something in that process has got lost, all right, because it's been commercialized. That's the only thing I'm just trying to say now. And with regards to the university education, everything becomes commercialized and it just loses its authenticity. It becomes plastic, and that is another aspect of society's degeneration, right, and decline, is because when things become about the money, it should, like you mentioned your children before, your grandchildren that are in education now, it should be something that they love and feel passionate about, rather than being dictated by money. But unfortunately money does start being being bought into it, and it just makes things dirty. Not dirty, but just like, I don't know how to say it, but it doesn't seem authentic or natural. It just like becomes commercial, and
Yeah,
I want things to be natural and organic, rather than manufactured. And that kind of like we got with regards to food, like everything's now organic. No, not organic, but manufactured and processed, rather than the organic stuff. And there's a level of authenticity that comes with that gets lost in the process of industrialization. I think what I'm trying to explain here is that we are all victims of this. Industrialization has brought great benefits, but there are also consequences to the industrialization process that's disconnecting people and creating this society that's, I think, sick, and is sickening by the day and growing by sickness.
I do too. I just feel, I don't know. I got pulled up a little while ago in one of my bank accounts. The computer picked me up, right? I don't just have a bank account. I have a couple, yeah. And the computer picked me up because obviously I don't know what I was doing wrong in it, but I moved money from account to account. And they wanted to see bank statements from my other two accounts. Now, I thought that was none of their business. And if I was doing anything wrong in my other two accounts, surely they would pull me in. But little did I know, if you don't comply with them, they can freeze your money and stop you from having access to it. Because really, the moment you put money in the bank, it's not
their money.
It belongs
Well,
to
this is
them.
another thing as well. Another thing as well, Valerie, that we are led to believe that the money is our money, but it's not. It's their money, and we are just their agents. So that's a shocking realization to you, isn't it? You were taught by everybody growing up that it was your money. We were lied to it. It's their money, because if they can control, and take for example the house that you've got. If it's your house, ask yourself this question: if it's your house and you own it and you've paid for it, why do you need to get permission from somebody to do something to it, like an extension and stuff? All right, and they say to you, "Oh, it's because of planning laws and this and the other." The reality is, the houses that you own are not really yours, because once you're dead and gone, their houses are still here, and so they belong to the state. And then you have to ask yourself the question: if the money that I have is not mine, and the house that I have is not mine, what is mine? Are my children mine? And then you realize that no, the children are also the states, and it's just one big con job, mate. All right, because
I can't believe that. I have learnt things, Telly, but I have listened to Rangi and DWP and that. I never realised that you could not, if you don't want to, you don't have to register your children. I always thought that was against the law, and that you had
yes,
6 weeks to register your child.
yes. And they con you into believing this, because what they want is they want joinder. They want you to submit to their system. All right. And another thing that really took me an eye opening is that, like, they say this is our country. Whose country is it? Somebody owns this. So like England is owned by the, like, I don't know, the Queen or whatever. What did you make this? Did you build it? How can you say you own something that is God's creation? All right, just because I killed somebody and I took over, all right, and I had a claim. This is another like real bizarre concept that, and I thought to yourself, yeah, this whole thing about the state, it's a social construct. All right, that's what you don't realize. That we think, oh, like this is England, that's France, this and the other. They're just what somebody's decided. We've just collectively decided as social constructs. All right, and we've just decided that this is the world it is. But the reality is that why is this owned by somebody? How do you own something? Like I think this is the concept when the British went to America and they tried to buy the land, and it was just like or try to buy something. So the British went to America, spoke to the natives, and said, "Look, oh, we're going to pay you something for this land," and it was like a ridiculous concept to them. It's a bit akin to me coming to you, Valerie, and say, "You know that bit of sky above your head? I'm going to buy that and own it." Like you're like, how do you own that? That's just a ridiculous concept. But this is how the British work. They just go around colonizing, and this is part of the colonization process. They colonize the whole world. But what you don't understand, and this is a term that I learned from Rangi, is they've colonized your mind. And now you've colonized you've had your mind colonized into this colonialist concepts, like registering your children. Wait on a minute, this if it's your child, you've carried it for 9 months. Why do you need to register it with somebody else if it's your child? You know, these are the kind of questions that you need to be asking. Like, am I owed to something to someone? And once you register it, the state starts helping you, and you think, "Oh, this is really nice." But the reality is that the state uses your child as collateral to borrow money. And you're thinking, "Oh, look, the government's really good and they're helping us and this and the other." All they're doing is deferring future income tax to now. So they know that this person is going to go and work and create taxes in the future. So now we should give them some money and build them along the way. So it's just like, it just opens your eyes to how the world really works, and how you and I and everybody else has been indoctrinated into believing the world in this social construct that we're living in. And that, Valerie, is the matrix. So once you start asking those questions, like, if it's my house, why do I need to get permission? If it's my child, why do I need to get it registered? Then can you understand you're peeling back the layers of the matrix to see what's really there?
I know, Telly, but I have learned. I have to think. I learned a bit sort of in the 80s. I did a bit of like Greenpeace work with the women up at the American Air Force bases against the nuclear stuff, and I did the Free Nelson Mandela, and I learned about the AIDS, and I really looked into that quite a bit. And it's shocking, really, because it was all like they did a protest with the people with AIDS because the medicine was there, but the government weren't releasing it. Again,
All right.
I think it was a bit of a population control thing that went out of hand. And I think sometimes we have these big wars as
Yeah.
well for them to help keep the population
Yeah.
down.
Well, Valerie, I've just I'm getting some from TikTok, getting some alerts saying that we're going to end this live in about
Yeah.
5 minutes. I think the reality is that because I've been on this live more than normal, and the reason was, Valerie, I've not spoken to you for such a long time, and we've not really had much conversations, and then this whole Stell business started, and what do you call it? I just thought if I can just, like, my understanding is that how I've spent hours and hours speaking to Michelle Matthews and Vimto. I've done that trying to explain it to them. Like, maybe I'm idiotic and stuff, but I'm thinking that if they can just understand, then they'll make the right decisions. And you for over coming to 7 hours now.
I need to go to sleep too.
Yeah, and but it's been lovely catching up to you, and I hope we can, engage again. And I know that Christmas is coming up, and it's going to be a festive time. If I don't bump into you,
I'm away on the 19th.
Are you? Where you back to New Zealand?
No, I'm going to Australia. I'm
right.
I'm going to stop I'm flying Kuwait this time for the first time. Normally I'll go Emirates.
All right.
I had a look at Q8, and you can go to the gym and swimming in their airport, so I'm going to have a go at that.
Okay. But I know you got family in Australia, New Zealand. Have you got family in Australia as well?
Yeah, I got family in Australia and New Zealand.
Okay, okay. I know. I thought it was just New Zealand. So
My
okay.
But they live in Australia because there's more
Oh,
work in Australia.
okay. Money always, Valerie. Money, innit? We are driven
Yeah,
by the forces of money.
yeah,
And when will you be returning then? So you're leaving on the 19th for Christmas.
yeah. 19th of January ago, and
Oh, you
then
go
I'm
on the
back.
19th.
Pardon?
I said you go on the 19th of January, not December.
Yeah, January. No, because
Oh,
like if I'm not here for the others, they'll be upset. So I've
okay,
got
okay.
to
But you're
stay.
here for Christmas, aren't you?
Yeah,
Well, I'm
I
here
don't never have Christmas in my house. It's my daughter's turn this year, so we
Okay,
always have it together.
okay, that's good.
Yeah,
So,
and
so
then I'll go there on the 19th, and then I'm back here on the 2nd of April.
okay. So you're spending a couple of 3 months or close,
Yeah, it's a
3 or
long
4 months.
way. It's a long
Yeah,
way.
yeah. But
I've
you'll
got to
still be on
relax.
TikTok, won't you? You'll still be on
Yeah,
TikTok.
yeah. So my
What do you
morning
know?
will be your nighttime,
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
and
What do you
I'm
do?
gonna try and film. So because
Yeah,
Doha's the airport's meant to be lovely, and on the way back I've got 3 days in Doha just so I can have a little look because I've not
yeah.
seen it.
All right.
I like Emirates, so that's okay, and I've seen Singapore. Normally, excuse me. Normally I do stop in Dubai because it's very good for shopping, and I love their dates. I'm not gonna lie.
All right. Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna try Doha this time. So yeah, looks nice.
Good, good, good. No, but that's in January, isn't it?
Yeah.
What are your plans for Christmas? Obviously, what I'm trying to do is get the people back into this Christmas spirit and mood, and not
Okay.
all this
So
fighting.
Christmas Eve, I will go to my daughter's.
Okay.
Christmas Day, everybody will come to hers because it's her year to cook this year.
Okay.
Boxing Day, I'm at my friend's. We always have. Well, I'm not eating potatoes now because I'm dieting, so I'll
All
just
right.
have the veggies and the meat. But we
All
normally
right.
have cold meat and mashed potato and leftover vegetables.
Okay.
And then I'll be back at the gym because I normally walk in the daytime.
Yeah,
But as
I've
the
seen loads
weather's
of your
gone,
videos.
I'm at the gym now.
Okay, it's
So I
cold
don't.
outside, and I have seen loads of your videos out in the going for walks and stuff like that in the summertime. But it's getting cold now, isn't it? So
Yeah, so I
yeah,
pay because they do a right good deal down here. So like I can go to any sports centre around my area. I pay £24. I can go to the gym, so it's really good. It's not full of young people. They're all people of my age in there, and I go and
all
have a
right.
workout. I do water aerobics. So I go to the gym every day, Monday through to Friday, and then the weekend is me housework days
All right.
and go to church. But I won't be going to church tomorrow because I won't get home.
Oh, that's brilliant news. So you still go to church then?
Oh yeah,
Can I ask
yeah.
what
St. Luke's is
denomination?
just round the corner. I'm Church of England, but I
I
have
see.
Jewish blood in me.
Okay.
So my mum's dad was a Jewish refugee.
All right.
He's on the University of Southampton with his sister. They were
Yep.
double orphans in 1905,
All
and
right.
they were from Russia, Kiev, and it was to do with the program, when the Russians were killing
Yeah.
the
Yeah. Yeah.
Jews, and they were
Yeah.
double
Yeah.
orphans. They have another sister that went to Denmark, to a Spencer, and Angel, he ended up in America, but both their parents got killed. And my grandfather, my mum's dad, he was given to a family up in Manchester first, but the guy actually ended up seeing a Christian woman, and so they took him back off him because that wasn't good for him. But he had an interesting life. he got adopted in the end by Rabbi Harry Samuel Lewis, who wrote books, went to Oxford, ended up going to America. But when he was looking after him, he lived in London for a while with the Cohans, who used to produce films for I can't think what his name is now. He used to have the ukulele and sing. Norman Wisdom. Yeah,
Okay.
used to do films for him. After the First World War, when he came back, the Jewish Board of Governors put him through to become an engineer, and he flew from there, made money, had a pub called The Bell, but obviously he wasn't really Jewish anymore because he married my nan and became just English. We all became
Valerie,
Church of England.
you know, all the time that I've known you, we never touched the subject of religion. I mean, that's quite interesting. I didn't know you were a practicing person of faith, and I think that's something that we can maybe pick up on next time, because it is getting late. So I know that like many people are like Christian, but like they just say they're Christian because they like believe in Jesus Christ, but they're not really practicing Christians. And I didn't know that you were a practicing Christian, and I think maybe that can be a topic for the next.
I'm not so much in the King James Bible. Like, I don't believe in the Holy Trinity. I believe God is God. I do believe Jesus is the Son of God, but I don't believe he is God.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you know, Don Michael is a Christian as well, and you know, a man of faith. Yeah, well, no, he was born in a Catholic household, but he himself is like much like yourself. He doesn't, he has issues with Catholicism himself. And but the thing is, next time when we can talk about, you may not be like a devout or whatever Christian, but at least you're going to church. And what I wanted to find out was, you know, your communal or community's perspective on society, because the reality is that Christianity, like the churches, have really like gone down, and society is really crumbling because of this. And I remember we had a church every Sunday, and everybody would go and get some moral guidance. But you know, that is a conversation I think we should leave for another time. But I just didn't know that you were practicing like, you know, regularly. Like, so you'll be attending Christmas Mass then?
Well, I do go to Catholic church for midnight mass because my dad was Catholic till his mum died.
Okay.
And he used to always take us to midnight mass, and the singing is beautiful.
Is it? Fantastic.
Really is.
All right, look, Valerie, you know what is, I can talk to you for no ends, but I've been on here for 7 hours now.
I need to go to sleep too. It's like nearly 4 o'clock.
Yeah, Valerie, it's been lovely chatting to you, catching up and everything, as we'll have to do it again soon. But thank you for joining me on the live, and thank you for your support, and you know, obviously following us around. I know, like, you've always followed me around and been one of my greatest fans.
I am sorry it took me a little while, and I did email you that I was just struggling to forgive Vinto, but I have really, and I do understand, and I just hope she has learned. And sometimes I think they need to stop putting all that stuff out there on each other.
Yeah, I know. But thing is about Valerie, never mind about other people. Like, it's more about yourself. Like, forgiveness and understanding starts from within. Don't like you could see most of these people. Don't allow them to change you. Don't allow them.
I know. But I was really feeling angry with myself. Do you know what I mean? Frustrated. I was thinking, come on, where's your heart? You know.
Yes. Where's your heart? And that's all I'm trying to show these people, because heart and compassion. Look, Valerie, I'm going to have to go 7 hours, and I do need to get out to morning prayer. So, lovely chatting to you. Thank you for everybody that joined us.
Good night. Night, Don Michael.
Good night. Bye, Don Michael, if you're still up.
No, are you up? Yeah, I'm up, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us and sitting with us, Don Michael. I appreciate. We've done 7 hours today. That's crazy. And I was like feeling tired at 3 hours, but I think just things got out.
But I'm going to break you up there. You keep saying it.
I know.
Go to bed. Ciao.
Good night.